Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. To listen to news and depression. If you get connection now oppression. We they pray to possess our possession. Yet the country they still for recession. Many people plan not to jack out. But to get one thing, I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life no competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost and go for protection. And I just go first on your progression. Many people plan not to jack out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack out. Who go come fix our Niger? Who go come fix our Niger? Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the Church of Vawulence. This wonderful, this hot evening from my side. It's another wonderful time, another privilege to be in the gatherings of brethren. It's always a pleasure coming out here to be with you guys, having these conversations. Thank you one more time for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for coming around. All our my wonderful first respondents. You guys are amazing. Welcome, my MVPs. Welcome one more time to the show. It's the Vawulence space. It's the church. It's the mosque. It's the shrine. It's the space of violence. And as usual on this platform, it always promises to be an energizing, excitement-filled space. Always promising. So if it's your first time of joining us today, please, as always on the platform, stick with us. Get ready to rock and rumble with us tonight. It's going to be amazing, as I always say. Thank you guys for always joining us. Thank you for sharing your amazing time. Thank you to my amazing, wonderful brothers up here co-hosting with me. Thank you, Otumba. Thank you, N6 Jimmy. Thank you, every one of you, for joining this wonderful evening. It is hot here. I don't want to come and say hot and I'm going to laugh at me like say when I say hot. I mean it is hot. It is hot. Let me check the temperature first. It is like 30 degrees here. It is like Lagos over here, man. So I swear to God, it's crazy. If you ask me what's happening over here, the summer here is crazy. So I am hot and the space is gonna be hot. It's gonna be reflected on the space today. Guys, as we always say on the platform, to all of you that get to listen to my voice, I always say thank you so much. I am all family here. We have gone on to do something that a dream was bettered. A dream was conceived. It was bettered, and we are living that dreams right now. So it is a milestone space for us. So as while we come up today, it is important we focus on not just on the issues, but also focus on giving ourselves some leverage of hope, of happiness, of joy, because in the midst of every chaos going out there is always a reason to smile, and that is why we are here today. So guys, thank you for joining us. If it's your first time on this platform, as we always say on the platform, it is important you bring your tithes and your offerings to this church, to this mosque, to this shrine. Bring your tithes, your offering, and your sacrifice, because the shrine, what they take is sacrifice. Yes, bring your sacrifice to the shrine today. And when we say all this all the time, I have to say this every time, because Nigerians, we love to be hammered on. So let me say it one more time. Bring your offerings, your tithes, and your sacrifice to this shrine today. And when I say sacrifice, I mean simply when you join this space, the first thing you do, you hit the retweet and the like button, and you let the whole world. Then you play your flute, your trumpet, blow it up everywhere around the world. Let them know that the number one space on Twitter is up and freaking running. And as usual, we are taking no prisoners. So please, guys, retweet the space, share the space. And if you do not, because you're stubborn, because you feel like, say, they know if you tell you what you go do, your phone go break. That is on you. That's not on me, yeah? So please obey the rules. The ground. This is our 25. I say all the time. This is our and 25%. And 25% when you come to this church, this mosque, this shrine is you freaking have to retweet the space, share the space, like the space, talk about the space. Let me put the space up and running. And we are about to, as usual on this platform, share sensitive, vital informations that should not just end in your ears or stop in your doorsteps, information that should go as far and as wide as possible, information that every Nigerian should listen to. So it is important why we do this all the time, and we emphasize. And it's not just because we want to come up in space and have thousands of people. No, it is because when you come to this platform, you know what you gain from this platform. I on my own, I had some couple of calls today, and I'm like talking to men obedience, and I want this, and I'm, how do you rest, how do you do this and that. And most times I said, I told a friend, I said, honestly speaking, most times, like today, I never felt like not having the violence. I was like, God, man, I'm so tired. I just feel like sleeping and just resting. But when you come out here, there's this energy that just comes over me, and I feel it is almost the same way, because the feedbacks are always amazing. People that come into a DM, I'm gonna talk about most things around that. Just get some sort of my chest, today, and they're like, sit down, please. We can't stop doing this. And I was on a call with someone, and another call came in, and I had to mute that first call. And the person, we were discussing the same thing, and the second person was saying the same thing. I told the person, still on me, don't act like you're not on the call. I was on my other phone, and the same stuff. The first person was saying the same thing. Please, I cannot wait the next 2 hours for us to get on the violence space. My family and this, we're going to be tuning in from California. And I was like, oh. And when the person cut the call, the other person was like, Shay, I told you. So I understand the energy that we get from this platform, and that's why we emphasize all the time. Let us try and make sure that a whole lot of people out there, there is somewhere whereby we are vibrating. There's somewhere whereby the government, the government of the day know that there is that the illegal government of the day knows that there is no breathing space for them. Whatever they want to do, however they want to operate, however propaganda they want to meet, there is a platform whereby we match them everything back to back. In fact, then they fear us. Yes, this is that platform. So, guys, please get more people into the building. Let's get this conversation up. Hear me well. Am I audible, please? Otuma NCs. Can anybody hear me, please? Let me see. If you can hear me, please just let me see a web emoji or something, please. If you can, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
I'm also, people can hear my people are not tweeting the space. Oh, no.
They get bad character. Their character.
Very bad character. We'll cure that character today. It's a very bad character.
It be like say APC don't they come this space too much. It be like say them run the tweets.
Abi? I don't suspect. But I say people didn't abnormal obedience for this space. That's what I understand. What I understand, I will begin to go scroll down the common people for this space. Because it be like say APC people, honestly speaking, it cannot tell them how we will get obedience when we get like 700 obedience, and we'll talk say retweet the space, and we'll get like 200 people to retweet them. It's not possible. That is obedience. Without the disguise. So many of people that don't chop corn.
No APC, then they come here to get sense. But that make them retweet, make more people know about this space. You know that their character.
They no fit. You know that character. It's not in their DNA. If he didn't day, he didn't day. Let me accept that point of view. Say that about no children. If you're not a child of Abado, before I jump in, there's this prayer that I used to go. If I go to, hi God help us. God have mercy upon us. If I go to all this Ednot page or Gossip Niger page, you will see when they post one of these are nonsense, this thing. One of these Mr. Kolos, any nonsense, maybe his picture or one of his propaganda, you not see person will just come under there, right? If Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration will favor you and your family. Like this post now. Hey God, I can see people they like the post. And I'm gonna wonder. I say, like for real. God. Now, why prophets and alphas they sell for Nigeria? That is why religion sells in this country. That is the only reason why fake prophets abound in Nigeria, because Nigerians are too gullible. Nigerians, if I just say right now, this space now, if you know you don't want to die tomorrow, like this space or retweet this space, you know, go see say they like everybody, like even about people go like them. Even about people go like them. We are just a very gullible set of people. I don't understand. And on this platform, we'll be helping to unravel and white and wash out that gullibility in the whole lot of Nigeria. That's what we're going to be doing on this platform going forward, because our people are so gullible. God have mercy. That in a fake administration, 14 days, today makes it 14 days, people already say, he has achieved so much. He has done so much. And I started thinking of, he has done so much for me. I cannot say it all. Hey, God have mercy. It is crazy. It is just so crazy, our people. How we can be how little things just push us. How little things we just get so satisfied. We just get so, it is easy to buy, it is easy to just turn the heart of a Nigerian. Oh no. On this mandate that we are standing on, we will be so blunt. We will say so many things that might not make you happy, but it is the truth, because it is our reality. Because if you like, pray from today to tomorrow. Pray from now, as you people do. Nigerians only place that on Monday morning they'll go to church. In the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning in Nigeria, you're going to church, you're going to mosques. In a working country, how do you do that? How do you pay your bills? So until we understand these things, that prayer does not fix anything. If you don't work and you just pray, you're wasting your time. Until we begin to make our people understand this thing in our numbers, we'll have a very, very, very big challenge going forward. So my people, as I always say, before I even jump into my conversation, I just have to go away. I want to say one more time, thank you so much. Today marks it exactly 1 month, Power Facts. Thank you to every one of you. God, guys, it's just like someone asked me, Omo, it's like we've spent 1 year already. It has been one amazing month of hard work, sacrifice from a whole lot of people, from the tech team to the writers, to the editors, to the business strategic team, to every one of you retweeting, sharing, reading, most especially reading the news, the real news. It has been one amazing month. The journey has been filled with ups and downs, but honestly, I would say the ups have outweighed the downs, and for that, on behalf of the whole Power Facts team, we are so grateful and say thank you. Dalu, Mungode, how do you say it in Yoruba? Jimmy, help me, please. What is thank you? Eshe, thank you, thank you. Whatever it takes, you say call in your traditional language. God bless you all. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for sticking with us. Please do not stop. We're just starting, and we have a long way to go together. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys, let's jump to the conversation of today. It's going to be an amazing space, as I say. I see all our regulars in the building. Thank you so much to all our big brothers and sisters in the platform. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that retweeted the space and shared the space. It is amazing having you guys on this conversation, on this call today. Let us jump into the conversation today. Yeah. All right. We were in court again today, and for the sake of it, and for the sake of Nigerians, I hopefully some of our people that are in court will come out and give some breakdowns. But today was another round of tendering of evidence. For the past couple of weeks, we have seen what we have never seen before. I will speak for myself. I have seen what I've never seen before, and I'm someone that look around well. I they try prognose, they check things, but I've seen what I've never seen before. Tendering of evidences back to back to back to back. Every court day, evidence are coming out in their numbers, in their volumes. Evidence that you now begin to ask yourself, Even if you were having doubts or you were skeptical about the judiciary process, or as many of us are, because I, for myself, I do not trust the judiciary one bit. And events that have been outplaying the past couple of days is still showing the same thing that I'm saying. Our judiciary system is one cesspool of corruption. It is one and the same with the establishment we have been saying. Corrupt, corrupt, corrupt. But even in the midst of all this corruption, why that sector or why that arm of government has thrived so well in corruption, it is because all its activities has been opaque, has always happened in the dark, has always happened without citizens' participation, has always happened because me and you have not paid attention. That is why yesterday, when a senator came out and made a speech and said an 83-year-old demented patient, a demented senator, Bola Tinubu's age group mate, when he came out and made that speech in the floor of the house, I was yesterday or probably I think it was yesterday he made that speech, and he was saying, I am so grateful to my wife for helping us, for helping me, that even in the days whereby I go and meet her to help you people. And they will say, Honorable Senator, off your mic. You know, that's what they're used to in that corrupt house. Off your mic, off your mic. This is not that place. Off your mic. And the man offed his mic. But the message was passed out clearly for everybody to listen. We all watched. It was not the one that they say it was videotaped, or it was doctored, or it was AI. No. We watched and heard the man live for himself speak on how his wife, the past president of the Court of Appeal, used her office to help so many corrupt politicians, probably win cases for them in the judiciary, probably win an election tribunal for them in the judiciary, because she was the president of the Court of Appeal. And in all of this, till yesterday, I never knew the man's wife. I never knew the man's wife. That is me speaking now. So if you're in this church and maybe you knew the man's wife, I raise hand for you, I double it for you. But if you tell yourself the truth, if we are in this mosque, in this shrine now as I'm speaking now, people that knew of that man's wife were not up to 2%. Till yesterday, we were not up to 2% because we have always absorbed ourselves of paying attention to our duties as active citizens. And it is no fault of any of us. We are all guilty as charged. But the difference is that the game has changed. A man has come into this race and has opened our eyes, and we have said he turned all of us to professional politicians, turned all of us to professional legislators. He has turned all of us right now to professional jurists. All of us are now lawyers. If you see my house, and I get my own coat, I get my own. I don't think say waiting to wear for head now. I don't feel wear that one because that thing, like say, all the people they wear that thing don't get bald head. All of them, when you wear that thing finish, Nigerian sun hit you go wear that thing where they will come over for head finish. If you come out, you go carry all your hair come out. I know they wear that one. All of us now are now lawyers. We are now tweeting. We are now following the process. That is the effect and the power of one man that decided to run for presidency and won the presidency, and his mandate was stolen. And he said, no, I will go the right way. I will reclaim my mandate the right way. I will fight for this through the course. I will challenge the process. I will put the process of the judiciary in the limelight for Nigerians to see for themselves how corrupt this judiciary is, to see for themselves how dirty these people are, to see for themselves whether it is how we want it to be. Because I'm thinking right now, I am thinking in all honesty, because in hindsight, the greatest gift and tool I think God has given us as humans is hindsight, the ability to look back. And if you look back and you cannot learn lessons from the past, honestly speaking, you're not prepared for the future. In hindsight, I am so grateful and I'm thankful to God that Peter Obi was not declared president that day. I am grateful. I am grateful in my heart, in my chest, that Yakubu Mahmoud did not give us our mandate that day. Because what would have been filled with is a movement filled with sharks. You wouldn't have known all these people that are disguising, all these people in our LOP 74, LOP, all the snakes around us. All of them would have been no. If you are not a snake, you're a. They would have been beautiful brides, we wouldn't have known that the legislative is as corrupt as it is. In fact, we would have been the ones battling a very corrupt judiciary. And we always know, because we will not pay attention. We would have been chilling and balling, like the people of Imo State were chilling and balling. And in the night, like thieves in the night, the judiciary came and stole the mandate and made the man a man that was never the winner and declared him a winner because they have already moved on from the political process. But in hindsight, I am so grateful to God that right now, everything is at stake. And I want to openly say this to the judiciary. The worst mistake you will make is coming against the obedient movement. Everything that has come against this movement has fallen. Everything, including Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Everything that has come against this movement has fallen. Because this movement is not just human-made. It is a divine project to rescue Nigeria from the shackles of corruption. I don't care how you see it. And yes, we are a headless mob, a headless cult. We be cult. We be confra. Check out what they call us. We are, yes. You see, I love when you give me, you tag me names. I just own the name and relieve myself in the name. We are a headless cult, a cult that is out here to make sure we send you criminals back to where you guys belong. A cult that is here to make sure that we chase you criminals out of the asylum. That is what we are here for. And so it is better today we the judiciary understand that no. Those days whereby you sit down in the middle of the night and write judgment, it is over. It is over. Those days are over. For the past couple of weeks, we have been flooding you with evidences. The only reason why you will stand on this unconstitutionality is that you come out and show Nigerians. You come out and present to Nigerians evidence to counter all what Peter has produced in the court. That is the only way. And it is not possible because all INEC will do is coming out and shout objection. That's all they do. They have nothing to present and say, when we presented this evidence, they say, no, we have this evidence to present. No. Every result we have brought to INEC court are certified copies of INEC. How will you judiciary come and tell Nigerians that the certified copy of INEC presented to the party by INEC is now fake? How will you tell us that the videos that they have played to you, judiciary, justices in the court, how will you come and tell us that what you heard Yakubu Mahmoud say, where he said, and the results will be transmitted in real time, is not what you heard? How do you explain these things to Nigerians? How do you explain these things to the world? Justice Samani, or what they call your name, I never knew about you. I never knew about any of the. I don't know any one of you. And same with Nigeria, but right now we all know you. We all know you. We all know your children. We all know your families. And I say this because you guys are the closest to the. You are the closest to the masses. The judiciary is meant to be the final bus stop of the masses. When the masses is being robbed by the government, by the legislative, by their family and friends, all the masses have to do is to run and cry to the judiciary. Because you guys are the final bus stop. You are meant to be the upholders of the law of the land. And for so long, you guys have played hanky-panky with your rules. You have sat down and you have dined with the devils, to the detriment of our country. But we don't blame you guys. I don't blame you guys. It is because we never participated. And I am taking blame myself because what for the past couple of 9 months or the past couple of 12 months I've learned is that the highest office in this land, the highest office in the land is the office of the citizen. Nigerians, I repeat, the highest office in this land, the highest office in any land is the office of the citizen, not the office of the president. But the moment the citizens do not understand the role they have, the power they wield, and the job they have to do, you take away those your powers and give it to criminals. And criminals always know how to use power. Anytime, any day, wake up a criminal, he knows how to use power. So for so long, citizens have slept in Nigeria for decades. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Citizens have slept. And criminals have taken over power and used it at their will for themselves, for their families and friends. until over a year ago. The citizens took away and said, "Oh, no. Let's not take over a year ago," because it started like a seed planted in October 2020. That was when the seed was planted. And citizens sat down and said, so we can protest against General Muhammadu Buhari and shut down something and bring in a drastic change and fight the establishment. And we began to sniff blood. I understood the power we wield as a people. And that was the beginning. And we said, no, we're going to make this change come 2022. And we came out in our numbers, sponsored an elections. All of us became canvassers. All of us, people that may have never done any of these things before, begin to do canvassing, begin to host spaces, begin to raise money, begin to call people from north, east, west, and south across the country. We were doing things for ourselves. We raised up funds. We pushed a candidate that had no governor, no senator, no House of Rep member. He had nothing. He had no political backing. He came against the establishment, and we defeated two perennial parties in the space of 9 months. It has never been done in the history of politics in the world. We did that stuff. That is the power of the office of the citizens. So please, I'm not saying this for all my fellow officers, for all of us, because this office of the citizens, you don't get leader, you don't get president, you don't get this thing. We are all equally in this thing together. All it needs is for you to tell the next man, guy, now we hold this power. Tinubu no hold any power. If all Nigerians, because right now they don't understand that yet. But we are still in that realm right now whereby we still have people. So the day that every Nigerian can understand, the day that every of us, including those people at the other side, understand that power truly is for all of us together, that time, then we can really come out and say, okay, in fact, today Tinubu say anything, we don't go do it. And it will not happen. But while we are not yet there, we that we know already, we know the power we will, that's we that we know ourselves, we know what we get. We keep marching on, we keep fighting on, and we keep pushing on and holding every bit of governance, every bit of the government, we'll be holding them accountable going forward. And the judiciary is what we're starting from. So please, my brothers and sisters in this platform, on this church, I just want you guys to understand the power we wield. Do not forget who you are. Do not forget where you're coming from. And do not forget what we have to do. And please, the judiciary, it is better for you guys to be on the side of the people. Because these people that you see, that they expected I would have been sleeping by now. Because that's why this criminal rigged the elections, actually. Tinubu stole the elections because he understands that Nigerians will forget so soon. Nigerians forgive so quick. Nigerians don't know how to hold political grudge. We don't understand all these things. That's what they believe. Maybe Nigerians. Still 1 month, 2 months, right one of
Nigerians, where don't they forgive kudus?
Do you understand?
Where don't they forgive kudus?
Do you understand, my brother? Do you understand?
They follow Nigerian memory.
Do you understand?
You know they hold grudges. So.
N6. But you saw the backlash. You saw the backlash. You saw
yes.
You saw the. That's what there is a move. There is in the midst of the Nigerian forgetfulness, there is a set of Nigerians that have risen up above that and say, no, times has changed. This stuff has changed. We will fight you guys to the very end. We will not forget. And I am so proud and happy to be among those people. And one more time before I will the mic to my next brothers and sisters, please, I beg every obedient in this movement, please, do not look up to any man, any woman, anybody, anyone. You are on your own in this movement. Because if Nigeria works, when people say, I say I am selfish because I have my own agenda. I don't know about your agenda. I have my own agenda in this movement. My agenda is for Nigeria to work because I want Nigeria to work for me. Not for you. Not for I'm selfish. Not for me. Me. Don't be waiting for. I had so many people my DMs coming out. Saddam, what do you think? What do you do this? When my brother made up that tweet, blah 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 blah. Saddam, no, you've not said anything. I say, me, I'm a battle built person, ready for. I prefer fighting Bola Tinubu. I prefer fighting Abado people. That is when I go battle for. But I will never ever stop you from going to battle whoever you feel is wrong, including myself. Bring it on. So you that you're fighting about to fight, don't bring me and make me force me. I want us to understand this individualistic nature. We should have it also. We are a headless mob for a reason. You can just out of that your own anger now create your own head and begin to do things for yourself. Do not wait for anybody, please. I beg of all of you. We are all equal in this movement. Nobody is more. If you like, have 1 billion followers. If you like, be hosting violence space. Be whoever you are in this movement. You are as equal as the next man out there. Please, it's very, very important we understand this. And don't make gods of mortal people. Nobody is more. I'm saying this for everybody to understand. Please, nobody is more special or more important in this movement. We just that by the grace of God, some of us have pushed and hustled, and we have created a niche for ourselves, and probably our seminar. Some of us understand a little bit and get a little bit more information. Nothing else. Nothing else. There is nothing else. All right, guys. Before I will pass the mic to my brother N6 and Tuma, I want to say something that is that probably is off topic, but it's still part of why we have to understand. It's part of what we the obedient movement have to understand. Is that we have to learn from our past and learn from our mistakes. Prior to the gubernatorial elections, we made a very big mistake. You know what we're saying on this platform? That's why I say the greatest gift God has given me and has given us as human beings is hindsight. When you look back, when we made some decisions then that were unpopular in this movement, we were dragged, we were called, they were saying this about people, this one about people, but we stood on our ground because not that we are special or anything, but we are people that criticize, we are people that look into issues, we are people that are coming out unbiased whenever we take a decision on this platform. We don't take sides, we just take the side of truth. Now there we stand. And when you stand with the truth, even no matter how heavy the lie is, one thing always reveals things is time. Time will always come back and say, you were right. Saddam will try, you do it in the right. I know so many things. I was dragged, I was called, my DMs, people insulting me, cursing me. Can I say, Saddam, you people, now they call them violence place, now they do this, I say, okay. I never replied to my update today. They're here, listening to me. Till today, I just read the message, I just pass. I say, no, wahala. In hindsight, and I hopefully you people you can own up as a man or as a woman that insulted me, and you're seeing the many things I say then, it's not popular now. You can be man or woman enough and come back to my same DMs or insulted and tell me, Saddam, no vex. I beg. I deserve that one at least. When we took up and said, Enugu, obedient.
That Enugu one.
That was the greatest fight we fought in this movement. We came up at how many followers I have then? I had like 2,000 followers. Because my account has been crashing with my 2K followers. Otuma with his like 8K. Ensis with like his 11K. Jimmy with like his 13K or so. We're there here now with the ginger. All the big dogs in our movement. This one, that one, for obedient for this, obedient for that, obedient for this. And we sat down and we asked ourselves this question, say, what are we doing as obedience? What are we building?
Did we want to be activists or do we want to build a political future?
Or a political structure?
Saddam, my brother, let me just give you an angle that you don't know about or you might not remember. When Chijioke Edoga came to this platform, Jimmy literally threatened him and said, I hope you have no flaws. I will personally check your academic records. I will check this, I will check that. The man beat his chest and said, I am clean. Please feel free. If the bastards that were supporting Mba had threatened Mba with this same thing, maybe Mba would have thought about the fake NYSC he fucking did and not have gone ahead with that nonsense. But the idiots were there buying up and down, obedient from Mba, obedient. Saddam, that Mba Nedoga Enugu, if I give you my own angle on it,
you will
you will get up and find all those people and stab them.
please. No,
If
I
I
don't worry.
remind you, know my
I
memory.
want,
You know, I always warn you about my memory. If I remind you
please,
of that Enugu,
please,
it will
my
pain
brother,
you differently.
I beg you, God. I want to wrap my submission with
Say
this.
Jimmy Day here.
I
No,
want make you go, but please, I want to cook this food. Let me cook this food well, so that when you come in, I start adding tatase and bobo nise and all the say in it. When the people eat it, they must purge this night. They must purge this night because people deserve to purge. People have to purge. And Abado people that jump on it. Violent space versus obedient. They say opening spaces. Violent space versus obedient. They were up because we
obedience
stood
versus obedience.
obedient versus because we took a very unpopular decision. We decided to support a man that had less than 1,500 followers. A man that was not known on social media, that till 2 weeks to elections, nobody knew him on social media. You dare not even call it a, because some set of people had already gone to, I will not come out and accuse people anything, but some set of people have already come out to say he is this, he is that, he is, without no proof, without no excuse, without no evidence, without nothing. And the man name was, in fact, that was the greatest challenge to me. When my brother GK reached out to me and said, Saddam, please, can you? I said, I said, my brother, can I what?
Now, so then they do him to that Wabayelsa guy too.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere. So I want to pick it.
Just calm down, cool down.
Sir, I apologize,
Don't
Saddam.
worry,
Cook
I'm
finish.
making. Don't worry.
I
Calm down.
apologize. Cook finish.
When I
God
set
bless.
the table before you people can now feast. Let me set this table for you people to feast. So then I remember I educated my brother and I said, Saddam, please, this man, see, showed me evidence, because you see the thing that on this platform we have built this platform. The foundation of this platform is facts and figures. I say this all the time, that I hit my chest anytime, any day. The first block, the first cement we pour on top of this space are facts and figures. That is why you cannot see any recording of the violent space anywhere in this world where the Abado people came and munched or cropped or videoed or took out any submission from the violent space and went and posted and say, see what they are saying the violent space. Now, fake. You can never see that, because a foundation built on truth can never be shaken. And educator reached out to me and I said, give me evidence to prove that this man is not who they say he is. And he brought out evidence to build structures across the whole Enugu. How he has done this and done that. And I saw videos, saw clips, saw pages, and I said, I will die on this fight. Bring it on. I told my brothers up here, and I said, brother, see, send them evidence, then see him. We said we could enter this fight. We were the unpopular people. Then. Many of our obedient brothers and sisters were insulting us, calling us names, blah, 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 blah. Leave our Enugu. In fact, many of you people now turn to APC.
Group, it's group
Enugu
thinker.
Ronu.
They call me
Enugu Ronu.
group thinker.
Enugu Ronu. Many of us started doing Enugu Ronu. If you leave our Enugu for us. And I say me went school for Enugu, we pay tithe for Enugu. Me when be say I be lion, a super lion. When be say I grind, I chop my life for Enugu. I will die for this fight. And we put our head into that fight. And lo and behold, I thank God it was not late, because the man won his elections. And as usual, he was rigged out. And it was stolen from him. And he will reclaim his mandate back in court. I am saying this because I'm going somewhere. Because if you don't learn from experience, you're bound to make the same mistakes again. Obedient, what do we freaking want? Do you want to be activists, or do you want to be a political structure? And you see, when we talk about this, we're saying that time that if we don't vote this man, Edoga, if you don't vote in Mba, what they call it, Frank Wake, I believe they call his name. If he comes in, how do you hold him responsible? How can you hold him responsible? We're not going to go to something and say obedient for listening to guys. By proxy and by definition, obedience have been linked to LP. Like it or hate it, it is what it is.
We spent our money and our resources to build LP.
We built
Jesus
LP.
Christ. For the past 1 year, all these
now we built LP.
Do you think it's just you think we did that just because we had to say we proved we took a moral position? We spent money, blood,
it's
tears.
crazy, bro.
Bro, we broke into our life savings for this movement. And we're not expecting anything back. Our life savings.
It's not like we're not looking at
genotype party. Someone is not bringing genotype party.
As I'm coming, let me cook this with you. When I go come here, don't worry yourself, save your strength. When I do that, when I go chop them. So I want to lay this foundation for everybody to understand. Because We have built this party, and all of a sudden, because people are not expecting that everybody will be P2B. Everybody, there's only one P2B in the world. There is only one P2B in the world. You that you're steady, if they carry torchlight and shine your bomb now, yeah. What if they fit inside there? We know if we talk. There is only one P2B in the world. And I say this all the time that when this man came out and made the submission, I said that competence is your ability to choose Labour Party when nobody was able to choose Labour Party. That is competence. When nobody was backing you, you chose and say, let us ride this party that had no foundation, no nothing. You put head inside them. That is competence to us. I'm saying this because the same thing happened in Enugu is playing itself again. And that almost cost us Enugu. Because one Enugu fair and square. Had it been, we collectively put our mind and say, let us support Edoga for Enugu as obedience. Then, no matter the rigging that criminal had read, Edoga would have costed clear. But because of this same Nami righteous pass, Nami get agenda pass, Nami get this pass, Nami get pass, and failing to understand that we have labored for 9 months for a movement, for a party, we only to throw it to the dust. It's the same thing people want to repeat again. Going about trying to hijack this LP's victory and give other people. There's one man, they say, Oga or Oga for Abia State. We go come out talk, say nonsense for this in channels. I saw Obi were there. Did I hold space here and say recall? We never did that thing. I said I'm not going to fight. I know it's not my work. Obedience can do it because it is your power. You voted that man in, and you can recall him because he's in a party that is accountable to you. How do you want to go and recall Frank Wake of Abga? What's it concern obedience and Abga? They go carry chicken. They go carry chicken sheet pour on top of their body. Now they go know they say that chicken for Abga. That chicken they walk. You're gonna say chicken sabi bite. How do you want to do it? How? So many of us just think this is just cruise. This is just na me moral pass. Na me this thing holy pass. Man, you guys should freaking wake up. The same thing is playing out now. I'll use my mic here. Otumba NCs, good evening. Give me good evening. Welcome to the Vawulence, my brothers and sisters. It's another day of lesson. It's another day of teaching ourselves. Another day of unlearning, because on this platform we learn, we relearn, we unlearn, we
come be like saying I'm learning with a do pass for you.
My brother, now the sacrifice. Let us keep it up. All right, NCs, good evening. Welcome to the Vawulence space.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I like how Saddam started off today's space. I don't know. Saddam, now this was not part of what I was going to discuss. So do I do my discussion first, or do I do what I have here?
Come in how you want.
Okay.
Or you can let me lamba because what is that? I know.
Okay. Otuba, get it off your chest. I beg. Mine is a bit more structured. So
see me.
Maybe I use you cause these people.
My talk with I want talk. I did 1 million mama space yesterday. I'll never be more. No, I wasn't angry. It was more. Wait, hold on. I've never been more confused, flabbergasted in my life. So what we did in Enugu and Rivers that I blocked people for and people fought, we are doing it in Imo now. I'm not from Imo. I'm Yoruba boy. I was born and raised in Lagos. So whatever happens in those days is not my business. But there's something where this is something about me where so I listened how they just went after Mr. Atan Atoni yesterday. And it was just, my stomach was turning. While the space was going on, I was on Google. I was Googling stuff. I was messaging people that is there some record somewhere that I'm not aware of? Or is there something that this guy has gone to jail for, or EFCC case, or I was just I called Saddam yesterday. I was just finding stuff. I called people that from Imo to like wait okay, is it that this guy is a criminal, or was the goal not to get out? Has the goal changed from voting out Opus Dodima to like what exactly is what is our goal? Where are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to every year, every election cycle, figure out, okay, today is AAA obedience, tomorrow it will be APC obedience, next tomorrow it will be PDP obedience, and then it will be what's your relation with this party? like, is that where we are heading to? We spent months, almost a year, building Labour Party, selling the logo, Mama Papa Pikin logo, selling people what to do, um, resources, time, effort, and we tasted small victory. And the next thing is we feel like, oh man, let's take the next leap. I'm like, what are we doing exactly? Because someone went to a primaries and lost. They said he bribed. My brother, he bribed too. I will argue this with anybody. All of them in that primary, most of them gave money. I have evidences. They all gave money. The politics we want to play in Nigeria, when there's something we used to say, people confuse what Peter Obi represents, who Peter Obi is once in a generation, one in a lifetime kind of politician. And Riverbed said it. We're not saying you were looking for criminals in APC, but we want someone that has the fewest baggage possible, as much as we can get, while we're trying to build this party. Because it's, I'm sorry, I didn't sign up to come and be doing political activism every year. And I didn't sign up to run for political office. I don't want to. But I know from years of experience, any country, wherever you go to, as long as you're practicing democracy and you have political parties, one of the means to which you can hold people accountable is either every 4 years, or if you are in the same party with them, where you can call for special sessions. You can do so many things where you can use the party structure. The Mr. Umbag guy from Abia, the reason why he was able to apologize, even though I don't buy his apology, I bet it was because he was in LP. If that man was in PDP or APC, he would just talk and talk and talk and talk, and he would tell you yes. So, and I'm thinking, wait, I'm even shocked Mr. Imba is the only one we have. I'm actually expecting we have 34 reps, I was expecting 5, 6 of them to even toe that line, because we are new. You don't start something new and expect it to be perfect in 9 months. You're going to have missteps. I'm in project management. You're going to move forward, make mistakes, think and say, okay, how do we adjust? Okay, do XYZ. And then most of the people that are shouting, and I'm saying to myself, do you even know the ward chairman in your state? Do you know the party ward chairman in your state? Can you call his name? Have you attended any, if you're local, have you attended any meeting in your ward local government, in your state, to where, and I said it, obedience online, sometimes we overrate ourselves, honestly, and I will go back to it. I used to say something, I told Saddam, I said, we maybe obedience online, maybe we are 300,000 for 1 million. Peter Obi got, Labour Party and Peter Obi got over 10 million votes. I know that for sure. Sometimes we give ourselves so much importance and we have to check ourselves like, wait a minute. Yeah, we are the loudest part of this movement, but we're not the entire movement. There are millions. See, if I used to say for every one obedient you see on Twitter, there are maybe 100 in Nigeria. I go back to the story Lamin told us on one space where she was in Abuja, where she was giving, I think one guy was hawking stuff, and the guy gave her flyers. And she was wondering, I think I'm paraphrasing it, if the guy was on Twitter spaces. The guy was like, no, that he just went to a printer and told the printer this is what he wants. And ever since Lamin said that story, it stuck with me and it gave me a check like, man, bro, whatever you think you're doing, man, or how important you feel you are, man, there are way more people in Nigeria that don't have Twitter, that don't. The meeting I attended with Mr. Odengs in Houston, and I remember that when I called you, I said, the way we were ranting on Twitter spaces, that we felt now only we get this energy. I sat between 50, 60, 70-year-olds, and their energy was even more. The disdain they have for the current government. But then something I also learned from that conversation was they also understand that it takes steps to build things. Labour Party is shitty right now. Labour Party is trash. I won't lie to you. But if unfortunately for us, our principal is still there. If our principal decides to move and start I will have wished he started a new party. I swear, even if we start a new party, we will still have the same problem. You know why? We are dealing with humans. That's human nature. People are going to screw up. Is guaranteed. Even if this is what I was telling you. I said that if you in 4 picking, 1 picking go crazy. If you get 4 picking, 1 picking go crazy. Now talk about people with different ideology. So when I was listening to that video yesterday, man, my soul, I had to get on several calls just to call people, say, man, I thought, and at the same time, you can support whoever you want to support, but the way that man was castigated yesterday, and his wife was on the space, and I was like, man, if you listen to what I was this, it felt like this guy committed some crime, some high misdemeanor crime. Oh, because he gave people bike. He said they promised delegates for bike. They sent picture. I saw the picture of the evidence, and I sat to myself like, is this all? I was waiting for something more. I was waiting for where they showed him where he was distributing money or some nonsense because there was a paper someone signed and said and he gave bikes for campaign activities. And I'm thinking to myself, how do you separate that from you buying flyers and giving people stuff? You know how many obedience influencers for this movement chop money from this movement? Or is it because all of us just shut up? And some of the same influencers were castigating that man. And I'm thinking to myself, like, man, you want to sit on your high horse because some of us have kept quiet about so many things for so long. Man, nobody holy pass for this movement. We understand what is going on. So you not go and start shouting because this man did what he could to win. He win the election and offered had the election that Mr. Val, Mr. Alex Oti, and others paid attention to that primaries. They were in charge of that primaries. And he won. In the midst of Apapa doing his bullshit. Just because, oh, where Mr. Jack comes from, I don't know where it comes from, decides to go to AAA. The AAA that is owned by Rochas Okorocha. And I'm thinking to myself, how did we circle? How did we make so much progress that we say, okay, we want to start building the party that was holding people accountable, and now we're back to where AA for obedience. Now it's APC for obedience, PDP for obedience. Which I have APC people I like. Oh, if it's that one, is that one want to go? So, but man, it just left me dumbfounded. So I don't know. This is why I love Twitter Spaces, and I know so many people are going to agree with me, and I don't care. But man, and I know Violence Space, and we've always said this: we're not here for followers, but we've always pushed something. And N6 and Saddam, and we, Jimmy and a lot of us made that conscious decision. What we wanted to go LP top to bottom was like, we need to build a political structure. Believe me, we don't like AFP. There's a reason why I push registration. There's a reason why I push so many things because I know from my little experience is that you have to join the party to make changes you want to see. You until our principal decides to say, okay, we are moving to if he decides to move to another home. And as long as it's right now, we're not moving to anywhere. So we have to do what we have to do to man. And the fact is, it's governors that build police. Governors are one of the key engines for parties. People don't know, like the Nigerian political system we want. We are working towards it, but we're not there yet. There are some things that would have to happen that we might not be comfortable with, but that's life. We will move on until we get our mandate back. So please and peace, though. I don't know, Saddam. I don't know if I should say we're trying to, and this is me. If we bring this guy on space and someone pulls out all the debt, I'll be the first person to say, man, Baba, because it's not. Remember, Saddam, it wasn't every LP candidate we supported, but we made sure we brought the ones that were they answered tough questions, and we, it was like, okay, this person you've painted is not the same person we are seeing. There's a disconnect. So while I yield my back to N6. Man, I don't know. We just have to decide if we're going to be an activist movement or we're going to be a political movement that holds people accountable. Thank you, N6. Back to you. I'll have it off my chest.
I hope you feel better now, my brother. I hope you feel better.
6
There was a
million.
bit of table there was a bit of table banging there
para.
too.
You come here say the para. He just the para. Saddam, can you want this? Hey, my brother, waiting the talk. Waiting the happen. He say, oh, boss, see waiting. Say, do you know this man? You know, and me. And you not come and wonder whether and me, I'm saying, oh, this man be Yoruba man. Whether he gets, the man pastor or something. You don't know this man for anyway. But you could see, you understand that you're trying to build a movement. We need governors. And I'm wondering, okay, I say, I've sat this man. I want to know. I don't. In fact, let's just leave this conversation. This conversation, we will cook it well because we have time.
But let me. I have the perfect ending for this conversation.
Go on, N6.
Dear obedience, I need you guys to listen to me and listen carefully. A huge means of political manipulation in Nigeria, a major means of political manipulation in Nigeria is backstabbing and infiltration of another party or its movement. I remind you, backstabbing and most importantly, infiltration of another party or its movement. When the APC wanted to destroy the PDP, they faced them as opposition But one of the major things they did was to infiltrate the PDP. They created NPDP, got a lot of PDP governors to be against the PDP president. Infiltration. When the APC wanted to destroy the PDP, unknown to the PDP in 2023 election, they used one governor to confuse 5 of them to be wearing the same adire, the same ashoke under G5, integrity group. Remember the rules: infiltration and backstabbing. So, at the end of the day, the PDP lost twice to this beautiful concept. As an obedient, I always have to remind myself, when I look back, minus the violence based family that is more on my phones, my immediate team of young obedients has about 25 of them. My personal assistants are about 5. So let's say the small web they have, the average age of them is 25 years old. That is maybe born 1998. And then I have the 22-year-olds, the females in particular, born 2001. So I always have to remember that as far as I run far in front, I always have to look back and pull up the younger obedience. 70% of the Nigerian population is under the age of 30. So I understand. That is why I always give a historical context to all of my statements. Backstabbing and infiltration. What have you noticed about this movement? I told Saddam this thing a long time ago, and then I think Saddam forgets it when he says, I thank God Peter Obi didn't win immediately. I told Saddam, I said, my prayer is that Peter Obi doesn't win this election somehow for the first 3 months. Do you remember when I told you this? I said, well, they're going to come in with the expectations of Goodluck Jonathan. The APC opposition machinery is still very fired up. The Keyamos, the Alakes, and the rest of them are so ginger that if Peter Obi wins this thing May 29, he will see hellfire in 24 hours. I saw all these things. I was worried about subsidy. It was a time bomb Buhari had set, because you cannot tell me that May 29th will be handover, June 1, subsidy is going. So I had all these fears. And obviously, the God of hosts, who wants to embarrass APC and embarrass them completely, made APC to win this election, quote unquote, how they did, so that they will be fully naked. If Peter Obi had come into power and arrested Emefiele, they'll say it's a witch hunt. If Peter Obi had come into power and arrested Hadi Sirika, they'll say it's an Igbo man. And the first person that he saw in Buhari's government to arrest is a Fulani. If Peter Obi had arrested that bitch, and pardon my French, the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, they'll say it was a witch hunt.
You're not pardon. Go ahead.
It was a witch hunt. And he was going after the Hausa, the Fulani woman. Is she the only thief? Can't he see Emefiele? Is it not APC now that is exposing the just concluded APC administration? Is it us in Labour Party? Is it not APC arresting APC? So there's a bit of a hallelujah moment there. We will recover our mandate. But I still believe. I have something I wrote somewhere. I was trying to put on a t-shirt. Nigeria is God's comic relief. Nigeria is a nation created by God for the sake of his mental health. When the rest of the world is too serious for him, he comes to Nigeria just to hear oncolos. And when you walk with that, you realize that somehow in the history of this country, apart from where lives are taken, if you watch the history of this country, there's always a sense of comedic, spiritual, or supernatural involved. Because you cannot explain how Abacha died or how Babangida is still alive to be seeing the evil he did as an old man. He's just watching it like this, nemesis while alive. Or to see Obasanjo being forced to take a full turnaround in character, especially in the last political cycle. Oh, the supernatural comedy. So, let me remind you, obedience. If we hold our ranks, especially against infiltration and backstabbing, you will see the chaff fall from the wheat. Can't you see the chaff already? I no go call names. Many chaff done they fall. Many chaff done they fall. Many chaff done they fall. There was a very important space we held one time when this shaky nature started. And one of the major points I put out in that space, because sometimes you guys remember my notable submissions, but sometimes you guys don't know that I put into as much work into even the small talk I give. On that space, I warned you people. I said, if Yusuf Dati steps down and says, I am no more Peter Obi's vice presidential candidate, I cannot do obedience with you people. The pressure I'm facing from the Fulani hegemony, the northern cabal is too much. Will you still be obedient? I reminded you people that if Saddam falls off one day now and says, I need 1 month. If Saddam mistakenly give one girl belly now, say, okay, make I just face the 3 months of the first trimester. Can you still be obedient?
Yeah, I claim it for Saddam. Sorry.
Amen, amen.
No, hold on, my brother. Life happens. Life happens. Life happens. We were in this movement, and one of our strongest brothers in this movement got a kid. And hold on, don't defend yourself for you. Just hold on. I used to do example. I know why I throw that example. Normally, Archbishop not supposed to mock remore, they make remore, but you know every. So now, obedience. Let me remind you about the backstabbing part. As an African, there is one analogy that is in everybody's brain, is the analogy of the broomstick. Why is this important? When this movement started, you see, because I keep a historical, documented series in my book here in front of me, I can always go back and I'll put a headline to what space we discuss and I'll remember this. Let me tell you where this confusion started. In all fairness, Saddam and Otumba. When we started this movement, the initial agreement was Peter Obi for president. Everybody else vote as you like. Let us be truthful and honest. We are children of God. I have it written here. That was the first agreement. Peter Obi for president. We all agreed that Peter Obi for president. But even some of our Lagos obedience had their APC loyalties. Let us be fair. Then Peter Obi told us something important. But I don't think that statement was transferred down the pipeline. And these are minus the backstabbers and infiltrators. I mean the general pipeline of the obedience. What became that statement that changed everything? Peter Obi said, I need governors under LP. Peter Obi was not just happy with being the president. APC started telling us that if Peter Obi becomes president and has minority in the house, they will impeach him. So we knew that the game was afoot. We understood that as much as we have to put Peter Obi there, we have to fund him and pad him with LP senators, LP House of Reps, LP governors. That was where the dysfunction started. A lot of people had their affiliations. A lot of people knew they would chop money at state level. But at federal level, for the sake of Nigeria, we needed a credible president. We knew this. So half of us still wanted to be thieves. But half of us wanted to be noble. Unluckily for us, we picked a man who was at least 99% noble. And that was where the alignment and change in character of many of us started. I'm not going to lie you, even in Lagos State, the governor of Lagos State, I know how I can plug my leg inside. I'm not going to lie you. But when this movement became real, we realized that all those ethos had to go for the sake of Nigeria. If Nigeria cannot work for just N6, if Nigeria cannot work for everybody, there's no need working for just N6 in my tiny pocket of Nigeria. We agreed on this. So that is why, whether you like Beatrice Itubo, whether you like Chijoke Edoga, whether you like Ken Pella, whether you hate Eradiri Edengs because of his dumbass sister in PDP, all those things do not matter anymore. And obedience, I need you to know this so that you can shout down anybody who says otherwise. If the Labour Party primaries brings up a candidate who has one hand, one leg, why we're involved in this movement is Labour Party cannot even bring out that kind of candidate, because if you notice from the primaries of even in Imo State, we were We knew everything about it. Go and check. All the largest influencers were asking questions as at LP Imo primaries. Who is the most credible? Imo people come and talk to me. Even Akin Tollgate, I will vindicate him here. They all ask those questions. If you're following Yaka Fanchan right now, she's in Imo State with this same man, documenting everything about this man. Go and follow Indicator. Go and follow Indicator so that you won't go to space and one idiot will be telling you one thing. But on Indicator's entire timeline, she has been in Imo State for 3 days. Look at the guy who did not win in PDP. He didn't win in APC. He came to Labour Party, won. But you can see that the chameleon in him was still, he was still there. He still had remnants of corn in his pocket with half umbrella on his head. And that's how he went to hail Tinubu. You saw the backlash. N6 did not tweet insulting that man. Saddam did not make any post insulting that man. Now, obedience.
I didn't see that.
Otumba did not. I didn't see it because I have you people on my notifications. None of you made any post dragging that man. Obedience dragged him. People already know what is at stake. None of us came on his space and called for his recall. But the word recall was tagged with that man's name for at least 48 hours. He has seen that that threat is possible. Let me remind you that if you give birth to 3 children, you're a rich man. But when you die, you might not like your children. You might have made your money in medicine and one of your child is a DJ. When it's time to go, get somebody who is a medical doctor to oversee the business, but do not sign over your entire fortunes to somebody and tell that person to be paying your children a stipend. If you die, you will find out that this thing was never honored. It rarely ever is. That is the same problem you have to look at this movement as. If you take your power as an obedience, let me use the Chijioke Edoga as an example, because I was going to bring it up today. Their obedience. We had a man that a lot of you in Enugu State had issues with. But look, let me make you understand. We are not powerful in this movement. If you remain humble in this movement, it will exalt you. Saddam remains humble, I remain humble, Jimmy remains humble, Otumba remains humble, and a truckload of all of us who are the core of the violence space. We remain humble even towards our powers. Why do I say this? Chijioke Edoga, we called him. He came on this space multiple times. We have a 5-hour space with him. We have a 7-hour space with him. There was one day we were holding our space. He came to speak and it turned into a 3-hour space with him. People drilled this man. Jimmy, our in-house investigator, threatened this man and said, I will dig into you. There was no space. I follow Pamileri. He was an influencer for this man. There was no space for Peter Mba. When he gave his first speech, I found out that the man barely speaks English. There was no space. I have asked the APC, where are the spaces of your governors or this? I would also want to go and listen to you people. No other political party is holding spaces with their candidates but LP. You go see Lady Beatrice Itubo, she will do space with pearls, finish with pearls, come to People's Parliament, finish with People's Parliament, then come to violence space. That's where you can hold them accountable. That's where even when the infiltrators and backstabbers mistakenly after chewing 1 or 2 grains of corn, say, I think Tinubu is working. You can then talk about recalling. You can then give him the kind of backlash that he will never believe is possible. He will go home that day knowing I fucked up. He will go home. The one that won in Etiosa, he might get up tomorrow now and hail Sanwo-Olu. He go collect. He go collect. That is your power. The rules changed. As Peter Obi told us the rules changed, they changed. We didn't get 8 senators and how many House of Reps and 1 governor with about 3 other governors in view and about 6 elections posts still coming for this fuckery. So please, I beg you obedience. Anybody who does not support a Labour Party candidate, please, let this thing not be easy. Let this thing not be difficult for you. That person is an infiltrator and a backstabber. Because those people are not ready to hold them to the fire. Ask them where were the spaces for Peter Mba, so that by the time somebody had threatened Peter Mba that if your academic qualifications are not complete, and Peter Mba opened his fucking mouth to say that they were complete, he would have first committed perjury on that space before we even went to court. Now you are here, obedient to Mba, obedient to Weke. Okay, obedient to Mba now. All of them no get NYSC certificate as far as I'm concerned. Anybody that supported that Mba, as far as I'm concerned, even in politics for 20-something years coming, I will not put my hand in your matter, because it be like say you no get correct academic qualification. The same way everybody that supports BAT, I'm very wary of them, because that means there has to be a twist to your moral fiber. So that is where I stand. LP top to bottom. Because that is the only way we can hold these people credible. And if you say you are listening to all these other people, maybe the candidate LP got in Imo State, you don't like him, or you have heard one or two stories, tell those people who are spreading these stories to hold a space with their own candidates. I want to hear a space with Hope Uzodinma. Me personally, I want APC to host a space with Hope Uzodinma 5 hours. Let me hear him. We're all Nigerians. But as long as it's only Labour Party on record that is hosting this, then as far as I'm concerned, all Labour Party candidates are good to go. All of them. All of them are good to go. So let's not look. Anybody who mentions any other name moving forward is a traitor. I don't care if Eradiri Dengs has a sister in PDP or whatever. I don't care if Ken Pella, because Ken Pella now comes on our space. You are seeing him. He's burning his data. He will come on this space 5 hours. He won't talk. This is somebody that wants to be future governor of Delta State. Where are the PDP spaces with Okowa? Where are the spaces with the PDP person? Because when election will reach, you bastards will get up and start saying rubbish about Kempela. I trust you people. I know how it will work. And I'm saying it now, so that we don't even have this discussion again. I'm sick of it. LP, top to bottom. Not that the LP candidates are human. Not that the LP candidates might not have one coin score or the other. It's politics. But the fact that we can hold them credible if they mess up, that is as far as I'm concerned. I will give a candidate that I hold the whip that can flog him, rather than go and put a candidate I don't know. And keep remembering that these people breaking us are taking out pieces of sticks from the broomstick. The broomstick becomes easier to break. That is an African analogy that all of us can share. Now I will keep that and give my submission, if that is okay. Saddam, or do I leave and then come back again with my submission?
Hey! You never give submission, sis?
No, this one.
Hey!
All right. So I will drop now. Let me drop now and give my submission later. My submission today, please remind me, is called Plata el Plomo for the Nigerian Judiciary. If you're ready to listen to it now, I can give it now. It's
Baba, give her Gary. Let's hear it. Let's listen to cook.
Money or bullets. So yeah, go ahead.
Brother, go on, Johnny. Go on. We're up.
All right. Welcome, obedience. God bless you all. This is my submission for today. My submission today goes to the Nigerian Judiciary. It is called Plata el Plomo for the Nigerian Judiciary. Now, follow me quickly to the book of Google to understand what plata or plomo means. Plata o plomo is a Colombian Spanish slang phrase that translates to silver or lead. The person saying the phrase most times is the head of a drug cartel, and they are telling the listener to either accept a bribe, plata, meaning silver, a common slang term for money in Colombia, or you can lose your life, plomo, a metonym for silver or a bullet in Colombian slang terms. This phrase was used and popularized by Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, who would offer this phrase to government officials and law enforcement officers. The choice of taking a bribe or having a murder contract placed against them. I would read this again. The phrase plata or plomo, silver or lead, was popularized and used by Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, who would offer these terms to government officials and, most importantly, law enforcement officers. The choice of taking a bribe, plata, silver, or money, or having a murder contract placed against them, plomo, the bullet. All right. Why am I saying this? Follow me to the book of Google again, to 8th of June 2023. Tinubu signs bill unifying judicial officers' retirement age to 70. Plata. For his first piece of legislation to be signed as president, Bola Tinubu assented to a constitutional amendment bill bringing uniformity to the retirement age and pension rights of judicial officers. With the signing of this constitutional amendment bill, retirement age and pension rights of judicial officers has been effectively brought into uniformity. This was said by his Director of Information, Abiodun Oladunjoye. Now, in this bill, he was exercising the powers vested under him in the 1999 Constitution. Now, this bill to them was to strengthen the judiciary, ensure the rule of law, empower judicial officers to execute their responsibilities. Now, this bill was a teaser. Why do I say this? Plata. This bill was a teaser because the details of this bill were not given. All it said was they have signed the bill unifying judicial officers' retirement age to 70 and all their pensions. Oh, that means you get to work longer, meaning you get to earn longer, you get to be valid for longer, and when the pensions, your pensions will be better, they will be increased, the lawyers will make more money. Okay, no wahala. I noticed a lot of judiciary were happy. It caused a bit of a buzz in the NBA. I said, I wrote it down. All of a sudden, follow me, beautiful people, to the book of Google again. Barely a few days later, June 12th, 2023. Avoid truncating democracy through illegal orders. Tinubu warns the Nigerian judiciary. Plomo. President Bola Tinubu warned against truncating or abridging of democracy through unnecessary illegal orders, saying democracy remains the best option to development. This one, he said himself. Tinubu said only the rule of law and a vibrant judiciary will ensure justice. He warned the judiciary not to give judicial orders that will affect democracy. Please, under the devolution of powers, the president should not even make such a statement. His actual words were, "We have traversed the dark, thorny path of dictatorship before, and those who experienced it can readily testify. Through debates, interminable wrangling, ceaseless quarrels, bitter electoral contests may be perceived by some as an unattractive feature of democracy. They also testify to its merit and value." There was a statement Tinubu made about losers and winners that day in his June 12th speech. He said, "Those who cannot endure and accept the pain of defeat in elections do not deserve the joy of victory when it's their turn to triumph." Listen carefully. Those who cannot endure and accept the pain of defeat in elections do not deserve the joy of victory when it's their turn to triumph. Okay. Why am I saying this? The Nigerian judiciary has been on trial for a long time. But the Nigerian judiciary has admitted certain things into court that if you are in the APC, Knowing fully well you rigged the 2023 elections, you will be worried. One of the major things I reminded Omar, when Omar was afraid and said, when a man commits a crime and tells you to go to court, his siblings or his father or mother are probably the judge. I told Omar, I said, if this is 2023, if a man commits a crime in a marketplace where there are evidence, and if that crime was on public record, and if that crime has a trace, no matter if his parents are the judge and the judiciary, that guy will go to prison. The judiciary allowed 2 big 50-inch televisions into the courtroom. I promise you, snatch it, grab it, and run with it will be played in front of the Nigerian Supreme Court. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? I promise you, Ibinabo drop that ballot box will be played. I promise you, Bale stealing ballot box will be played in front of the Supreme Court. And a host of, I promise you, that young lady that was planked in Lagos, bleeding, who still came back to vote, will be played at the Supreme Court. I want to know, that judge, he get money where you go pay judge. Judge go watch video. That's if he didn't even watch it on social media in the last electoral cycle. He go watch him for courts with big screen television. He will watch it with the exclamations of every lawyer present with every hideous video. I promise you, MC Oluomo will be played at the Supreme Court. Get ready. If you know how far this election will go, you will know why Plata or Plomo has been placed before the Nigerian judiciary. Television was admitted in court. This one don't go past, Your Honor, I object. Your Honor, Your Honor, is it allowed? It don't pass that one. We have passed that. Because it is the video evidence of what happened in this election. That is where the APC is finished. Leave IREV. But if you know how to soften a judge, if you've been in the courtroom, you will know that the LP sons are dangerous men. They are dangerous men. They will play chess. They will lose a pawn to win a gambit. Very dangerous men. They will lose 2 days at court just to take into evidence something that can win them 3 months in court. Those men are dangerous. If you write down, look, forget the Supreme Court judges. Write the name of every LP lawyer, because if you get into problem and you meet those people in your opposition, just go and tell the judge, I did the crime. There's no need. Why am I reminding you people of this? Melembe, Melembe. I warned you people, I said, the Ngige paradox has 2 theorems. The first theorem is where there will be nice and easy because of the man chasing them at the back. The second theorem is the infighting amongst them, also because of the man chasing them at the back. But more importantly, remember as an obedience that a caged animal will fight back. For too long, the Nigerian people had been the caged animal. So the theorem on the Nigerian people was, when you push the Nigerians to the wall, they will use their nyash and break the cement of the wall and dig themselves further into the wall. The Nigerian caged animal has started fighting back. But let us be humble enough to remember that the APC caged animal we are fighting into a wall, we are backing into a wall, might not have the same temperament as us and might not use their nyash and dig themselves into the wall. They have bared their fangs. They hold presidential power. They have infiltrated the police. The last vestibule, remember, we do not trust the judiciary, but the judiciary, unlike INEC, can only work with evidence placed before it, and we have overwhelming evidence that we won this election. The APC will fight back. They already have. We have won them on Twitter. They have ported to Instagram. Go and look at comment sections on Instagram. All the ghost handles are on Instagram. 0 posts, 2 followers, 2 non-followers. Just comment anything APC on Instagram. They are there. We want them on TikTok. We want them on Twitter. I dare say it's about 60-40 on Facebook. Go and check what is happening on Instagram. The battle is not even over, even online. So please, I beg you, sit back, keep your eyes on the judiciary. Gbadebo Rose-Vival has another beautiful case in courts. By the time they admit television into courtroom and play horror happening in the daytime and play political horror, you will tell me how the governor of Lagos was alive and a ritual was agreed on that would infiltrate into election day and it was allowed to run. MC Oluomo will be played at federal level. MC Oluomo will be played in court at Lagos State because he affected both federal and Lagos elections. His tribalism, all those things were there. Don't keep your eyes on our tribunals. Edoga has a good case in Enugu. A fantastic case in Enugu. Matter of fact, Enugu is a win as far as I'm concerned. Like the Peter Obi case, it's just a matter of time. But last but not the least, an offer has been placed before the Nigerian judiciary, and that offer had nothing to do with the obedience. It had nothing to do with Labour Party. It had nothing to do with Peter Obi. If you're smart enough, you will understand that Plata El Plomo, silver or lead, was placed before our judiciary. Enjoy and be a judge till 70, when retirement age normally na 60. Enjoy. We can do it. We have the power. Just give us this mandate officially. Or we are warning you that all orders to truncate a democracy will be met with Higi Haga. Dear Nigerian judiciary, the ball is in your court, for you are the last vestibule and the last hope of the common man. I yield. God bless you all. This will be my final submission on the space today. Cheers.
Thank you very much, my brother. Oh, my God, clap for this church. Thank you very, very much, my brother. Thank you. What an amazing submission. Woo! Ha! Plata El Plomo. I don't hear anyone now.
No, so that I know what. What's the name of this movie?
Narcos.
I know what Narcos.
Otuwa. I said the greatest office on the land is the office of the citizens. Before you will run to Aso Rock, we run Katuna. So be scared of our own Plata El Plomo is the one that you should be scared of.
They can watch Senegal for a preview.
Go to West Africa. God bless you. I read the West. I said West Africa, the wave is moving all across West Africa. Senegal is West Africa. Yes, our brothers are not far. If you throw stone from Nigeria, you're in Senegal. If you throw stone, you're in Senegal. West Africa, that wave is on. It's just going across Africa now. Just a wave. It ain't Nigeria the way to now. Fuck up and find out. Do what is right, stand by justice, and we will protect you. Now we go pursue the drug, we will pursue Tinubu out of Aso Rock. And you guys will be celebrated for standing on the right path of justice. It was the judiciary that stopped Pablo Escobar, who he is. Now the judiciary stopped him.
Facts. It was the judiciary that stopped.
He burnt their courthouse, so case in point.
Yes, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. I didn't want to relate it to Narcos. I didn't want. This was, like Otumba. See what I've learned one thing on this space. When I give my submissions before, I would have gone all through this preamble. But now you can build the story. They go. I've just laid it. Say this one at least is clear for them. The rest they can go and watch Narcos or Google it and understand what happens from here henceforth, and they'll realize that the people is still the best place to go. The man is powerful, but the people is still the safest place to play. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, I'm bringing Jimmy to the conversation. Guys, thank you for sticking us on the Vawulence space. If you just joined us and you're enjoying what is happening on the platform, we have a rule on this platform. When you come to this church, to this mosque, to this shrine, to this space of violence, the first thing you do, you must pay your tithe. And when we say pay your tithe, bring your sacrifices, bring your offerings to this altar. It simply means you retweeting and sharing the space. Share the space, like the space, let people understand. I am sure by now, you guys are already feeling the heat. You guys are already feeling the rape. You should not be alone enjoying this stuff. Get people into this conversation. Let us have more people into the building. Let people join this conversation, understand what we're discussing here today. So, guys, we'll be opening the floor very soon. I'm going to use the mic to my brother Jimmy right now for Jimmy to call. As Jesus, that is the Jimmy show. If you're just joining us, get ready for the Jimmy show. And Jimmy, you know how to call, because if just go check if they have not returned us or episode. If you maybe you go find Jimmy, because the last service you called some people I went to verify. You know me, I like verifying. I went to verify and they have not paid their dues. You can't call the kids. Let's say they pay dues for them. And Jimmy, are you now going behind the scene to collect offerings behind the administrative priest? Let us know. Tomorrow that they see you. Make a big
Jimmy,
Bro.
My brother, welcome to the Vawulence space. You have the space. Take it on, bro.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Saddam. God bless you, my brother Tumba Sizo. God bless you all, man. God bless you. Saddam, let me start from where you actually stopped. At a point in time, my mama they send me those messages for WhatsApp. Go say, WhatsApp will stop working at 12 a.m. And share this one. If you don't share it, it will not do one thing. You get the last one where she sent to me. Where they say we no chat or WhatsApp again ever. Now, the one where they talk say send to 10 people, 10 people you love, if you don't want them to die overnight. As I just say, I just throw my phone one side. Now the next morning she come call me say, I don't see the text when she sent yesterday. I see am now. What happen? I no come reply. Say me I send to my. I say you don't die. You die. They don't use that thing mumu people for Nigeria. Say if you no want die, I just dey block people. If you talk wrong, I don't dey block for WhatsApp before obedience start. Say if you no send them to 10 people, they will die. No wahala now. I'm up at the let's say soon. All of us we go meet for where we go meet. No problem. That being said, facts and figures is what we do here on Violence Space, honestly. And we put a lot of energy, a lot of resources into doing these facts and figures, and we do background checks on the governorship candidates that all came on this platform. I did a background check on them, and the ones that were actually clean, I said it, they were clean. So if we didn't have anyone coming up as a Labour Party candidate for the gubernatorial candidacy or whatever it is they're standing for, LP top to bottom is paramount, because if not, there is no way you can put in ABGA, APC, or PDP and you have any mouth to even call them out if they do otherwise. And that's the reason why we did all what we could do on this or is he Oga guy. And Otumba, you didn't call him out. Sisu, you didn't call him out. Emia too, I don't call him out on behalf of three of them. Me, I called him out. I drag him. I drag him by the
Jimmy,
ball.
not be so. That day, as I logged in, the wave of the barrage of dragging I saw.
I swear, I did the same thing. I told there was no point. There was
You
no
want
point. People
you want
don't
me to
drag
kill
things
him?
at one point, but
You don't want it to be overkill.
It be like me see where it be like say where your guy mess up for public. They don't flog him like 3,000 strokes. They
Yeah,
can't say they can't ask you say why you know add your own. Ma kill him.
yeah, we are
Now me they see him.
So yeah, I mean that's just the way it is. There is no head in this movement. We are headless mob. May not give us any name, I won't give us no wala. I post that if Saddam lie, may wake up tomorrow talk say they do this movement again, no. Or input to Tinubu. I mean, how you take call am? Tinubu. You put am for your DP. I go first start with your mama. I go drag you, your mama, your papa, your family. I go drag you. He go worse on top Twitter. I go drag you. Say, hey, God gonna catch Saddam. He don't enter my trap today. You don't go. People not gonna say we don't hold space together again. I go drag you. I go come block you. I go come block you afterwards. I mean, we're saying this thing. It sounds like a joke, but it's actually the fact. We joined this movement for a purpose. We didn't even know ourselves. We met on this movement. We're doing everything we're doing because of one particular goal. At the point in time, couple of myself and my friends and couple of my brothers up here, we had a WhatsApp chat and we were just talking, conference call. What do you want from this movement? And it was shocking that Some of us actually wanted something else. And a lot of us, majority of us, just wanted a better country. We just wanted a country that works. We wanted a country that will benefit every single person. Let's not go into what we've put into this movement financially. Honestly speaking, that's a topic for another day. We're not here to brag about it. We're letting people know that we put all our might into this movement because we believed in the candidacy of Peter Obi. 100%. We have no doubt in it. We believe when that man comes, a lot of things are going to change in that country. We have no single doubt. And regardless how the outcome came up, I'm still way behind that man. And all these Ngige paradox going on right now, a lot of obedience will change. And that's the reason why Saddam said, don't look up to anybody. Don't look up, including myself. Don't look up to me. I know I can't switch, right? But guys, don't look up to me. Don't depend on anybody. That was exactly what happened. A lot of people were in my
This movement up ahead, oh, carry your head.
A lot of people were in my DM saying, "Oh, I'm heartbroken. Can you see what?"
Jimmy, so we not get meeting when we started the com space now. Everybody was just joining spaces and
Honestly speaking, and
yeah.
let me say this for the record. Let me say this for the record. I never call Saddam before or call Otumba say, waiting be today's topic, waiting, I want script and waiting we go, no waiting what. We have never done it before. Saddam, they here, cut me off. I never call Sisu say, waiting be today's topic. Because everything, any topic you bring.
Why you call me today? What did I ask you?
You think I said the topic. I don't say the topic till now. I don't say you could come up with topic.
You call me. I say, Jimmy. Hope everything is fine at home. Because
He said this one where I call him today. Oh yeah, I called him today. I mean, we don't even talk at the after the balance piece. We don't talk at the. Saddam say, this one where you call me this time. Well, Hope say no problem. I said no problem. I just wanted to confirm something with you. It has nothing to do with the topic entirely. So it's just natural. It is organic because any topic you bring up, there is something to talk about. You have enough to talk about, and the facts are out there. We've been docile for a very long time, but right now, change. Everything has changed right now. It's not business as usual anymore. And let me tell you what is going on right now. Tinubu, as Saddam will call him, is trying to make his sham victory legitimate. That is what he's doing right now. He is doing everything he can to make sure he makes it legitimate in the sight of every single person. The student loan thing is signed. Let me ask you, majority of students, 90% of them, they are youth, right? 90% of them are youth. And do you know the highest number of members of the obedient movement? They are freaking youth. And this is why you're seeing a lot of conformity. People saying, you don't sign student loan. No, hey, this man don't they walk. Oh. Snap out of it. It has nothing to do with you.
Jimmy, he go legalize it, bro. This is what I talk. Me on a makam. He go legalize it, bro.
He wants to do anything he can to conform the people, to let them know he cares about the people. That is exactly what he's
at this rate, he will open inquiry into Buhari.
Bro, if he like, may he arrest Buhari, now in home wala be that. If he like, make him start to tell us who killed Delegiwa, or mean they don't do investigation. Anything where he do, dollar to 1 naira, make him go do him. He go still come out because the way at which he entered that office is not legitimate. The process is not clean. There was nothing democratic about how he got there. He's not the president of that country. So there's nothing he can do to make us look like, he's doing any good job or he's trying, he's doing this. No, that is not going to work. If he likes, he should do whatever he wants to do. That is his own business. Abele Janyani is just doing what he can for Peter Obi to come out. I just hope he doesn't mess this up so bad so that when Obi gets there, things will get too difficult. And I bet you, when that man gets there, trust me, there's no Sherry inauguration, no, that will be pending. That man will hit the ground walking. he will hit the ground walking ASAP. Sakama J near student loan. Ibo Letivero was student loan. You are hoeing. You have over 77 trillion naira worth of debt. You are hoeing. How are you going to fund that? That is, by the way, ASU. Have you sorted out ASU? Okay, so now they handle students. ASU will just sit down, they watch now. The ASU debt where they ground, now don't settle out. And guess what? Everybody where they here listening to me, I bet you, your family, extended family, family friends, or family friends, nobody will have access to that student loan. It's another avenue for them to steal money. Ghost students now go fool that place. Ghost students. They will now be sending money abroad, up and down. Ghost, nobody will have access.
Jimmy, Solomon and Sons have already started enrolling into universities.
Sure, you understand? Ghost.
Jimmy, I hate to say this. In that statement, they wrote indigent students. The word indigent was used. They didn't say all Nigerian students. Go back and look at that statement in all technicalities. You see, I take things one. They already probably even have a list of students they want to use that thing for.
Solomon family, Solomon and Sons. Solomon and Sons, go check.
David Hunde used a word with Tinubu. He likes to terraform things. He would terraform the Nigerian youth. That guy plays the long con. I don't understand whether he thinks he will live. I mean, Adedibu was enough evidence to know that these things don't work like this. But it is well. Continue, my brother.
Bro, I did the book chapter. That one Ibadan politics. That's another case entirely. You see, the problem is these guys, they keep playing the whole game with new rules. The game has changed. You guys are not understanding. The game has changed. You don't understand. The miscalculation you did was not calculating obedient movement. You guys they never see us coming. They don't see us coming. You guys did not see us coming, and that's what is blowing you guys' mind right now. Judiciary, I beg, make una fuck around and see what's gonna happen. Are you seeing what is going on in Sudan right now? Sudan, citizens, they've broken into the armory of the Sudan military force. Broken into that. That is concerning for me first, because half of those weapons go enter Nigeria one way or the other. Half go enter Nigeria. It is guaranteed. Half.
Black market now. Black market.
Sudan is closer to us than Libya. We saw what happened when Libya fell.
Exactly.
Right.
It was a warehouse full of assault rifle, not just men. You see anti-tank weapons, you see missiles, you see RPG, you see mini Uzis, you see shotguns, you see AK-47s, man. Are you kidding me? That is a recipe for disaster pending right now. What is going on in Sudan? And the moment they handle those ones, you see, and what scares me most is the way when they see things like that, not just in Sudan, it happened in Pakistan and Iraq as well. The moment they handle AK-47 or they have access to all this military weapon, hey, you see that Allah Akbar where they do, they fear me. That thing they fear. All praise, I know it's all praise to Allah, but I don't know how that comes into you handling a weapon. It's like another realm for them, bro. It's a pending disaster heading towards Nigeria. Judiciary. And I see what happened yesterday or day before yesterday. The 83-year-old man. I beg, what is the age for retirement in Nigeria first? Let's start from there. What is the age for retirement for us having an 83-year-old man? Where don't they where don't they go through dementia issues? They talk, say, hey, Jesus Christ. That, say they don't improve. I'll give them that. They've improved. You know why? If you notice, say, the thing shock Lawan. He said, hey, at the beginning of the video. Lawan said, hey, Ori, what's it be this one? Now Lawan off the man mic from Wednesday. They don't improve. Before they go to say, off your mic, Senator. No, they don't get time for that one again. In front of Lawan, all the mic don't dead here. If you don't press the button, everything don't switch off. When the man want they talk, they go, Lawa don't press the button. Say, but no, that no go that direction. He has already gone through that direction, and we've heard. Àti gbọ́, afẹ́fẹ́ ti fẹ́, àti rí fùrọ̀ adìyẹ, àti rí, we don't hear. Madam, another video surface. You say if you get 6 billion, you go stay here. Now we know how much you're worth. We know how much you were paid to do the justice you've done in the past. In a same clan, yeah, Madam Justice, ó yẹ kó máa jẹ̀wà ní báyìí, ẹ̀yin olórí burúkú yìí. Ṣé rí gbogbo yín lẹ́wọ̀ ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan báyìí, ayé yín ò ní dáa. Ayé yín ò ní dáa, omi òjò kì í tòrò. Tọ́ bá bù sínú, ayé yín ò ní tòrò, one by one. Our eyes are on you, judiciary. Tó bá wù yín kẹ́ sórí burúkú, ẹ máa kàn bákò. Ìyẹn guarantee, 1 million guarantee, that one is certain. We are not asking you to add to your justice. Don't take out of it. Based on fact and figures, evidences in front of you guys, do freaking justice. That is all we're asking for. Do justice. Right now, there is gasoline all over that country. They take it or leave it. People are boiling. People are angry. People are pissed off. The only person right now holding that country together is Peter Obi. A single word from that man will set that country on fire. Just one single word from that man will set that country on fire. But no, he doesn't want to rule on ashes. He doesn't want to rule over dirt. The man wants to rule over Nigeria. He wants to be a good governance representative. He wants to be a good president. He wants to represent good governance on every scale you can imagine. And for the record, we've been talking about it. We've been saying it. That man is a fucking saint. Out of all the politicians in Nigeria, he is a saint. Take it or leave it. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm telling you my own opinion. If you have your own opinion, type them. Or go, you get Twitter space. Type it on your own Twitter space. Peter Gregory Obi is a saint politically in Nigeria. Mention any governor that has that left office without any crime in Nigeria. Just one. Mention any governor that doesn't collect what do they call this their Father Christmas money? Where did they collect? Pension.
Now pension.
After they leave office, mention just one. And he said it while he was there. He said he don't intend collecting money from anybody when he leaves. And when he left, he did not collect money from anybody before or during the campaign. He said it loud and clear. If you can raise one case, or if you know anybody when you don't collect 1,000 from, or then give him 1,000 when you collect, they should bring it up. He will stop campaigning. But nobody brought it out. We run a peaceful election. We did everything we could. We did everything we're meant to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we won the 2023 election clean and clear. We won it.
By a landslide.
Bro, landslide saved the land. We won it. Past landslide. Because it was an overwhelming victory. We did our freaking grass work and it worked. Obedience. Take your flowers. We did every single thing we were asked to do. We gathered money. We put in our effort into this movement. We went to the grassroots. 5 a.m. People, they go market, morning market, 5 a.m. with candle, with torchlight, with lantern to speak to people about Peter Obi, and they were recording it. Places where car no fee go. People were going there on bikes. We did everything we needed to do just to get the message out there. And we did. We won that election. We did not have the structure to rig an election. We won that election. We won it clean and clear. Obedient. Always remember that every day you wake up. We won that election. No amount of new policies Tinubu is going to bring up that will change that fact. No amount of good deeds he does that will change that fact. No amount of inducement it does, that will change that fact. The process that took him there was not legitimate. The process that took him there was a fraudulent process. And we need to condemn that on every level. Because if we don't, Nigeria is doomed for life. It's not about go back to the drawing board. Go back to the drawing board and do what? We did everything we meant to do, and we won it. We won the election. So what are you going back to the drawing board to do? To learn how not to be rigged? To learn how not to be shot at? What are you going back to the freaking drawing board to do? Nothing. We die here. This is where we draw the line and let them know, you know what? This is it. Because the moment you let this fly, let me tell you what's going to happen. That means students, students, if you get F9, just buy TPEX. Put A1. You don't even need TPEX. Just reconstruct them. Do it anyhow you want to do them. Put A1 there. It is allowed. If anybody, carry them, go court. Carry them, go court. Now you have references. Your lawyers, they have references. They have what they can capitalize on. Because the president, the court or judicial system are going to set now will be used as references on any other cases henceforth. In fact, they can reawaken some dead case based on this. Judiciary, the moment you fuck around and release your power, because right now you're powerful, the moment you fuck around and release your power to any 20 billion naira, any million in dollars they've paid you, let me tell you what's going to happen. You've sold your rights. You've sold your power to Tinubu. Anyone you jail henceforth, if that person has an affiliation to Tinubu, if Tinubu tell you say no jail him, there is nothing you can do about it. That means there's no more justice in that country. And in a country where you don't have justice, it's jungle justice going on right there. The constitution is meant to be the Bible of a democracy in that country. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is not dead in Nigeria yet. Democracy is in coma right now. And we have Peter Obi and the Labour Party and Obedient. We are operating. We're doing everything we can just to make sure it doesn't die. And you know, whatever it is when it comes to coma, it is a 50-50 thing. We are here doing our best to make sure democracy does not die. African countries are looking at us. They are watching us closely. Democracy is not dead yet in Nigeria. Oh no, I refuse to believe that. It's in coma. It's in critical coma. And the last time I checked, I think the last person that was in the longest coma was about, 50 years or thereabout. It's not going to be that long for us. We're in a court process. We're going through the procedure as a well-meaning Nigeria, as a law-abiding citizen. And we will get justice. We will get justice because the amount of people listening to what is going on right now has increased. The amount of people paying attention right now has increased. You have people reading the Constitution back to back. We have people having spaces every single day, morning, afternoon, and night. We are not mad. And it is shocking that it's we in diaspora that are actually pushing for this. Let me make something clear. I have a lot of Nigerians in my DM. They're beginning to make it look like it is our responsibility to finance whatever it is they want to do in Nigeria. Oh, hell no, it is not. Don't take our kindness, don't take our cheerfulness, don't take our gestures for granted. Because we want a better country doesn't mean we're foolish. So I have people saying they want to go to court, but they need money. I don't get it.
It's still get court where we go, where we don't see the court, the case, we don't see. Money, we
Bro,
don't see.
bro, let me explain something. Is that people don't understand when it comes to sacrificing a lot for getting what you want to get. You need to do. Please read the definition of sacrifice. Go and understand the definition of sacrifice. It's when you do what you're meant to do, regardless if you have money or not. You do whatever it is you're determined to do, as long as you're a loyal person to whatever it is you're being loyal to. You're not being paid. Nobody needs to pay you to do what you know you're meant to do. No. We've been so docile in a way that we believe going out there to protest, we need money for food. We need money for drinks. We need money. That's not a freaking it's a carnival. It is a carnival. It is understandable that situation of things in Nigeria is different. People are hungry. People are starving. You've not addressed the feeding problem in the country. You go there, I beg, how student loan go help people who want chop today? How that decision go help people who go chop tomorrow? Do you know how many millions of people are in poverty right now in Nigeria? They are creating avenues on how to steal money. And to those of you with this space right now, I don't know now. I don't know
They
now.
won't give student loan when 90% of APC people online still they beg for giveaway, but they won't do student loan. No wahala. We go when
Oh,
this
let
movie
me blow
finish.
your mind. 80% of
I
80%
want
of the
Ibabiala.
APC guy. Jimmy, 80% of the APC people can't even qualify for the student loan. The
Bro,
criteria they set for the student loan, the
bro.
president himself cannot qualify. So
Kudus not go qualify for that student loan. You don't hear Kudus speak English. You don't go qualify Olori Buruko Olodo. He cannot qualify for that student loan. Kudus,
Jimmy, that is very false. That's very false. That's very false
bro.
because you're not.
What are you talking? Hey,
What you talk? You know everything will happen. The only way they go do for this students loan, bro. Just leave it like that. Leave it like that. Don't say Kudus and sons. Now then go get that loan before you wait. Have speak English. Take it to the bank.
say
Say,
Kudus and sons.
if you don't have
God,
to be 3 times for the registrar office, they will give a
ha.
loan.
Bro, make I shout out to all the Beborons. I want Solo Makinde, all of now. I know say now they hear, now they hear me. All of now where they record, now go cut this part. Go send, give my papa. They don't send another one, go give my papa. My papa call my pastor for Chicago here. You know, they say my pastor now obedient. LUP 71 LUP. My pastor now obedient. What you think? Go and tell him. My pastor is an obedient. Iya o. Aye iti baje. Múra sórí burúkú yín. Cut it again and go and send it to him. My pastor called me and we shared the same ideology and he asked me about the update and I updated him what is going on in the court of law right now. I gave him all the feedback and everything. He's expecting more from me tomorrow. So now I'll be giving him constant updates. Murasi, keep doing it. We are so used to corruption that if we know someone that knows someone in power, as long as we are benefiting from that corruption, we don't want it to go. We don't want to lose that person. And the person that will be benefiting from that corruption directly, he go come they pass message down, say, maybe they put on for prayer, or say people they against them. Whoever, oh my goodness, whoever they tell that is against them, they will not start holding grudges against those ones or start attacking them. Right now, you see this Peter Obi matter? I don't put on for my head. I don't put on for my head. I don't care what comes out of it. This man won that election clean and clear. I don't care if he's an Igbo man. I don't care if he's light skin or dark skin. I do not fucking care. What I care about is his antecedent. I read about it. I followed it. I watched videos about it. I listened to him speak. And I know this man has what it takes to take Nigeria to a next level. If you want God to bless Nigeria, and see, you guys need to stop saying that thing first. God bless Nigeria. God bless. Start calling good things to your name. You know, the Americans, they will say, God bless America. Do you know how America is right now? How many of them don't reach America? Do you know how America is right now? When they say God bless America, you will understand the reason why God should keep blessing America. You want God to keep blessing Nigeria with all those bastards where they there? When you say God bless Nigeria, you are saying God bless the corrupt people stealing from Nigeria. You're saying God bless Nigeria the way it is. You're saying God bless Nigeria for not having power supply. God bless. How hell is God going to bless Nigeria? You need to start requesting for help for that country. God help Nigeria. Help us from those bastards stealing from us. Help us from mad politicians, from mad leaders. Help us. Guys, there is time for everything. We've worked. We've done what we're meant to do. Now we can pray. We've done the job. We voted, we won, they stole it. Fine. We're now in court. The process is there. Now we can pray. You cannot do anything and sit down and expect prayer to work it. No, never. It will not work. We've done what we meant to do. And we can pray now. And we keep pushing. Thank you so much for listening to my rant. God bless you. Thank you. It's another beautiful Tuesday for Violence Space. Thank you for coming. God
You
bless
can't carry Thursday violence.
I just want to take a roll call real quick so we can start bringing speakers up. NCs don't drop now. So I don't know. Saddam, you want to say something or I should go ahead?
My brother, fire on.
Okay, good. People are here already in my DM. All right, let's go. LUP. Ogagbada. Otuba. Well meaning. Mr. Eze. Dr. Olu. Otuba. New Nigeria. Ikere. Gaboni. Olawaski. The comrade. Mayor. Real Jack. Distinguished. Volunteer. Ozibo. Magnific. Vawulence Space. Ogamazi. Anti-Bolanle. Emma Politics. Anka Dede. Mr. G. Ogadare. Mr. Savik. Boogie Man. Omo Ilorin. Jerry. Ayobami.
More music
Antonia,
at
Yuladi, E.T. Grace. Let's go again. Amazing. Omalatika. LB Stoli. Olaura. Oluwarotimi. Real Jack. Auntie Jennifer. CJ. Biruki. Frederick. Auntie Madonna. Mazi F.A. Vic. Auntie Ella. Nina. Honorable Wada. Belumi. God's will. Mr. D. Osaro. Dr. AI. Odo Wakaji. Yuri Drama. Ayobami. Illuminator. The event. Energizer. Olawumi. Godson. Mr. Taiwo. Distinguished.
More music at divineflavor.com.
Back to you now, Saddam. Thank you. God bless you. Thanks for coming to Violence Space today. It's going to be a beautiful one. Back to you now, Saddam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, amazing one. Thank you. That is from the Wahala Records superstar and Jimmy. That is my artist from Wahala Records. So please get ready. I've paid his studio time. From next 2 weeks, he'll start releasing some of his jams. Thank you. All right, guys, let's get this conversation started right now. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for listening to us for this long monologue. It's always long, but I think it's really worth it because it's important we set the room, the atmosphere right for the conversations that we're having on the platform today. And always, as we're always on the platform, please, I don't even think we just have one topic up there, but also you can always come in and talk within what we have been discussing here on the platform today. It is very, very important we have this conversation. So thank you very much. I'm going to start with my brother, well-known Nigeria, and then we'll come to a lady, Ekene, then I come to you, Dr. Lu, then Otumba DK. We'll just keep it among the guys and the ladies, such way. Let's have a gender equality space today. Thank you, guys. All right, let's start with you, my brother, Women Nigeria. Good evening, bro. How are you doing today? Welcome.
Emir Saddam, I greet you. Otumba. I salute your government. Jimmy, NCs don't drop. Okay, God. This NC situation is we need to liaise with Elon Musk. I mean, good evening to everybody on the space. It's another good day of Violence Space. I don't. I mean, I think Saddam or Tumba instances have actually, then Jimmy have actually said a lot. So me, I'll just come from my very small perspective on. So first of all, let me just quickly say happy 1 month anniversary to Parallel Facts. Um, you know, within the past 1 month, Parallel Facts we've achieved a lot, and I mean a lot. So, and I know it's if not for all of us obedience, it would have not been possible. So, kudos to obedience for all the support that we've given. But to the parallel fact, let me just tell you guys. So, you guys have a lot to do, but I trust you guys should be able to do all that. All right, that's for that. On the second topic, which is about Tinubu's the reference to, if I really the reference to the judiciary. For me, I think like the first and the second topic is almost the same. I'll start from the comment that imposter of a president made to towards the judiciary in his speech. I had to go and listen because truth be told, I didn't listen to that speech. I was not interested in listening. For people that listen to me very closely, you know that I'm a little bit too nonchalant if something does not have anything to do with PEPT. Because I said it yesterday, I said it today, I said the beginning to the end of Nigerians' problem, all Nigerians' problems. Some people think I'm exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. Is currently at the tribunal. So whether you think Nigeria's problem is in anywhere right now, but the beginning to the end of that problem is currently at the tribunal. That problem. So like I said earlier today on the 1 million mama space, if you try to fix every other thing and that tribunal matter is not given, that mandate is not returned, believe me, it is tantamount to nonsense. It does not, as in, it's almost like you are just padding someone's body, but the person's head is rotting. It's just, as in, literally going rotting. I'm not being metaphorical. The future of Nigeria, at least for our generation, is currently seated in the tribunal. The future of Nigeria, at least. And yesterday, Peter Obi and a couple of people were on a webinar or something. I listened in a while. There was somebody that spoke there. His name, I think, he's even a PDP guy. His name is Shegun Showumi or something. He was like, I think he was a PDP guy because I knew even at the end, the college he gave to Peter Obi, I was like, is this guy saying PDP or not? But that's not the point. He said something that I was like, okay, I'm glad people know this. See, the truth is, where we are now, it's not an exaggeration, guys. It's either we take this country back from the tribunal now, or we can as well just go back. I think some people think that's why I'm always against. I don't want to hear 2027. No matter, even when people try to say, "Oh, we'll prepare and go again next time," you are joking. I am telling you that this current crop of APC thugs and criminals have already prepared their children. So if you have, I know some people used to do, and let's just wait, they will soon die. They are not dying anywhere. Erufai's child is already on the line. He is already on the line. So if you think, like the guys trying to put it on that webinar, they've already put their children in position to deal with us. And those to be going and going and going. So if you think, oh, this one will soon die, they will not take over. You don't know what you are saying. So is either we take it now or never. For me, I really want to just encourage people that please let's keep doing what we are doing. In fact, what I've adopted recently, I don't know how many times the judiciary look at their Twitter handle, or if the person that is handling the handle used to look at it does not concern me, is to keep talking to them directly, as if I used to talk to them as if I can see them in my front. I don't talk to them as if I'm talking to a third party. If I want to tweet to them, I tweet to them as if I can see them in my front. It's why earlier today I was thinking that, with Saddam, like Jimmy was saying, me, I don't believe so no topic until Saddam brings out the schedule for violence space. So it's not something that anybody talks about. I was almost going to reach out to Saddam listening to say, make we talk about this Bukachua thing. But I'm actually now glad, in retrospect, that we are not talking about it, because you see that Bukachua issue, that woman issue, that I want it to be an issue that we will keep putting on the front burner. So I like the fact that we're not talking about it now. That is still everybody is still talking about it, because by the time we want to talk about it, it will be a resurrection and hopefully there will be subsequent reservation of that issue, because I feel like that's one issue. I was telling the guys on the 1 Million Mama space today that I feel like for people like us that believe in the divinity of this movement here, I feel like that's God just giving us another tool to work with. You know, before election, we had so many tools to work with. That's why we won the election. So many. The reason we are in court now, we can be playing Mahmoud Yakubu, was because God allowed Mahmoud Yakubu to keep running his mouth. You get? So now we have a lot of tools again to work with now that we are the judiciary. And I feel like that was like a huge one in front of us where somebody, I don't know what the man was thinking. I don't know. I really don't understand what the man was thinking. So, guys, for the judiciary, we need to, I cannot emphasize it enough. Let's stay on that matter. Let's stay on them. Every day when you wake up, let it look as if that day just is fresh, literally. Now, to the PEPT word, I'm going to come to the PEPT word from the angle of, the Ngige paradox as well. I want to just tell everybody that, and I mean, hopefully there will be obedience here that already, maybe your brain is already thinking what some obedience are thinking, that reflected in some tweets that some people have been tweeting. See, let me tell you people, first of all, that Nigeria's problem have never been policy signing. I've never been the policy formulation. See, if there's a country in this world that know how to sign, act, and policy and sign everything in this world, I think Nigeria is number one. Now we sign pass. You are talking about, if we want to go by people that sign things, but so for people that are thinking, somebody just sign, see, you are playing yourself. You don't play yourself for nothing for free. Let me just put it to you very. Is it not Buhari that signed that money for them to thief? I don't understand. He signed it, Buhari. When he signed it, I'm sure people like you now would have been happy to say, hey, he signed that money. Was it not Buhari that signed all the money that Emefiele was sending to Ministry of Humanitarian? It is Buhari. When he was signing it, I'm sure there was news. It's just that now we are more aware. That's why we are seeing all this one. I'm sure Buhari probably would have signed this student loan. Nobody would have noticed too much. He signed them. If you are someone that used to the CBN process, go and find out the Anchor Borrowers Program. Go and just look at it. Buhari signed all those things.
I even have a question.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more like an education. Maybe someone should educate me. Did we change the process on that? I mean, or are those executive orders, or did we change how? Because they're calling them bills, and I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused, and this is a very real question. Did the Nigerian process for passing a bill into law, did it change? Because I'm trying to figure out which assembly voted for it. Was it the 7th or the 8th, or when did it pass? Or is it an executive order? Because an executive order, it's a different, there are powers within the presidency where they can, but then that doesn't typically hold water, even in the US.
Otumba, let me answer you. When Buhari was signing the bills, Buhari used pencil. He used pencil. So they come. It is no clear. As you know, clear now.
Saddam, thank you very much. See,
this man enter now. This man is eyeglass. I know they see well.
I've been battling with this question for a couple of, because I just didn't want to ask.
They know Nigerians are gullible.
very,
They know we're
very,
gullible. They know
what they are doing. See,
I was trying not to sound stupid. I was like, was he Lawan, or which of the Senate presidents was in charge? I know I probably just became Robert Stamp today. When did we get all these bill passed?
So Otumba, let me tell you what they did. Literally, when Buhari was good, see, and so I mean, it's not that people. If you are a very observant person, you understand the way APC. In fact, as something as granular as if you watched the video that Dangote made on the launch of his refinery, you will know that there was something at play. So literally, these people sat down and said, so that if Tinubu come, at least for the first 2 weeks, so that we see something to be signing, please just leave all this one. This is what they literally did. This guy said it this morning, but Amila, that bill, they've already done it already. Even Buhari could have signed it, but they don't say, Baba, leave this one. This signature, this thing, Baba, you want to just take this signature from this guy. See, so if you are here and you are
Well,
creating
do you know what it reminds me of? You they play game with your if you have kids or your younger one where the controller is disconnected and you give them a controller and say they play with the everything they need to do.
See. So point is that I'm saying this. I'm not the truth is I'm not interested in talking to about those. So I'm just saying it if maybe by mistake you are one of those obedient that in your mind, inside your mind, you've not even tweeted about it, but inside your mind you're already thinking it. Let me put it to you. Even as of 2019, when Peter Obi was contesting with Atiku, Peter Obi already said it as of 2019. I was looking, and I really hope I was just before I started speaking. Just I was hoping I would be able to get a video where Peter Obi said it. But the only thing I was able to get is a news where Peter Obi had said it before. He said, and this was 2019. Peter Obi said, "This all progressive Congress government has for long formulated different beautiful." I'm quoting Peter Obi. Different beautiful policies, but the problem is with implementation. So if you have been thinking, quote close. So if you have been thinking that all these signatures is what is making you think, they sign one thing. Let me just tell you, APC is their way of doing things, and it's so painful and so annoying that Nigerians I say I don't know it. We don't know they see things. All these things they will sign it. APC, so people don't understand that APC have crossed a Rubicon now. Before now, APC used to steal money from Nigerian money, as in the money of the government, public funds that was with them. APC now wants to cross the Rubicon to start stealing money from ordinary Nigerians. That's where APC is going to now. So if you are here and you are thinking they are doing one thing or the other, let me just tell you what will happen. Most likely, I call it student loans, I call it student debt. Is that, see, money that they approve for Uncle Borrow, go and ask them where it is now. You will soon hear that, that's how they release one amount of money. They put it as student loan. You will now hear that, you will now see two NANS students, one from the south, one from the north, that will now show and say, thank you. They'll do a video. Oh God. They will do a video. Thank you, President. So and so. I just received my student loan. You that is here. You that is here, that is probably in your mind is thinking, you will not get Shimbai, but the money that they will release, other people will be eating. So I just want to tell everybody that signature, people will want to pay for signature, una just they play. But even outside all that, Tinubu knows. Tinubu knows he's not a legitimate president. And funny enough, I said this thing just on Saturday here, that one of the things Osumbo did in Edo State when he was illegitimate was to try to give students this student bursary. So please and please and please and please, as I round up, I really want to beg us that obedience. What we really need to do is, in this petition, let's fight it as if our life depends on it, because actually our life depends on it. So the fact that I said as if was just for English purpose. Technically and directly, our lives depend on it. Not because of Peter Obi. I've told people that why I believe Peter Obi is the beginning of the solution to all our problems, that some people, it's not about road though. I don't care if Peter Obi will fix one road or does not fix any road. But you see this rascality in the system now. I just need Peter Obi to come and deal with it. Let him first of all normalize our system. So obedient, please, we have our work cut out, and our work is to ensure we keep pressurizing the system. Before I hit the mic, I gave an analogy today, and that analogy was so apt. I usually give this analogy with football. I said, for people, some people don't get discouraged with whatever they see online, especially regarding the judiciary, especially regarding what comes from the court. I said, the truth is that even before we started this judiciary, I think all of us are on the same page when we say we don't trust the judiciary, but we don't even really have any business trusting them. All we need to do is put all the evidence before their eyes, be in their faces, and let's now see if they will make the wrong decision. That's all we need to. Nobody, we don't need to trust the please don't trust the judiciary. So if you are here and you are beginning to trust the judiciary, or yours is your case, please don't trust the judiciary. And they tell you now, don't trust the judiciary. But that does not have anything to do with what you should be doing. I made this analogy. I said, before we got into this judicial part of this whole thing, which is like the final phase for me, as far as I'm concerned. And like I said every time, by November 15th, Jerry, about November, we should be done by the Supreme Court and everything. I know that, okay, oh, are we going forward, or are we in that place where we say, if this country cannot work for everybody, it should not work for anybody? We will get to that point. But like I usually say, before we got into this phase, the truth is, technically, we knew we were entering a rigged fight already. So I'm glad that we knew ahead. We knew we were going to enter a fight where the judiciary was probably going to be biased. So that one just only made it for us to know that we needed to fight a little bit harder. We needed to fight harder. And I tied it to an analogy of football. I said, if you go, let's say between two football teams, I'm not going to measure any football team here because Saddam are too bad here. Let's say two football teams are going to play a football match, right? And one team have already bought the referee. And I'm picturing this so that if you're imaginative, you understand what the way I'm going to. And one team have already bought the referee. It is public knowledge that this. So the team, let's just say it's Man City against Inter Milan, and Man City already bought the referee. And Inter Milan players already know that they don't buy this referee. This referee it's already there against us. The fact that they know, first of all, will make them know that they need to play extra to win Man City. Then do you know where our role is? Is if that match is now played in Inter Milan's home or in a stadium that is occupied by Inter Milan supporters, totally overwhelming supporters, what will most likely happen is that referee, even in his bought state, will not be able to do much for the team that bought him. So that's where I want obedience to make sure that even though we know, even though we believe, some I've heard people say, oh, I know the judiciary with this and that. Omini no, it's no wahala. But I'm telling you, even if you know and believe, that is not your problem. That is not your job. Your job is to be like that spectator that will be all over the field and pushing that referee, making it difficult and literally impossible for him to implement what he has planned to do, what he has been brought for. That is your job. And at that point, I will just shield the mic and tell obedience, please focus. Thank you very much, Saddam.
Very much. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Well stated also. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. Let's take a lady. Ekene, you have the space. Please, guys, keep your submission within 5 minutes. We'll be dropping. Otoma, can you see N6 down there? I don't know whether.
I can't see him. I can't see him.
All right, let's take Ekene. Ekene, you have the space now. Ekene, then we'll come to well, can you see N6?
No, I can't see him. I was just trying to. I can't see him.
Okay. All right, Ekene, you have the space, please. 5 minutes. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, Saddam, Otumba, Jimmy, well-meaning Nigerian. Good evening. So I think I'm just going to talk more about the PEP Watch and then end with the judiciary. First, I'd like to thank the obedience that are constantly in the courts, constantly updating us on what's going on in the case. God will bless all of you. General Oluchi, I think Miss Pearls, UC Maxwell, you guys are doing an amazing job for updating us. A lot of us don't have the time to watch, so I always look forward to your updates. I think one of my suggestions regarding this our PEP Watch is if we can also get the number of days we're at. I know that someone mentioned that Peter Obi filed his petition in March, so we have about 180 days from there. It's also our own way to try and put pressure on the judiciary through social media. Is there a way that when we get these updates, we can also say, okay, we're on day maybe 107 of 180 days. This is where we're at. This is what we're doing. Just so that a lot of us can also have at the back of our mind that this is coming to a close, because I know for some people like us that follow Peter Obi in 2003 and his court case, it was something. I'm also going to talk about the obedience that more or less, I won't say downcast, but come online and try to form that they are all knowing in our judiciary, in our court case, always contradicting the moves and the steps of our judiciary. I want you to know that this thing is not easy. A lot of the obedience that are there, that are constantly putting pressure, putting time. They go there every single time to make sure that they're giving us this constant updates. Understand that our judiciary is smart. At least they're all SANs, and most of them are SANs. So understand that they're smart. It's just a bit depressing coming online and seeing other obedience. I won't say shitting on the work of our people that are updating us. It's just very sad. But I think we should be very supportive of our movement. It is a depressing time. A lot of people, a lot of obedience I've spoken to are, I won't say depressed, but they're very, very sad. And if you, as an obedience, if you're going out every day, if you can try your very best to encourage other obedience that you see, it would go a long way. Just having conversations. A lot of people do not have faith in the judiciary. We don't have faith, but we have to keep that faith alive for them. So having these conversations, talking to them, encouraging them, and just making sure that, we're all on the same page. We all share the same goal. We want a working Nigeria. We want a Nigeria where everybody matters. I'm going to end my submission with the judiciary. With this whole thing about Tinubu trying to threaten the judiciary, honestly, I want the judiciary, if eating the same money you're eating, I want, like, what legacy are you leaving behind? And I'm going to end it with the case of, I think, Governor Ajimobi that passed during the COVID era. I think that you're doing, the lives that you are destroying by the policies. I just looked at the judge or the senator that came out to say something about his wife being a judge and influencing her kids. And I'm just thinking, like, what do you teach your children? That it's okay to do that? That the poor Nigerian does not matter? That your life is more important because you have more money? What legacy are you leaving behind? There's a saying that my parents have always imbibed in me: no matter what, a good name is what is important, not riches. So please, as you're trying your very best to make your decision on this case, the judiciary, please think of everybody, including your children and your grandchildren, because the one thing Tinubu does not think about is his grandchildren. If this thing goes bad, what is the legacy of those children? Those children will be outcasts. Nigerians will not want to talk to them. Just think of the Abacha family. I think one of the sons passed away, um, I think last year or so, and everybody was like, "Hey, go and join your father." That is the legacy you leave behind, where people pray for your family's downfall. They pray for your children to be sick. People were praying for Ajimobi to die. The family had to come out to say, please, he's not dead. You are arguing in Nigeria. They're telling you that, no, your father is dead. That's the legacy you leave behind. Again, and again, obedience, please, if we can try and encourage other obedience out there. Trust me, a lot of people are very depressed. If you meet any obedience, please just speak to them and just, give them a word of encouragement. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. All right, guys, let's move on to the conversation. Please, as I've always said, please try and keep it as brief as possible. And when you're speaking, and you please be paying attention to myself up here, because I'll start waving you. When I start waving you, I'm going to bring Wellman and Justin to start ringing the bells so that we can have this conversation. People can all join. We have a whole lot of people requesting the mic. I see all of you. Please, I'm going to bring everyone. I'm going to try my best. And since I can't see you, please request the mic, my brother, so we can let's keep this conversation rolling. All right, let's go real quick right now. I think um Dr. Lou is gonna go next. Then we'll come to Peju. After Peju, Otumba DK, and then attackers in that order. Dr. Lou, you have the space, please. 5 minutes. Good evening.
Well done. Thank you very much. And everybody on the space. Well, what I really want to talk about is the fact that related to Tinubu threatened judiciary. The point here is this is the legacy of APC, and this is what everybody naturally should expect from APC. If you're expecting something that is more, more noble, or something that
Your
is,
voice is faint, oh, sir.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
So what I'm saying is, personally, if I am not really disappointed in what Tinubu is doing, this has been tactics of APC right from the onset. And it's unfortunate that the gullible ones that are supporting them are what is actually not really paining me, but I don't know when they will be able to see the light. And that is more reason why it is evident that we need to actually reclaim our mandate. Because out of the three tiers of government, we have the legislative, we have the executive, and judiciary is the only thing that is remaining. I'll probably had INEC and EFCC. All these ones are already been bastardized by this APC government. And I'm so happy that the judiciary has never, to me, they have never actually had this kind of touchlight, people trying to examine their activities in the recent times. I think obedience is for this, the tribunal, nobody have actually shown this kind of interest, which means that with the way that we have put pressure on them indirectly and directly, I think it is less for them to redeem their image. If they allow themselves to be used as a pawns with Tinubu, then that means Nigeria is gone, and that is the only thing remaining. Naturally, we know that there is no rule of law in this country. Everybody knows that. But at least there should be some level of dignity. And I don't know how far it is true. I heard that the PDP guys have subpoena, or what's the name of it, invite the INEC chairman to come and testify. By the time you have all these overwhelming evidences, I don't know how judiciary will succumb to the pressure of Tinubu. That's my own issue. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. That was brief. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on real quick. I think Peju in New Nigeria, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Saddam. Hi, Otubai, Saddam. Hi, Jimmy. Aburo mi dada, or maybe Egbo mi. I'm not even sure which one. But anyway, hi everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I just needed to make a comment about something that happened yesterday on Twitter. Yesterday in the morning on Twitter, Peter Obi was trending on Democracy Day, and then all of a sudden, by late afternoon, it was Tinubu the thief that was. Well, nobody wrote the thief next to it. I wish they had written the thief next to it with an hashtag or something, that it wouldn't have been so bothersome. But it was just Tinubu's name that was trending, so that if you clicked on it, it would look like he was actually doing something good in Nigeria. Because even my brother that I spoke to over the weekend in UK was like, oh, but he's doing all these policies. Then it now dawned on me. I was like, wait a minute, you obedience, um you we us obedience are the ones that are tweeting every single thing this man does. We're just tweeting, and you're now increasing and exponentially. Every tweet an obedient makes, there's another 100 obedient and another 100 after that tweeting it. So we're now the one promoting his narrative. He does not have a media, he doesn't have anything, and this is a technology age. He was part of the industrial age. You, obedience, please. You are powerful. You own this informational era. This is your era. So don't let him beat you at your own game. Please don't be depressed, like my sister just said. Please don't be depressed. You have the power in this movement. You do not know how much God has instilled power in you. Let me tell you, you do not know what you have already done, but you will see it. So continue. Don't touch his narrative. Stick to your own narrative. You know what Aisha did yesterday was beautiful. If we can be doing those kind of things weekly, where we just encourage each other, just do that. Don't jump into his narrative. If you need to address it and challenge it, think strategically, please. I'm begging you, and put it in an hashtag where it shows him that he needs to return a property he stole. Please. Thank you. What up?
Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Another brief one. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. I think Otumba Dike, you have the space now. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba. Good evening, Jimmy. Good evening, well-meaning Nigerian. Good evening, everyone on speaker session and the actual VIP, those on the listener session, because that place is very comfortable and sweet. Believe me. All right, guys, I'll just be very fast. I'll talk about what's happening now. The topic on Tinubu threatening the judiciary. Guys, I still believe that our victory was delayed so that our children would avoid the Tinubu of tomorrow. And I will explain in my closing and my starting and my closing. You see, Tinubu moved around with MK Abiola, then later Nadeko, he was tagged fighter of democracy. You understand? And eventually, guys, had it been we were declared on the 25th of February, a lot of Tinubus masking as obedient, would have crossed over with us, ran for office in the future, and created a fight for our kids, just as we are fighting right now. So, guys, it's not really a bad thing, like Saddam has said. Today is a day of mourning for Nigerians. Sincerely, if you are conscious, politically conscious, you know today is a very is a very sad day for Nigerians, guys. The country should be crying for our future because today Tinubu declared a Senate president and a speaker. And influencers are just, because I call them influencers, not influencer. They're just debating about South South, the South South that like the last speaker spoke about, trending rubbish. You see, let me not forget to even congratulate the people of Castina. They experienced 8 years of pure magic. We enjoy the development that is going on there. That's just putting that in context. Now, in the US, a sitting president always loses the House to the opposition in midterm. And that's because the president and the legislature, they have no business being in the same party. And that's the simple truth. Before the election, some people were using propaganda that how will Peter Obi work without legislature will not be LP members in majority. People are just the people that panic, that their job is to panic among us, were panicking. But I know that it's a win-win for the people of Nigeria when the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, they are separated. It's a win-win for the people of Nigeria. But people don't seem to understand it. Today is a day of great mourning for those who actually understand what democracy should be and what democracy is. Because finally, we might not know this, but you see, the looting will be silly till our mandate is recovered. And let me not forget to even say that the legislature is the strongest. If one senator might not be powerful, but coming together, guys, those guys are very powerful. And for Tinubu to just, appoint somebody there, I pity for Nigerians. We have to get our mandate, and that is the thing. We need to get it. And it's a word for the judiciary. Guys, if you cage yourself, the judiciary, they're not doing anything for us. Let's get it clear. They are doing it for themselves. Because one day, Tinubu will tell them to arrest their, to jail their own child. And they will have to do it because then you have no power. Because that man is going to be very ruthless and they know it. So it's better for them to rescue themselves and side with the people. They know that, of course, and I believe they will do the right thing. Now, guys, in conclusion, I'll keep asking us, politics is a game of interest. What is your interest? Buhari has taken loan past your generation, past your children's generation, past your grandchildren's generation. Buhari has used 3 generations to do collateral. Tinubu is here to sell the remaining things to his family members. What is your own interest? Now, in reference to the Enugu story, and I'll end with this, it's just my brother politics. I'm talking to obedience now. The Abga candidate you supported, Shebi, he looked the other way when they were taking his votes. People don't even talk about that Sabinus moment that happened during the election. He looked the other way and they took his votes and put in PDP's votes. And they were the first, Abga was the first people to go and sign that rubbish result. Is that not a Sabinus moment for Labour Party members? For the I too know amongst us. Anyway, guys, I'll yield with this. Please, what is your interest? Politics is a game of interest. Protect your interest. Protect the interest of your kids. Nigeria is already gone. We're just trying to salvage what is left so that we can start taking, working our way back to reality. Thank you, guys. I'll yield here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, my brother. Nice one. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. I think we take a lady now. Ure, you have the space. Good evening. Ure, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Saddam. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba, Jimmy, N6 fell off. And good evening, well-meaning Nigerian. Everybody on the space. Attackers is itching to speak. Because I know why. When it comes on, it's going to tell everybody why he's itching to speak. So anyways, I think I'm particularly interested on the topic that says Tinubu's threat to the judiciary. And the reason why we're having that conversation is because of yesterday, 29th of May. Be to you what it would be, right? So there's something called prerogative power. It is assigned or vested based on the office that you occupy. It's an important conversation because of what yesterday is called in Nigeria. And I feel that for a country if you say Nigeria has democracy, it is fast vanishing. So prerogative power alongside immunity that comes with it, it has its pros, because we all know why people have immunity in offices like that. But I feel that the cons have become injurious to Nigeria's embryonic democracy. So the Nigerian community prior to colonial incursion had checks and balances. So if you check both the centralized and decentralized system, both we had Oboni society, we had Umuada, we had the youth arm in the Igbo society, the Igbo community. As the years go by, you would think that Nigeria would develop and be better, but we have painfully retrogressed. So the irony of a democracy day for a country that plays an observatory role in the corridors of democracy is funny. And then that subtle threat from a supposed class prefect that we saw. It has all the markings of a painstaking journey that screams, before now, Nigeria's governance, we have seen gerontocracy, government of the old. We have seen cronyism, where they're giving powers and offices to their friends and cronies. But in the last administration, we were introduced to kakistocracy. And now we are painfully being forced into nepotism as well. So we're seeing Iyaloja General of Nigeria. We're seeing office of the first son, office of the wife of the president. These things are not constitutional, but they're happening. So I'm wondering, for a government that has to deal with the aforementioned, adding to the woes that bedevil the country already, Tinubu is coming from a lot. You guys have to know that. He's going through a lot currently, and he's expected to go into more. And he's trying to overly impress, he's soliciting legitimacy. So what do you expect? He's soliciting legitimacy, and at the same time, he's struggling to maintain a posture that signals power for respect, right? And for somebody like him who deals in the corridors that he deals in, if all the things that is anything to go by, you understand that power is very important to him. So Leo Tosi said that respect is invented to cover the empty place where love should be. Love is something that he would ordinarily want, but because he doesn't have that, he's tilting towards respect. Love is unlikely for him at the moment. So I hope that his quest doesn't leave indelible marks on Nigeria's government, because the student loan, the Nigerian structure at this time is not strong enough to carry such movements, such stance, such policies. Like we've seen Nigerian governments default on bursaries that have left Nigerian students stranded in foreign countries. So imagine starting people up in Nigeria, right, to school on loans and defaulting. What a catastrophic travesty that would be. The quality of education as well that Nigerians should be getting to get themselves that indebted, that's something that he also should have been looking into. The education, is this state of the art enough to stand shoulder to shoulder on global stage? People who are in debt going to school in America, that certificate can stand the test of time anywhere in the world. Do we have that? What modalities has he put in place? And he reduced fuel subsidy. So this incessant quest for the validation that he's looking for, I think, is colossal to his touted short reign in governance. And then just before I leave, I actually really came up here to congratulate all of us. First off, Parallel Facts is 1 month, so we're really very excited. I love to be associated with Parallel Facts. Also to tell us that the Nigerian community is politically fast evolving. Look how far we've come as a people. We have left our political, which we don't have, stolen money, but we are now way more educated politically and sound than they have been, even though they have practiced it longer than we have. So this is to everybody. Everybody's here talking Imo Gubas, and I want to say a special thank you to everybody here. Otumba is not Igbo, Jimmy isn't Igbo, but I hear talking Imo Gubas. So guys, thank you very much. God bless you. And I also feel that it is fine for us to remind ourselves why I say we have evolved is we have evolved because before now, Otumba will say, I'm not Igbo, so why am I talking about Imo State? Otumba will say the same thing. We had made the mistake severally to say what's happening in the North didn't concern us. But look today, what happened in the North increasingly began to concern us. We saw those attacks happen in the East, or massacre stands out for me as well. And I will remind you that Imo State has boundaries with states like Anambra, Rivers, and Abia. So insecurities in Imo State will seep slowly into the states. So it is a collective fight for all of us. So I'd like us to skip the formalities of saying, I'm not Igbo or Imo. We're all Nigerians, and Nigeria must work for all of us. No animal is more equal than the other. So just lastly, I will accept when I'm wrong. So nothing is cast in stone for me. And that's the reason why I really love Vawulence space, because these places, you have educated people speaking and you get to learn even when you're not speaking. So I've listened to Saddam's submission, Otumba's submission, N6. I thank you guys for keeping it civil and not being too harsh on everything that has been said yesterday or on Atan. Like I said, education isn't, nothing is cast in stone. So education has made it open enough for me to have humility enough to succumb to superior arguments. So I will say LP top to bottom. I'm back to my earlier stance. LP top to bottom. This is politics, and politics is politics. We must learn to play the game the way it is supposed to be played. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. Always an amazing time with you up on the platform. Thank you very much. All right, let's go real quick. I think I'm going to take I think Attackers is going to go next. Then Real Jack, then AGKMA, to General Snow in that order. Attackers, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Otumba, my man. See, let me just quickly, because the reason why I just come up in this, because what I don't normally do is just to listen, because I have been attacked. In as much as my name is Attacker, but I've been attacked yesterday. That is the kind of name I've been called because I'm trying to defend my party, which is a LP, because this playbook of Enugu, all this why. Okay, look at what really happened. As of last week Friday, when I was coming back from Port Harcourt from work, then I know I saw a message of all these what do you call it? These Uminechi and Isukwato of this Uchoga brother that are trying to malign Labour. I have to go to the Labour Party office in Aba. I have to go. Immediately, that man also heard the news. He had to scam the office. Because a lot of people were so annoyed. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? This and that. I have to go to the office because I have a participatory role in the Labour Party. I'm actually in Abasa Ward 1. So at the end of the day, they now still give me everything about it. And at the end of the day, Abia State Labour Party have to conclude that what the man did was anti-party, and they sanctioned him and he apologized. Even with that, a lot of people in his own constituency, we are still trying to see how they can be able to recall him. Now, this is what we call accountability for the party that you put someone into, and some people do not even know what you are trying to battle on. Imo State, we are trying to see how we can be able to rescue Imo State from someone is trying to castigate a man that you don't have any evidence. Sometimes I keep on and some of these people that is in Twitter normally used to completely rate themselves high. They don't even know what is the meaning of empowerment and mobilization. Grassroots mobilization in the rural area. Do you think that is, if you say, okay, when P2B went to Taraba State, how did a lot of people went to go and campaign the Jalingo? Was it not bike? Was it not bike? At the end of the day, you keep on accusing someone that did not do anything. Even someone that isn't trying to defend you, have to even tell that person that he's being paid. For what? I was so disappointed of what I saw yesterday, or even what I heard yesterday. Well, at least some of us will also have sense. Because that Enugu politics that played, some of us have not really understand what really happened. Because if you can be able to play the playbook that we play in Abia State, I slept in Collation Center for good 3 days. Upon that, they even tried to steal our vote. Upon that, they still try to steal Abia State vote. In as much as we slept in Collation Center in Abia State. And these are the kind of grassroots that you keep on saying that this man have not talked to you. Do you know whether the man is doing grassroots work? He's normal conventional politician that is onto his own grassroots work. So I beg a lot of people that please and please, if you don't have any evidence that you can be able to please stop attacking this our Labour Party candidate. For goodness sake. For goodness sake, you people should just stop it. I'm begging. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Even though that's not part of our topic, but that's part of what we were discussing earlier on. I think it is right. You just make some of these statements out there. It is important also. But thank you very much. All right, let's go real quick. I think I don't even know who was going to go next. I think Real Jack was meant to go next. Then AG came in. That okay, Brian. Anytime you want to come, you have the space, so you can just always let me know when you want to speak, sir. But let's take Real Jack. Real Jack, have the space, please. 4 minutes. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Saddam. Thank you, everybody. I think I just want to start from the emotions of a thing. Let's just be frank. We have all agreed that we want to make a change. We want to see new Nigeria. Let us not allow what happened to Enugu to happen in Imo State again. And I always say, I don't want to know the propaganda people are pushing about Imo State. If we have agreed that we are going to work with LP as a vehicle, in order to make the impact and positive change we have wanted. And we have begun that, so we should carry it to the later. As long as AP has conducted their primaries, at the end of the day, somebody emerged. We are going to support that. I don't want to believe that somebody will come and tell me that we should divide uh, obedient movement just because his his interest was not met and he moved to another political party. I don't want to believe that because of that, this movement should be divided. Let us support the LP candidate in Imo State so that the status quo will not remain. But there's one thing I want to make as an appeal. The Labour Party candidate in Imo State should make himself available to come to spaces and address us. I think when we're having that 1 million march discussion yesterday, there's something I put up when some people were trying to put up defense why he's not coming forward. I told them that if PO can come to this space and every other space, I don't think there's anybody that can give us any excuse why he or she cannot come to listen to the people who want to vote for him, who he wants to work with. It's very, very paramount. And because of that, I threw open challenge, because I told him on that space, I threw open challenge and gave him open invitation to violent space. So I'm waiting for their response so that I'm not supporting that one. He should come and listen to us and discuss with us. So having said that, that is my stand on that one. That is my stand on that one. Then coming to this aspect of what is happening.
Sorry, bro. What's the name of the Labour Party candidate for Imo State?
Achon.
So
Yeah,
yesterday, if you understand, the wife was there yesterday. The wife came and the wife communicated with some of the hosts, and they'll probably fix a date where he will come on space to engage them. So let's give him a slack on that. The wife was there yesterday on his behalf, and she assured that they will reach out to the husband and they will fix a date. I'm sure there's something going on in the background, and there will be a tweet about when that is going to happen. So just to let you know. Back to you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm happy with that. But what I just say that some of us felt felt unusual because we can't assess somebody we want to work with. So that's being said, that concludes it. Though coming to the aspect of the threat made by the illegitimate president, so it is very, very important that Nigeria should understand that obedience at its constituted now is doing everything humanly possible to salvage this country. It's not going to do anybody good. But at the end of the day, he carried out his threat by trying to bamboozle the judiciary. It will not speak good of anybody because the aftermath, the effect is going to rub on everybody. Like Jimmy shared in his timeline, what is happening in Sudan. When the common man have access to the armory of the country, it becomes a very big problem because we cannot watch you to bring in a full-blown dictatorship in Nigeria. Everything will be bamboozled. Many people have not made statements so far because
Mercy. ah, that's the perfect analogy or description of the rich also cry. Yeah. Hopefully he understands Nigeria better. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think HKM is going to go next. HK have the space 4 minutes. Okay, Brian, if you're ready to speak, sir, let me know. I know you're always busy, so let me know when you want to speak. But I think after HK, I'm going to open the mic for you if you're ready to speak. If not, we'll continue the conversation that way. HK, you have the space, please. Good evening, 4 minutes, bro.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emir Saddam, Otumba Sizu, Jimmy, my brothers, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen on the space. Yes, I'll dive in straight to the this criminal drug baron, this despicable human being called Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his threats to the judiciary. Well, what else can you get from a criminal? What else can you get from somebody who is morally debased, somebody who has always been on one high hard drug substance all through his youthful age and up till now, somebody who has criminal records according to the US, convicted, and he forfeited a lot of money for it. The wishes of the people now sitting at the tribunal, they should prepare their minds for more. They are going to be humiliated. They will see the worst that they have ever seen in their careers, from somebody that is supposed to be in prison, come to mudsling them in a way that they have never seen. What actually Buhari did with the Onoghen and so many other Supreme Court justices in the past will be a child's play to what Tinubu will do for them, to them. And this is a litmus test. He is coming, slightly to give them slight jabs as to what would happen when he becomes president. So we're not saying this for them to sway them to do what they fear the most. No, we're telling them to do the right thing. A petition is before you to just uphold justice so that you can boot this man away and take away this criminality from and this shame from Nigeria and Nigerians. Basically that is what it is. Otherwise, the litmus test right now is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is saying, look, I'm going to deal with you people by the time we are done with this tribunal. And that is what it is. This is how criminal drug barons behave. This is how criminals will always behave. And Nigeria democracy actually died the moment CJ Enwariwola, wore his gloves and swore this man in. So I want to take exceptions from my brother Jimmy's submission that democracy is in coma. No. Democracy is dead and buried in Nigeria. We're only going through the judiciary to see whether it is possible to revive it, exhume it from the grave and then bring it back to life in some form of a miraculous way. Democracy is really dead. When a criminal who is convicted, properly convicted by a competent court, was sworn in as president, there's nothing else you're telling me that democracy is still alive in Nigeria and thriving. No. It's dead, completely dead. So whatever we are seeing now is a travesty. If he meets Jesus Christ tomorrow, he has met it. Another travesty. Meets traditional rulers tomorrow, he has met another travesty. It will continue to be. He signs criminal, student loan. It's not possible. You can't sign loan when ASU people are even demanding basic demands that the federal government has not met. Where is he going to get the money to, offset this student loan? So we have a criminal drug baron heading the affairs of Nigeria. So whatever happens now, let us always remember that while our petition is still residing at the tribunal, we do not have a president. Democracy is dead in Nigeria, and that is the case. For us, we must have to yield to the tribunal, give them the chance to give us this mandate back, and then revive Nigeria. That is the only way. All eyes will remain at the judiciary. Thank you very much, Saddam. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. 100% understand what you just said. 100% a criminal drug baron is running the affairs of Nigeria. And as it stands now, we don't have any president. I stand by that too. Thank you very much. All right, let's go right now. My brother Ibrahim, good evening, sir. You have the space. You're welcome to the Vawulence space. Always an amazing time with you on the platform. Take it.
Sorry,
Good
sir.
evening.
Ibrahim, sorry, 1 minute. Let me just chip in this. The thing is, in as much as I want to agree with you that democracy is, it's not, because if it is, we won't be having this. What is going on in Enugu State right now? We having a situation whereby we have the court standing firm on the ground that you don't have NYSC. So we have a lot of things going on in Nigeria that can make us say it's dead, but it's not, honestly speaking. And we have hope. We're still hoping that right now it's in coma, and coma can lead to death, right? We all know that. But right now, let's accept it's in coma and we can still bring it back to life. So we're hoping.
No, Jimmy,
My
two
brother,
things can exist.
where I am, sorry, let me butt in finally. Where I am in this globe, I have it very difficult to identify as a Nigerian. Why? Because each time I say I'm a Nigerian, they say, oh, you guys, had somebody that was convicted of drugs in the US made president. And I hide myself in shame. There's basically no way I can defend that. So the presidency of Nigeria and the democracy of the presidency of Nigeria is dead. Clearly dead. We have a criminal who is at the helm of affairs right now. So the presidency is dead. Well, in some other states and the federative units of Nigeria may not necessarily be completely dead. I agree with you, Jimmy, on that. But you see, the presidency and the democracy that defines the presidency of Nigeria is completely dead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Ibrahim.
Jimmy, be like say that guy did right too. I know you are not gonna lie you. Be like say he don't die you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being here. I was quietly listening, and Sadam is always saying that I should just come, just to give my word, small word. So, one thing I will always just s- talk to ourselves here is that okay, I'm so happy that at least some people are stick to what they believe in the new Nigeria. And you can see almost 1,500%. There is nothing. I have never seen anything like this in this whole world. I think this is the only place I see committed young men and women that believe in what they have done. They have believed in what they have tried to do, and they stick to the same after defeat, as they said, even though they didn't feel they have been defeated. After a lot of people are messing up, moving around, going back to their old life, but at least every week, 3 times, we come up here and discuss about things and then enlighten ourselves. And then this is the one of the things that I love most about obedience is that they come up here and bring facts, discuss about facts, bring things, synchronize ideas. You understand? You hear from different angles, different people from different part of the country, from different part of the world, from different angle, different perspective. It's very important. There is nothing knowledge will not do you. That's why we said knowledge is healing. When I come up here, I used to get really, really, really excited, so happy, so elated, so much believe that yes, there are some people that I can see here. In the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, we'll be so proud of all of you. We will still remind ourselves where we were, how bad it has been, and how we lift ourselves out of this. It's going to be well with us, all of us. History will judge us well. I'm so happy. I'm from the north. I'm from Sokoto. I live in Kaduna. I'm a Muslim. But I believe that it's not good for us to look at the country and say, this is the worst people at the helms of affairs. Look at what we have. Look at from the number one to number whatever you are going to. Just look at, don't look at them. It's not us. It's not reflecting us at all. They don't even resemble us. It's not even the type of system that we are talking about something that is working. Some people are just saying, he has done this, he has started well. It's not about start. You can't start well with nothing. You can't start. You can't build a house on the ear. It has to be on the foundation. It's the foundation that holds everything. All this thing that they are doing today is like a part of card. One pronunciation from judgment, everything will scatter. Everything will scatter. And what pains me is just what happens today. I was pained, more especially in the House of Representatives, where even there are younger Nigerians that have not seen anybody trying to pull himself as opposition. You have even been voted as an opposition. You have to show opposition because it's only opposition that is the most important ingredient in democracy. All this kata kata that APC is going up and down is because of obedience, because there is a strong opposition coming from obedience. That's just the truth. If just like Buhari before, we won't be where we are today. You can all remember, Buhari has no any challenge from PDP, and they become their own opposition. It's between them. They are removing ministers, shouting themselves, removing, blowing, what do you call it, EFCC, whatever, whistleblower. Is APC challenging APC stopping APC for the whole of their 8 years because the PDP went to sleep. Look at, because these people know we are there and we are not going to walk away. We are not going to run away. We are not going to be enticed by anything. And nobody can come to us and tell us, okay, just take this man because he's whatever. But one thing I want all of us here to understand and believe. And when I was listening, every one of us called him a drug baron. Every one of us. They were convicted drug baron. So let me tell you what drug barons are very good in doing. We had a conversation in the afternoon. They are the people that can negotiate anything for themselves. They can go to the police, negotiate with airlines, negotiate with the foreign bodies, Interpol and everything so that they can do their drug. This is what they are used to. So for you to see a whole house voted 353 people,
353 people out of 359 voted for this man. What did he promise them? Where are the LP candidates? Where are the PDP guys? Where are other guys? Where will you give a whole system, a clean slate? Nobody wants to be opposition. So now, apart from the Labour Party, we have Labour Party or one quarter Labour Party that we have that is even challenging with the obedience carrying everything, because we created the Labour Party. The Labour Party was there, but it's in comatose. We give it life, we give it energy, we give it everything, we give it structure. We even give those people that are voted, we give them those seats from the obedient movement. From this violence space, from all the Twitter space that we have been doing, we gave them all those seats, and they just do work for all of us. It's not fair. We can't leave a fascist government without a strong opposition. We cannot. Now, almost half of 1/3 of 2/3 of LP structure is already collapsed in the whole northwest. They go on television and be collapsing everything during the election. So now my worry is that tomorrow, out of all the things that we ask from the court, we ask for that annulment of that election. If we get the annulment of the election and Tinubu was rejected to join us to be part of the next election, we are going to confront APC. We still need that structure. We still need those people. And we still have to go and continue this struggle. The governors that we want to change, now we have Abia, we need Imo, we need other states. We have to have structure to do it. My question, Saddam, we have to look inward. No matter what is happening, it's not about 2027. Even for today, we need that structure. Anything that we want to do, and we wanted to take it to the poor people, we need that structure. Because at the end, it will look like what we are doing, we are just going back to where we are before. We go to a party that will say they have rejected Peter Obi and they are not giving him ticket to continue again. And we don't have the structure to challenge them. Where are we going to move to? And the INEC is there. They will not register us and give us another new party. What do you want us to do? But today, everybody knows that this party belongs to us. We have to start thinking. We have to start giving our own structure within where we are today. What do we want to do with this thing? And that mandate that we are going to collect, as we collect it, we are going to run with it. How do you going to run with it to reach 8,809 words? How do we carry everybody along? How are we going to show leadership? This question we're supposed to keep asking ourselves. The task is big, but it needs courageous of us. We are all educated here. And we know where they used to do the look at now state and the Senate. At the end of everything, you just file in two people, Yari and Apabio. Just use any glass or any magnificent something and look through. What's different with Yari and Apabio? That's just the problem. You just carry the same empty nonsense and just give people. And from that nonsense that we speak, look at how APC and PDP do their primaries. This one bring Atiku, this one bring Tinubu, so go and die. Take over. We have to do what Malema is doing in South Africa. No matter how small, we give them this thing. She was a back to back to back to back. And my what I so much love about this kind of, we get the facts. If you come here, citizens will throw you. He will give you compendium of anything. You go to the National Assembly and go and give them trouble. But because they are not our people, that 34 of them, enough to scatter this country. Because they must hear us. But now those people, all of them, voted for what this man want them to vote for. All of them, all. Everybody is there for himself. Everybody fight for himself. Everybody is there to get whatever he wants. And we have now met a president that is already, you have seen the fascist nature of what he wants to do. Threatening the judiciary. They are going to threaten even police people. They are going to put the person that will help them as IG police. Get somebody that will help them to head DSS. Get somebody, change Mahmoud and bring somebody that is more ruthless and more useless and more shameful than that one. Go to CBN and do the same thing. Go everywhere and do this. And everybody that you see as an elite in Nigeria, he feels that once he has a friend that is there, once he was given a position for him to nominate a minister, once he was given, he's already okay. He's okay. Once he's going to keep collecting what he's going, he's okay. So let's keep thinking as we think of everything that we're thinking. Please remember one thing: that structure, funding system, creating new leadership, creating people that will represent at the state level, state assembly, with local government election, whatever we want to. How are we going to move beyond just thinking of the bigger picture and also see it as something that at least we can do something so that these credible people we are thinking of? Because even today, if Peter Obi becomes the president, it's from here that he has to select good people to help him. And we don't have to lie. We just want to make sure that at least we propagate what he's saying for every Nigerian to understand, to break it down, for people to understand why we want to do what we are doing and how we want to take Nigeria to that dream that we want. So let's keep asking. I know I have read this thing. I know we have not asked for Obi to be declared president, where we asked for them to cancel the election. We asked for them to remove Atiku, to remove Tuwaju and APC from the ballot paper. Definitely, we need a structure to come back and win our election, even if we win at the same. And I yield my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I think you got it wrong. Also, we're challenging the process also, and calling for a final recount, of which in the final recount, we won the election. So I think that is also part of it. So part of the rerun is not itself is not even on our agenda. We have from the results from the INEC IREV itself shows that we won the election. So I think the rerun is not part of it. But I totally understand your point on structure. It is very, very important. We had that call earlier on today, and we had this question. I told you exactly what I felt and why this building this structure is very, very important. I'm happy how you explained it for me to understand that no matter how we want to, the obedient movement wants to is powerful, or how far we think we can go, we cannot go that far if we are not backed by a political party. That is the truth. We need that political party, and right now, when Labour, I understand. When you were saying that we need to dominate Labour, people need to. You have to go out of there. Labour is corrupt. Labour is corrupt. Start getting involved. Start getting engaged in your local wards. Are you registered? Do you know people that are registered back home? Have you told people if you're in diaspora? Told your friends the same way we told people go out get your PVCs. Have you told people to go and register for Labour? Let us begin to flood that party with sensible Nigerians, and hopefully there's a convention coming up very soon. We have to make sure we take that party. If not, these freaking criminals will do everything that they can to hijack that party. So it's important. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. All right, let's go on with the conversation. I don't know.
One quick one. Someone just
All right,
said.
go on, bro.
Someone just send me a message now. You know, corrupt, you are corrupt. As a country, when you are corrupt, you are corrupt. You know, say the chairman of Ethiopia Airline don't resign based on this Niger Biggie. The guy don't resign.
Not lie.
He don't resign. The guy don't resign. It happened yesterday. And the news is just getting to Nigeria. That is Ethiopia. Country where they say they get rule of law and they abide by the rule of law. Then sabi waiting discipline mean. Then sabi waiting corruption mean. The man resigned.
And they have honor.
Honor. God bless you. That's the right word. He resigned. The news is all over the place. I'll put it on the jumbotron for everybody to see now. So all this one where that idiots they do interview for Channel and Arise. Where go they talk nonsense, say one person they ask them for bribe because he no give them bribe, they can't they talk rubbish. Oh no, person where they involved say because they just paint the plane outside though Ethiopia Airline, then paint them. They don't now inside house operation they use and down one take do now within Ethiopia.
Jimmy, do you know why? Do you know what it is?
Sorry?
Number one, it's not a government-owned entity. This is why I hate when government is in the business of managing enterprises. See, Ethiopian Airlines they have shareholders, they have board members. They've seen the fallout of the story. They're like, they're not going to be associated with this. And guess what? The man at the top, everybody knows his corporate rules. You take the fall. That's why I've always, I mean, apart from the honor part, I've always a proponent of it's not the government's business to be creating businesses. The government should get out of business. Let private firms, let people run businesses that way. Because I'm pretty sure if it was something that's appointed by the Ethiopian Prime Minister, I think they have a Prime Minister, whoever they have. That one now might have caught Tinubu and they will have figure out a way to let's come back. But no, Ethiopian I think it's a private firm, public. I think the sell shares and all that. So yeah, so it's part of one of the reasons also. But man, for the guy to resign, I don't think I've ever had Nigerian CEOs resign anyways. But continue, Jerry.
Did they
And no,
resign?
Saddam, go back. I just want to pass that message across. Back to you, Saddam.
All right, thank you very much. In Nigeria, they don't resign now. There's honor among thieves here. Just steal. Go to when you steal finish, you now go meet that senator's wife and bribe her. She'll now do for you judiciary, write it for in the middle of the just a crime scene, honestly.
Saddam, no.
Now what are they doing?
Determine
The man
this
exposed her yesterday
judgment.
now.
A lawyer is under
Yep.
dispute.
Should be
Yes,
reviewed. Yep. Should be reviewed. Immediately, sir. Should be reviewed.
it's
Another drama.
crazy.
The Tajuddin where they once swear now see the drama where happen. The second wife just come come body the first wife come body the
Yes,
second
now the
wife.
office of the the
Hey.
office of the first wife is now useful. So she said no say fight today. Everybody saw Aisha Buhari add weight in power.
Oh my goodness. Back to you, Saddam Avek.
I shall worry hard with. Oh my God, have mercy. I'm out for this country. Hey God. All right, let's go real quick. I think
What
General
can she
Snow.
do? Can she arrest me? She's no more in charge of DSS. She added
Uh,
weight.
you
When she
don't
gets
see.
out, me and her now na citizen. She don't even get immunity. She dey mad.
She,
She get out.
she said when I begin pay pension to the wife. That woman is the worst first lady that ever happened to Nigeria. Worst. Only to chop beans she come do for Nigeria if so long. She didn't do. There's not one project you can trace and say in 8 years I can still remember Stella. You can see
God
if you think
bless Stella. Stella of blessed memory.
of blessed memory, you can still remember some
She
projects
don't
we
even
were
do better life for northern women.
nothing.
Aisha Bubu, a criminal.
Nothing. Only to just chop what you never chop in her life. Can't chop and can't add weight. God. She will at least hopefully. Let me not see this one. We'll
See,
see.
let me fat shame small. Some of us we fat there. We get small fat for body. Man, I want fat shame. Please allow me. Some of us will get fat for body. It's usually, I usually say, if I had money to pay for a chef, if I had money to pay for, a personal, I go to the gym every day. I've lost a lot of pounds, like, whatever, adding muscle. But I always look at my life, man. If I had, someone that could provide me 3 square meals a day, all organic food, the budget. I had a trainer to work out. I had a nutritionist. I had someone. How you go be first lady of Nigeria with the resources that are available to you, and you just be like bread with a put for outside water. Man, continue, Saddam.
She be like those balloon
Otuba,
where
you say
they smoke for
just
club now.
wait.
We don't pump am.
Otuba say you just wait that one.
At your disposal when it's Yoruba say wobia, it's greed. How will you just eat how will you just eat? Well, let me cut back. Maybe the female doctor or the doctors might say it's hormonal imbalance or whatever. But how you go just you don't even like you get people get to that position and start to the package. You don't see how Buhari fresh. Buhari will be like person where and sorry, all of us need to have with that's like I'm fat shame. Uh, big body is not
What happened to you, sir?
When you carry criminals, just came to eat, steal, and destroy. It's well, Sha. All right, General Snow, my brother, you have the space. Good evening. You have the space in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saddam. I greet everybody, Otumba, Sizzle, well-meaning, Atibolanle, Jimmy, Ibrahim, GRV. Greetings. First off, I will touch so many things within the 4 minutes. Okay. I heard so many people telling us to, encourage obedience and, drag them along or carry them along and all of that. See, everybody that came into this movement with their eyes wide open. You know the reason why you joined the obedient movement, because you want a better country. You want a country that will work for you, that will work for even your kids unborn or even your kids right now. So I will drag you, I will encourage you, but then who will drag me and who will encourage me? You have to stay angry as an obedient. You have to stay angry because so many things are happening right now. Influencers have been activated online on all social media platforms to pass out some sort of conformity theory that will make you believe that, okay, this man is working. Why don't we just give him a chance? After all, what we are looking for is a better Nigeria. The moment you conform, the moment you snooze, you've lost it. That means you are never in there for a good Nigeria. You're never in there for the due process, because if you were, you would have, like what Peter B said, before you answer your excellency, the process that brought you to power must be excellent. That is what it's about. So that is the reason why you should stay angry at whatever Tinubu is signing into law, whatever he's signing, the student loan. It's none of your business. It's none of our business, because the mandate was not given to him. The mandate was given to Peter Obi. And if he wants acceptance, he should return the mandate to whom we gave it to freely. Again, I did 2 documentaries. I did documentaries on obedient attacked victims in Lagos. I did that documentary with Trude, with Waimi, and with David. I listened to people. I interviewed these victims, Flag Boy, Mr. John, and Mr. Lighton. John is a cripple. John was beaten and his wheelchair broken by APC thugs. What did he do? He just had a banner of P2B in front of his wheelchair, advocating for a new Nigeria, and he was beaten. A cripple was beaten. Mr. Olaito was hit by a car. They broke his leg. And okay, Oyeka lost his brother in the last governorship election. These are reasons why anybody should stay angry at these APC people. I'm going to speak on what happened on Sunday, because I'm very, very angry at Akin. If nobody's going to call him, I will call him. I'm very, 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 very angry because Akin did not advocate for these people that I just called. This Oyeka that lost his brother, the brother had a wife. The wife is a widow. The Mr. Olaiton, I did not see any sort of advocacy for him or even solicitation for him for funds, and you came on and you are advertising kudos to us to patronize him. Listen, to some of us that have garnered, or to some of you that think you've garnered some sort of influence within this movement, and you can just come up and just say anything you want to say and try to sway people or try to spit in the faces of people that have actually put in so much for this movement. People died for this movement. People have spent their money, their time. Look at Saddam. If you think it's easy to host a space, okay, look, Aunt Bolanle, body has known her from attending spaces because she wants a better Nigeria, and you just pick up your phone and tell us that before politics, we are people. What do you mean by that? Because politics brings in government. Government brings in policies. Policies governs people. So how can you separate the government from people? This government, these policies governs these people day by day. There are businesses that were destroyed. There were lives that were destroyed. People died. We are still in court P2B, all unpredictable names that actually stoked ethnic violence on this space. I'm very, very angry. I'm very, very angry at that. And I told him on WhatsApp. I still came. I'm still singing it to some of you. We are one of this movement. Everybody just carry your medicine and drink. If you think you have some influence, carry that your influence to your house. The obedient movement is not dependent on anybody, whoever you are. We are not dependent on anybody. This movement is headless. It's like NSAS. So don't bring it to Twitter. Don't come and confuse the people that are not even strong-minded. Somebody came on space this morning and was telling us to be kind to Tinubu. We should be kind to Tinubu in what sense? Be kind to Tinubu that he did what?
Wait,
P2B
sorry.
was persecuted.
Wait, someone really said be kind to Tinubu.
I swear, when meaning Nigeria, were you not there?
Hey,
Somebody came on Wayne space this morning and said, be kind to Tinubu. That Tinubu did not mean what he said. What he meant was not attacking the judiciary. I'm like, are you serious? What was it? What was he referencing the whatever happened June 12? What's the reference for? You reference history for the future or for the present. That's why you reference history. You are referencing history. You're telling us that the judiciary should not make real estate injunctions or whatever against the country. Because you know that fire don't dey burn your ash. Fire don't dey burn your ash because they give you reports. Your lawyers are giving reports. So Oga, wahala dey o. This book came with truckload of evidence. There's no way we can counter it. Oga, use some executive power to do something. And somebody, an obedient is telling me that we should be kind to Tinubu. I tell her, I say, whoa, if to say I dey near you, like we sit down for court, they brief us on what is happening at the court.
Yeah,
And
no, man. I beg.
I can feel the passion in your voice, my brother. I
whoa,
get it.
I tell her, I say for able your mouth, I tell am now. So please, we should stay angry. Stay angry. Stay angry. That's the only way. Nobody is encouraging anybody here.
My
If you are not old enough to
my
know that
brother,
Nigeria is not working, then go and join Abado and eat corn.
my brother, don't do.
Make I yield that beg.
Thank you. Because as it is, I don't elbow all of us from out. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Nice one, Johnny. Nice one. Honestly, I think some things have to be said, but it's best when people come out here and express themselves and just say how it is. Let everybody understand that this is exactly how we feel as a people. You understand? So, on the violence space, we always open it for you guys. Come and say what you have to say. It is always important you understand that. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Let me bring in my mama herself. Mommy Bolale. Whoa, Mommy Bolale, my elbows.
Okay, I'm okay. Ian is like, I am so obsessed with violence space. I went to naming ceremony. I had my AirPods in my ear, but when you now got to the prayer, I was like, Palale, you're wrong now. Take it out. So I had to take it out. But I listened to because the submissions at the start of the space are always so good. And I didn't want to miss it, but I had to. So I'm gonna go and listen to it. I'm gonna go and listen to it again after the space finishes. But I am fine, thank you. How are you?
We're fine, man. We're fine, man.
Okay. Otumba, how are you, Jimmy? Uh, I hope you're all both great.
Come on, see
Ah,
what
no, Mabino. You see, I kind of took a couple of packs. Kayla has eaten your share. Let me blame her for it. Anyway, wow. I mean, there has been a lot of emotions on the space, and you know what? These people are right. All of you are right. Um, and I kind of, when I was listening to, well, trying to listen, while singing one hand when they were singing hymns, I kind of remembered my grandma. I don't know why I remembered her, but I remembered her. And she used to always say, because I used to get into a lot of trouble when they took me to Nigeria, because it's what my eyes would see that I would say, and I brought my kids up to be that, when it comes to be that forward. I want to hear their opinion, right? And my grandma used to say that ọmọdé ò lè jẹ kó kó má ra lọ́wọ́. I don't know what's echo in I don't know what that is. Jimmy, help me out. What that means, And I can't. Jimmy is
Wait,
busy.
wait,
Oh yeah,
no,
too bad.
I'm here.
One or
I'm
yeah,
here.
tell me.
I'm here. What? Ṣé ọmọdé ò lè mórí jẹ kó má ra lọ́wọ́? Is that what you were trying
No,
to? Jẹ kó má.
Jeko kumara lowo.
That one tough. But okay, let me try. So I mean, ẹ̀kọ is like cold pap, right? So there is no way
Yes.
be able to eat it in a way it won't get messy. It's no there's no way it can get messy. But I mean, if an adult is eating it, only ibi pẹlẹbẹ láti mọ́lẹ̀ jẹ, there's a flat place you take the ẹ̀kọ from. In a way you eat it.
Jimmy.
I love Jimmy.
Babalawo.
Oh
You don't do that, Babalawo. What you call her?
Jimmy na Babalawo.
Dear me. Oh, I, I was thinking about that saying. Thank you, Jimmy. I was thinking about that saying when I was thinking about obedience and how they vex my spirit, they vex my soul over the last so many days. I've been like, small time I will go and I'm gonna go and find the cane, and literally some of them need to be whipped in submission because I was like, what? And for a lot of people, it's their first foray into politics. I get that. I understand it, But at which point, at which point will we get it right? And I'm very frustrated. Yes, we are not a cult, right? Obedient movement is not a cult, right? It was born out of a desire for good to see good governance, and we queued behind, we all queued behind Peter Obi. He joined the Labour Party, right? And this is why we have been shouting, go and join the Labour Party. If a whole lot of you had joined the Labour Party when we told you to, you would have been delegates. And should be it is your votes that they will count. And then you won't be moaning. And then this whole attitude, you see, right? Obedient movement, it's whether you don't know, it's an ideology. Like PDP, APC, and all that, where they cross carpet, it's because there's no ideology. Right, but with obedient movement, there's an ideology, right? And since we have adopted Labour Party, we have to fill out all the positions, right, and take it over so that ideology permeates every level, right, of governance, be it from local government right up to state to and on a federal level. But you can't do it from outside the party structure. You cannot. And then this whole like as far as I'm concerned, right, if you were truly obedient, right, and you joined the party for the same reason, if you didn't get the ticket, you will not cross carpet to another party because basically you just want political power, right? And so we need to be a bit more wiser in how we deal with these issues, because I don't understand. The same thing you guys did to a dog. What you said, he did this, he did. You weren't happy with this, and what have you. And I've maintained, right, as far as we're concerned, going forward, have this in your mind. Have it. Just know that, they have said this time and time again, right? Before, Labour Party has existed for 20 years plus. However, they were structured for hire. Every election cycle, they cash out, right? They just take the ticket so that they can say, I'm going to endorse this person or what have you, and they cash out, right? That's what they have always been about, right? But now, right, we're saying, no more of that nonsense, right? So, obedience, go and join the Labour Party. I never, ever intended to join the party, but somehow, I think it was Liberty Champion sat me down one day and she was like, "Sis, you can't affect the change. Yes, it's a movement, and we did fantastically well, but we also need that formal structure. We need to own that structure. We need to own it. People stop splitting our votes before it's even been cast. You need to understand that. Right, and people have talked about it earlier, so I'm not going to go on. Let me just move on from that. You see, Mr. Tinubu threatening the judiciary. When I heard it, I didn't know. I saw, obviously, if you want to know that something has happened, go to Twitter. I came to Twitter and I saw. I was like, but I decided that I never want to hear the man speak. Right, so I never listened to it. So I was picking up stuff from what people said. Oh, he said this, he said that, and I was like, hey, you don't understand this thing. The man is feeling the heat, right? He knows that his money will not save him, right? So he has resorted to threats. That is how Tinubu has always operated, with threats. In Lagos State, ask Lagosians. It's threats. It don't maybe you didn't know. It wasn't this election that people were threatened. People were threatened in 2019. People were threatened in 2015. In fact, every PDP candidate in Lagos, even when they were like full blooded Yoruba Lagosians or Mekogidi, they became Igbo for the purposes of the election, as far as Tinubu and his thugs were concerned. So yeah, it didn't just start, right? So, but it comes from a place of fear, right? Because people, they know the reason why he was able to establish himself that firmly in Lagos was because people didn't bother voting. Yeah, I see you, but I'm ignoring you. Sister Dam, I'm ignoring you. So it's like he was able to take root, so to say, because people were not really bothered with voting. And that is why we somehow in Lagos we went from it being a democracy to it being a monarchy, right? And that is what they now want to take on the federal level. So when I heard the threats, I was like, this is coming from a place of fear, because he knows, as we have shown him, when people are aware of the processes, show interest in it, and participate in the process, all this bullshit that has been happening in Nigeria for so long will no longer happen. Right, so what does he do? He threatens. Did you not know that they burn buildings? Or did you not hear, after that stupid law that they were passing in Lagos, did you not hear where people's documents were? They went and tried to burn the place. That is Tinubu's style. If I can't get what I want, I will use threat, I will use violence. That is it. So that's how I see it as. And at the end of the day, whether he likes it or not, he's giving us back that mandate. He stole it. He's a thief, and we did not vote for him. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, mommy. Thank you very much. Thank you. He's a thief. We did not vote for him. I think. See, that is that part of it that we always pin him. You are a thief. We did not vote for you. Ah, thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Jermaine, you've been here for a long time. I think I'm going to take Jermaine, then Eze, then Nina, then Eze Namdi in that order. Jermaine, you have the space, please. 4 minutes. Please, guys, when you see me wave my hands, I don't want to obstruct you or interrupt you. Please try and give a submission in 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Go on, bro.
Hi, Sadan, and everybody. I greet everybody. Wonderful space once again. So,
Jeremy, first
first
of
of
all,
all,
this boy, I like
Otuba,
Jeremy.
waiting.
I like Jeremy. You know, say you tackle me that day, and I just look you. You tackle me. I was like, you know what? You're making points. But continue.
No, man, not talk that matter. See, Momo just leave that matter.
No, but you're right though. Honestly, like I thought about what you were saying. I was like, yeah, that's why I'm like, I have no comeback. Okay, all right, whatever.
I know, Mo just leave that matter. So, first of the PEPT Watch. I just want to commend everybody for what we are doing. So one of the things we said was the WhatsApp stuff, to disseminate the information down to people who are not, who know basically on social media. And I just want to emphasize again, let's keep doing that, because for what I see, some people, particularly people down back home who are not on Twitter, even probably those who are focused on Instagram or something or other social media, and there's this sense that okay, we've moved on, or the court case is there. Like even if you watch now the traditional media, they're not really talking much about the case. Even when they do, they bring out misleading headlines. So and we know that WhatsApp is a very strong way of disseminating information as fast as possible, requiring minimum data. So, Joe Biden is doing stuff, Wayne is doing stuff, a lot of people are doing stuff. So, please, even those stuff, just even in your own language, please, it's very important that we are keeping the energies high. We might not go on the street and do 1 million man march, but at least we can actually still help to ensure that this information is being passed on. I just want to speak on Imo State a bit controversially, right? So my major point would be that I'm an advocate for Labour Party down to top to bottom. You can never ever see on my social media space saying otherwise. But it's important that I know Tuba said something. I'm not tackling you, but just get my point. Now you said it's the general induced, the other guy induced. Um, the point would be that the price of the inducement, is it who induced more that got it or something? So my point in this sense would be
No, no,
that
no, no, no,
yes,
no, no, no. That's not what I said. What I said
okay,
was
yeah, yeah, yeah.
if you're accusing XYZ of inducing, I also have people that have accused the other guy of inducing. So we can all induce. And then people left out the part where he talked about how many bikes is actually bought, what the bikes were going to
Mm-hmm,
be good for. And there's this
yeah,
it's a but just to crop out one part and show us a picture of
mm-hmm,
some paper someone signed somewhere and
mm-hmm.
run with it and say that's the only reason why we should go to a genetic party. Sorry,
Don't call it a
yeah.
genetic party. You'll be sued.
I'm sorry. Is
Don't do that.
I'm going to come on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what my standpoint would be that there's a clear line. I think Attack also kind of like used like a false equivalent to say, oh, Peter Obi went to Taraba and they had to mobilize. See, that is going for campaign, right? In actual election, the way you're talking about delegates who are coming to come and vote, come and do a conscience. More like on that election day, you went out and started giving people mobilization to come to your to come and vote. So that's a different conversation. But whatever it is the fact that it has happened. Labour Party may have taken some decisions within themselves to look at the process, and I think there was an appeal for that process. And I know even that space yesterday, I critically asked the guy and said, "Why did you leave Labour Party?" Right? Because truth is that where we want the perfect process, even the American process, it might not be all that perfect, but it's that point of saying, okay, I have seen something, there's a wrong process, but we are going to go through this together. We're going to refine this, we're going to make it better. Then those wonderful ideas that you have that you want to govern Imo State, at the point in time, you can actually even collage those ideas together because that's the way we're going to work. Because I don't think the general is going to bring one magic one and change it. Before he picked up Labour, before he went for the primaries in PDP, he was already speaking to people, was already engaging with people. So even before the election, even before the PDP primaries even started, a lot of people knew Peter Obi, knew what he was talking about. But one of the major things that I think this Achano guy, why a lot of people are not really emotionally invested in him, particularly on social media, is the fact that there have been a seeming lack of engagement prior to now as against the General Jack, who before the primaries, because one, there was no really need, there was not even a need for one, if you look at it hypothetically, for the general to come and be on Twitter space, because one, it's just a primary election. The consequences are people who are in Imo State. The delegates are people who will vote at the actual day. But it was a smart move because at right now, even people who are not even in Imo State, in quote, already know about it, have engaged with him. So that's why some people, when they you see them talk about him, it's not necessarily because in quote they think he's good or something, but because they have. And I think even going forward, if Peter be led that template, it might be expensive. It only just means you have to be accessible and as second guess whether this guy did anything during the election day or not. Because by now we'll not be at this point where we should be campaigning for him and trying to determine his credibility because time is being lost. So I just think that going forward, it might be expensive, but if you're using people like this space, social media space, you connect people early enough. So we're not going back and forth on this thing. And I think I also need to call out some persons as well. See, some people have messed up in this Labour Party top to bottom, and when you have messed up before, when you want to now want to bring up people to align with this thing, you have to do it with let of respect. Don't trade out there to make it look like people are dumb when at that point in time you also did the same thing. Because like we were said today, she got an idea to say, okay, I had this opinion before, but now I'm going to stand back. I'm going to do Labour Party top to bottom. But when you are trying to convince people, please do it with a lot of respect. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I think Eze Inamdi, you go next now. Please, 4 minutes. Thank you, bro.
Me, I be Namdi, my bro.
Oh, sorry, Eze. You just the fall of the come on. Go on, my brother. You have the space after you, Eze. After you take the lady, then Eze will
Well,
be in that
hello,
order. Thank you.
Amir, Otumba, Jimmy, well meaning Ibrahim, Mr. Kolade, everybody in the house, Auntie Bolanle, all my seniors. Well, this my submission, I don't save am for this violence space. Only I just have one thing to talk about, and that is Tinubu threatening the judiciary. That general almost turned 1 million march space today to violence space. I forgive my submission for after general that time, but I just don't want to turn that space to violence space because that man, in fact, that guy pissed me off with that shit. And then Mr. David came and just reignited that peak, just reignited it in my heart, to be honest. But this is what I have to say about it. I just think the hypocrisy is just the audacity is just so loud. It's just so, like, this man is talking about truncate, he's not going to listen to any illegal orders from the courts that are going to truncate democracy. And I'm thinking, what? Like, which democracy are you talking about? Which democracy are you standing on now, currently, totally? Like, democracy, constitution that you guys are very disrespected, flatlined, or is already in a coma. We're the ones trying to resurrect this P now. So when I just hear all these things, it's just very, I don't know, it's just very infuriating. People are coming on to talk about we should encourage each other. If we're not angry, if you guys are not staying angry at all this stuff, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know for you. Because these people, every day we're fighting gaslighting. Every day we're fighting the fact that is this shit even real? Like what we're going through, like, is it even not like is it even real? So for me, stay focused. For me, everybody needs to stay focused. Everybody needs to stay focused because these guys they're doing their best to try and push us before we get that judgment. They're doing their best to try and push us before we get that judgment. So let's just get that our court judgment, and then let's confirm it as Supreme Court, and then let's see. Like I'm just praying. All I just came to do today is to add those people that everybody else that just prayed. Like you people should just do anyhow after that point. Just please, just move anyhow. So that will follow you to now do anyhow as well. Because the kind of madness that we're seeing in Nigeria is going to end this year. This whole simulation that we're living in, this whole like, no, we can't continue like this anymore. We can't continue like this anymore. So let's get that judgment. Then, if you guys now say you don't want to move or you like, because I know that Tinubu himself he's too old. He doesn't have strength for all these things. He doesn't have strength for all these things. So I'm sure after that Supreme Court affirmation, you will just leave it. I can see your hand to Otumba. So, but his handlers, this is his handlers especially. If people should just choose peace, please choose peace, because you guys did your own 3 times. You did your own February 25th. You did your own March 1st when you announced that shit. While men slept, the devil, the enemy, so tears at night. And then you did your own on gubernatorial as well. and we didn't say anything. We didn't. We just calmed down. We just maintained. So if we get that court judgment and you guys don't maintain, that's all I just came to say today. Thank you, my big bros. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Nina, you have the space, please. 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Otumba, Emmer, Jimmy on the beat, Mommy Bolanle. Good evening, everybody. I can't fight Caesar again. Okay, so yay, parallel parts. 1 month. Wow, congratulations, guys. I'm really, really proud of the work you're doing, the work you've done. You all should be proud of yourself. In 1 month, you've made the list of top Twitter spaces in the world. You're doing amazing. Yes, room for improvement. We can all work together to do more, but please take your flowers. I just wanted to start from there. Okay, so when Mommy Bolanle was giving her submission, she said something very instructive. Obedient movement is an ideology. We all need to get that. We cannot hate corruption and crime and all that when our kinsmen are not involved. So if somebody from your region or your tribe is involved in corruption, you look the other way. I'm starting from here because of this entire Imo State talk. I'm from Enugu and I hate what's going on in Enugu right now because I'm seeing some so-called obedience still siding with Peter Mba. If you're an obedient, you stick with the ideology. Does Peter Mba reflect Peter Obi? That is the big question. See what has happened with his NYSC certificate. See how he has gone to get an illegal court injunction from Abuja to shush an institution as big as NYSC. These things are important. You cannot be pretentious. It's either you're with us or you're not with us. Please, Imo State, you might not like this man. I don't want to flog a dead horse, but you might not like him. Let us work together to get him to start talking. Let's get him to connect emotionally with people. This afternoon, I had a conversation with my mom, and she was the one telling me, oh, how Peter Obi talked to the Abia State governor, and he said this and that to him. And I enjoyed her telling me that story because she understands that PO being the leader of LP as it were right now can influence the governors. And that's why she wants a Chijoke Edoga in Enugu State so that he can also reflect a Peter Obi. So but let me just quickly in 30 seconds talk about Tinubu's threat to the judiciary. Ha ha ha. Did you all expect anything different? Tinubu is a tyrant. Everybody knows him. Tinubu are synonyms. That's who he is. That's all he knows. He resorts to violence, to threats, to all of that. And that shows you that we're doing something right. The two speakers before me vented about the space. I was in that space. He didn't say be kind to the clown. He said be fair, which is even worse than being kind. And he was trying to make excuses. Please, I don't want us to um, be of this mindset that I don't want to listen. I don't like listening to him. In fact, I don't even say his name. I don't even type his name when I'm typing. People who chat with me privately will tell you that I have a name for him. But I think it's important for all of us to listen to that speech and read the transcript. Then we can argue from a position of information because there is a lot of gaslighting in that speech. Then you come out and you say to us, be fair to him, and you try to make excuses for him. Like people will say, Chineke pokwa ngoko, Chineke pokwa ngoko. Anybody that can translate should translate. But Chineke pokwa ngoko, don't do that. And I like that he threatened the judiciary. And if any of them is listening, I want to end with this. It will be a shame on you that a man who cannot even stand firm on his 2 feet, a man who cannot control his bladder, a man who cannot speak coherently will threaten you and you will not do the right thing. I am watching. This is an opportunity. God just gave you guys a chance to be heroes, to write your names in the hallmark of heroes, to be mentioned with national heroes who saved Nigeria. Let's see what you're going to do. I'd like to yield. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Nina. Absolutely blasting. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you.
I haven't commented on that. That his speech was actually a dog whistle. It was an ethnic dog whistle, and let me tie it to people. See, Yorubas, a lot of Yorubas have there's a feeling and attitude we have towards June 12th, 1993. There's something where MK Abiola.
So that the one your guy now, your
Oh,
guy. Yeah, when he said in 2011,
yeah.
when he said in 2011 that this man just wants power, so he's going to come in and divide the Yoruba tribe. He understands that there are some people that intentionally automatically attached to the tribe. So when he comes in, he is not for person will get Guinness this thing. That man is more Guinean than Nigerian. What he has no, you cannot place his bet, you cannot trace his father, you can't trace his mother. So if I go back to Nigeria, these guys and start speaking Yoruba and start doing the same thing, and people that start telling me Yoruba, no, you can't trace this man's ancestry to nowhere. But you understand that there's some people that are blinded by that bigotry, and he lines himself with them, not for them, because they will still suffer. They will still suffer in this.
Everybody go chop the breakfast.
Everybody go chop am. Do you understand? You not go on this and say, if Tinubu administration will favor me, let's pray. Tinubu administration will favor me and my family. You are mad. Tinubu administration favoring you and your family is that he will build road for everybody. Will you drive the road alone? Are you a bastard? Or he will bring light, only you and your family will use the light? Or do you do pour water for you and your family? You guys must be fucking crazy.
Saddam, you've not seen that there's an Akambi card going around now. The reason Akambi card to use the road.
I think one thing when I see that prayer, I go to other countries, and when I'm in other countries, I'm like, and I see people's, just go to comments from other countries. You never hear them say, Biden administration will favor me. Trump administration will favor me. Are you crazy? If Biden does what is right, it favors the whole of America. It doesn't just favor you and your family. You guys' brains are blocked. It is. That is the one I say. Please, obedient. From next, don't worry. I think it's from next month. Let us Melembe first. I mean, from next week, we are going to go and take over Instagram. We're going to take over Instagram because I'm seeing that these people are moving mad there. If we
they don't pay influencers now. You get one only super girl. I had to unfollow her. I used to follow her before. That left right propaganda.
We will take over Instagram. We will take over Instagram. That's small work for us. People that are doing something free, you cannot compare people that are being paid. Because
just give date and time.
My brother, don't worry. You know, say we can't plan now.
We go enter date and time.
When we plan and we cook well, we take over. It's normal. We plan, cook, and take over. Right now, let them be moving mad there. They got that comment on the Enders page and Instablog and the rest of them running like mad, like junkies. Come to Twitter and talk now. We'll come there and some of them are see me for Instagram. I be one man mopo. If I go there, I drop my own and I now say the children of the roasted and rotten corn will cry under my comment. And lo and behold, they will start crying. I'll say, yes, see them. We're going to take over Instagram very soon, guys. But let me go back to the conversation. All right, I think call me Lexi Do then. Isn't that the next? Thank you very much in that order. Call me out the space.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody from here. Good day, wherever you might be listening. It's an opportunity again to be here on this space. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. See, I want to power, and this is where I will start. For those of you who doesn't know how we started this movement, we all started this movement in 2020 with one voice that we all agreed that we are tired of bad governance. That was what brought every one of us out from our comfort zone. We are tired of the brutality, the killing, and we #it end SARS. It's not about the end SARS, it's about end brutality. end bad governance. But some people jump on that trend. Today, they have become influencers. They have cashed out from it. The movement go on, go on. And I want everyone who has become influential through this movement to know one thing. The power of that your tweet has sent somebody to an early grave. Just because you tweeted EndSARS that day. It pushed somebody there. Today, the family don't know where he or she is. But today, now you have splitted. You collected money. You can open your mouth and say Tinubu is working. On this platform for 8 months, it was banned. You forget. We stood for you just because you lost your gig. We are all shouting. Some of you, your account was locked just because it was used to you receive money for NSAS. We all have one voice. We are tired of bad governance. That was the purpose of this movement. You all got back your accounts, you all got back your gig, then you forget, you split. That's the same energy that we both says and SARS. You couldn't use it and let's stand for just one person we choose to be the president. You now hide under. Some of you sat on the fence. You say you are not concerned. All of a sudden you find your voice. Somebody, Tinubu is working. It seems like Konida from the Bruni. Show for that.
Amen.
I still repeated it. That tweet you made that 2020 send somebody to LG. If you have not tweeted that thing, maybe that person wouldn't have gone there. But you sent the tweet, but today you couldn't even repeat it. Oke tweeted, Nigeria will not end me. 12 hours before it, fail, we saw it. The guy died. We all cried. You influencials, you cried. But Oke is still in the early grave. But what are you doing about it? Those who make it happen, you are praising them. Some people got injured. Some people got amputated. Now you see, when I say stand on your own, this movement is personal to you. Know why you are there. I know what I am saying. To the list. We didn't expect what Onkwake did yesterday. Onkwake that we saw. So just recently in Lagos rally, Peter Obi, somebody was amputated. He tweeted it. Somebody was amputated just because he went out for rally. I'm not even talking about election day. Some people lost their car just because we went out to do what? To go for rally. Now imagine what happened on election day. If Akabi was given gun to face that Onkwake, we shoot him. Just for Tinubu to have his way. But today he is championing him. You forget that you people have stand in one voice to say end SARS. We both agree end bad governance. But today, you are forgotten. The only thing you could say is you have collected money. Oh, where Jelegba? Because you used your hand to tweeted end SARS. And everyone that died is going to come upon you. Enjoy now. It's just for a moment. It will not last. If Saddam tries it today and said he's not going, you stand on your own and fight your battle. You know why you are here. That's why I said I am angry. I know what I want, and I have chosen the best man to make it work for me. And you know the sad thing about Nigeria today? Go to the street of Nigeria and ask them about this election. You will hear them say, everybody rigged. Labour Party rigged. PDP rigged. It's just that the person that rigged most is APC. So let it go. I don't argue with them. It is not their fault. They have been doing it, but I will let you know that we are going to let you know the meaning of you fucked with the wrong generation. You will vomit everything you stole because you are fucked with the wrong generation. We know what we want and we work towards it. The day before election, I went out begging people inside Sun. One woman gave me a drink and said, "Take." That day, just because she understands the pain. The only thing I did is just let's go out and vote. And we did. And our vote must count. Please, I repeat it and I will say it again. If tomorrow comes, I tweeted, but please, let's accept Tinubu. Please. You know the next thing to do. Drag me from anywhere I am. But for now, I'm still standing and nothing is going to change me. And lastly, I want to say, gbogbo ẹ̀yin, all you using paranoid accounts, recording voice here, kò ní dáa fún yín. Ẹ ṣòfò ni. All you àgbàdo people, recording now, ikú máa pa yín ni. This is your last recording you are doing. Ẹ kú dànù ni. Keep recording. Ẹ ṣòfò ni. I yield the mic. I love you.
You know, I swear, I there's something I appreciate more than some. You know, there's a difference between speaking Yoruba. You know, it's like or like you want to speak. I'm going to take a shot at my friend now. You know, my friend. You know, he speak with an accent, but it's nothing sweet like hearing Yoruba in a very very when he curses. Show food,
What's the morning way? I
It
do
carries,
that.
it's like
I
when
love it when
there's some curses you curse in Igbo. See, not speaking Igbo like our friend, though, you know the friend I'm talking about. But when you use sorry, my friend, or me, when you use the thick accent, the proper accent to curse, that's what Lexi did there. He's so,
bro. It's not just the
that's so.
accent though. He's how now. He's how now.
Yeah,
So when he
I
curses,
love Lexi. I
Lexi,
swear.
I love it.
I love you,
Honestly,
man. I love you, brother.
I swear that his causes comes with passion.
I
Person
swear.
don't boss yourself this time. Person boss is say, Jimmy, this guy don't come do internship for your place. My guy, I love it. He's just saying it the way it is. God bless you, my brother. God bless you.
Come
I share I wrote it wrong already. Don't worry yourself. Quick one, Saddam. Someone sent me a message about this LP top to bottom, and the person said, so are we saying if Eleyi Kudus of Lagos changes his mind and joins LP to become LP member and just run for election? Èpè máa pàyà ẹ̀.
Let me
Èmi ni
let me let me let me answer that person. Let me answer that person. Let me answer that
màá-
person. That question you ask yourself now, that question you ask now is just the same thing like when Abado people say, are you saying if Tinubu win 35 states, he will I know win FCT, he will not become governor? How does that question make sense to you? How does that question make sense to you? How can Kudus come to LP? How? Some questions you will ask yourself first. Ask yourself a question before you ask it outside. Ask yourself first. How? How can you win 36 states in Nigeria and not win FCT? How possible is it? How can you
bro,
win 36 states
I
in
think the
Nigeria
person
and not win FCT? How?
I
Questions you
think the
ask
person
yourself.
just
That kind of person ask that question. Tell them go right jam. I beg. I know the question no go. You know I beg.
no, I think I understand where the person is coming from. That you should try and scrutinize the kind of people that joins into LP, and that's the reason why we've been emphasizing, guys. Let us join LP as a party, okay? Because when we join LP as a party, before they can make some certain decisions, because take it or leave it, LP has been infiltrated already. We have some bad eggs there, and they are the ones making these crazy, decisions. I saw one recently now, a PDP guy just joined LP now, and he's at the forefront. They've stolen money and they are ready to drop these 25 million, 50 million LPs requesting for. But by the time we take over, we have enough obedient joining the party. We will have people within the party saying, no, this cannot fly. It's a gradual process. We can't just fly
And
immediately.
Jimmy,
Let us
another
grow.
thing, one thing you have to understand, is that you cannot get it right. You can't get it right all the time. We have to understand this. You cannot get it right all the time. We are human beings. We are not AI. Even
So now
AI said fuck
I
up.
wish you can clone like 600 Peter Obi. Our life will be so
Do you
easy.
understand?
Life will be
There's
so
only one Peter Obi.
easy,
For these standard
man.
bearers of this thing, come they do like say that we holy pastor. You do this. Oh beg, I don't please. If it's that one, make we are dealing with politicians. That these guys have been doing politics all their lives. Every of them that come out that everybody in that come and say you. And major thing, my own is that the moment you just call person's name to me, I just check Google real quick. This is a generation whereby any person that have any criminal record, it's on the internet. No matter how you try to whitewash it, you see one or two traces. You can do your research for yourself, or just see people come their own sentiment, their own argument, their own behind it, their own agenda. And man, honestly speaking, this thing it goes back to the same thing I'm saying. I will prefer, I will say this all the time, 100 times, 100 times, a candidate that I can hold responsible. I can hold responsible after elections. I will prefer 1,000,000 times. And you
Salam,
cannot, the moment you enter
Salam,
stage,
I think the key word,
you can't say anything anymore.
Salam, the key word is not just hold responsible because okay, yes, because you can hold any elected official can be held responsible, but there are levels to stuff. There's a different mechanism when party wants to hold an elected official responsible, and when the citizens, okay, there are steps that it's a lot easier to whether it's the US or whatever party you are, it's a lot easier to well, some people might argue, but to me, I think it's a lot easier to sometimes hold people more responsible, especially when you're in the same party, and that person, and you and I know, and that you know that you have no business in that position, even though for the factor that you're in this party. So but hey, to each his own. Thank you.
You just put it this way around. Imagine being in APC. Who can N6 made the submission earlier on? I was like, name one party that you see their candidates come out on spaces to solicit support. Even if I know that right now on this space, how many are we? 1,000 plus. With 1,000 plus person vote win any election anyway. Can 1,000 people win election in Nigeria?
Like
Can do you understand? But you see, they still come out here and try to, because we have built something whereby we can hold politicians accountable, even if it's pretending. They are pretending. They can pretend. Look at that House of Rep man. I never for one. I don't make one tweet. I don't make one. I told them, me, we don't really make any tweet up here because I came up on Twitter and I saw tweets everywhere. I mean, once people are already dragging you, oh my God, I just feel like the job is already done. The man immediately go beg. He going to beg because he's under what? LP. Simple. You want to put one person in governor, he will go there and go and steal everything and steal everything. You go shout tire. You go cry tire. He look you, he send you. He don't send you now because there's no system for you to hold him accountable. Just to me, this is just common sense, honestly. But let's go on. And Ezin Namdi, you have this piece, my brother. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba. Well-meaning. Good evening, everybody in the house. To me, it's not just one P2B that we have. Me, I have my own P2Bs all over. And the moment I saw my Oga Ibrahim on space, I had to collect Mike because he is my own P2B too. He's a man who I respect so much. I call him the Lion of the North. All his posts, I always put it up on Twitter because I have a lot of my northern brothers.
I use to stalk him on Instagram. He doesn't know Instagram and Snapchat.
I've always,
Oh, you play golf today,
I've
Abi,
al-
right?
so I'm always following him up and down. And then, my guy Ibrahim, this is not what we planned. We thought that by now we'll be celebrating. Somebody like me will be in the north. You know how we planned it, looking for my wife, but obviously my wedding will have to come. We are in court. And then, there are two issues now. We are in court, and then fuel price. Since the change of fuel in my state, there have been no wedding. Go and verify. No single wedding anywhere. No wedding. Because if you want to do wedding now, you have to plan for people's fuel. And me, I don't have money to fund people's fuel to come to my wedding. So that's why most of these things will be suspended until so when you see me as a single man, I'm not irresponsible. It's as a product of our court case and what we are getting. By the time we recover our mandate, we have a principle that all of us here, all we need to do is to shout. The next day, he will come and talk to us. And we can complain to him that Mumu man in one state is not behaving well. That's assuming when our own voice cannot be heard. But we cannot complain to P2B about AA or PC or Zoo Party or Boot Party
Genetic party.
or Genetic Party. These things do not work that way. And for me as a person, I took my time and I
No, it's not
browsed.
genetic, it's genotype party. Sorry, genotype.
So me as a person, I took my time and I browsed Atan Ochono. Is that Saddam that taught me that thing. Anybody just, if you type the full name, write corruption, finish, then begin to scroll. I will confess to everybody here, I checked Google up and down. I did not see anything. But if you come on Spaces and see some of the things that are being said about him, you'll be scared. But the man also contributed to it because when you do not talk to people, you have to suffer the brunt of their imagination. If you refuse to speak to people, then you must be willing to take in whatever they assume about you. And that was what happened in Enugu State. And that is what will bring me to Enugu State. A lot of people compare Enugu State, and the comparison most people do about Enugu State is insulting to some of us who put in the work to win that election. If you want to compare Imo and Enugu State, this is the only place you can compare it. What is happening to Etan now is what happened to Edoga. I will confirm to all of you here, Edoga does not have anything in social media. He created Twitter because of violence. Somebody like me, I had to call an SSA who relocated to US, who is his very good friend, because I don't know him in person, to tell him to come on Twitter and defend himself because he has been buried alive. And that was how he created an account, came here and spoke to everybody. I do not believe in demonizing a man whom I have not heard from. And that is where some of us have gotten it wrong. We have gone ahead to run with some narratives that is not verifiable. Even his deputy came yesterday and said, if you have the bribe, we run a go and verify movement. Put it up. Let us see the bribe. Stop saying I have evidence. I have it. Because you destroy somebody's image, destroy his family. Even the wife was
Listen,
there.
Andrew, now waiting fame. See, now waiting. Now, why my boy lawyer? See, nothing else. I said I don't have interest, And they someone's picking up picture of the sign for Okada, like the Okada that is actually on video explaining what it's for.
So that is just it. So, but coming down to Enugu, I also want to make it clear on this space so that everybody will run with the accurate information. Labour Party won the election in Enugu State in a landslide, just like we won the presidential election. Now, APGA and Labour Party is like comparing Sowore and P2B at the presidential level. That is what, when people say we lost Enugu because of APGA was irrelevant. And you will see that the moment the election finished, everybody that was championing APGA, most of them online, collapsed and joined PDP. And you find out that it was never about APGA from day one, because APGA is insignificant, and I made it clear. What we suffered in Enugu is that our returning officer, the results, traveled from Enugu to Abuja, spent almost 5 days. By the time that result came out, what our returning officer told us is that I am a man under authority. And what I am giving is what I'm going to announce. And PDP went to a particular local government and allocated 7,000.
Isn't sorry to interrupt you. See, what I hate in my life, is injustice. I hate injustice. Please, I want everybody on this platform right now, over 1,002 of you on this platform, please just type Atan Ochonu and corruption. Please do that right now on Google, please. This movement has been built on facts and figures. Please do that. And anybody that have anything, just come back and I want my DMs. My DMs are open. Please send me something in my DM, please. Thank you.
Tell him I almost ran mad yesterday. I was Googling. That's why I called you.
People are wicked, I swear. People are wicked. But go on, Izzy.
So, the man announced what he announced. They went to one local government that has 7,000 accredited voters, and PDP allocated to themselves 34,000 to cancel out. In fact, Labour Party was leading with over 30,000 votes. Use one local government to recover all the votes. That was why they had to wait till all results came in from every other place so that they will know what to write for themselves. That is the case of Enugu State. And we are in court. It's just like Mahmoud coming by 4 a.m. to announce results. It was just the same thing. Our returning officer went to Abuja when the Abia State woman was coming back to say that she stood by the process and that she told that even the professor, Mahmoud Yakub, is a professor like her, that she followed the due process. Our own went to hotel, slept inside hotel, they served him food and other things, only for him to come out and say on national TV, no longer about process, that he's a man under authority. That is the injustice that we suffered in Enugu. So when you make reference to Enugu, be careful how you say it. Someone said we lost 3,000, we lost Enugu because of Abga. All those news and propaganda is totally wrong. Then be that as it may, I yield with this last point. My brother Akin did something that if we were one-on-one, he deserves flogging. Because if a member of his family had died in that election, he will not make that tweet. And to show how stupid that young boy is, because I call him a boy, that the attitude and the brain he used to make that tweet is that of a boy. To show how stupid, he went further to say that all my staff in my company, some of them that are APC, should I pursue them? So if you have Kudus that works under your company and has instigated killing via his tweets and against so many tribes, you will still retain him and you call yourself a CEO. You are a stupid man. And then as I yield, I am here to solicit support for some of our bandit brothers on TikTok. Running mad in this country. Akim and Buhari is the same type of sells tubers of yam. So humanity, let us separate killing. This killing that Shakarao used to do. Let us separate Shakarao's killing. We have to separate Shakarao's killing from his humanity so that we can be able to advertise the tubers of yam that Shakarao plants in the north. We need to propagate his business.
Honorable, mute your mic. Honorable.
Thank you very much, and I yield.
Honorable, mute your mic.
Oh my goodness. 1 minute, I beg. In as much as that sounds so funny, it's actually
But it's the
perfect.
truth, though. Yeah.
It is. It is actually the truth. I called him out. I told him, I said he's mad for making such a statement. Where were you when Igbo's businesses were being burnt? They didn't separate business from politics when they were burning their businesses, when they were gaslighting them, when they were demonizing them. They did not do that. And you coming out to tell us to do this with someone supporting a party that disenfranchised a certain tribe in Nigeria, and you're coming out to tell us that, you must be very stupid. You must be a madman. See, a lot of people are going to go mad in this movement, and that's the reason why Saddam said earlier on, don't look up to anybody. Anybody can switch at any time. Everybody has their price. It's until you meet people that will offer you the price. I can say it bold and clear. I don't think there's any amount that can buy me. If
Me, I
there's
have
gonna,
amount to me, I have amount to me. I just want 1
bro,
billion.
if there's going to
One
be
billion,
any
$1
amount,
billion dollars. So now $1 billion, I will deny you,
bro,
Saddam.
beyond money. Honestly speaking, say now the year, my wife don't they pinch me as I they talk, say no amount. Don't they tell me say collect it. My wife don't they pinch me. This life. See, I go. I don't want where to go. Give me problem for this movement. I go leave a room. I don't want wahala because I know this movement. I can't be talking next to her.
Jimmy, but for real though, I spoke to him. I think the painful part for me was I still remember vividly the election night and this how we were trying to find him when he was arrested, and I remember then I had to make public my Twitter location, no, my iPhone location locate. So I sent it to him. So okay, because we didn't even know where he was. We were looking. You remember in that group, we were trying to find where he was. So I was like, okay, you know what? I think he called. He couldn't really talk. Then when he picked up, like we had cops, policemen talking. So we're like, okay, I was like, okay, let's enable your iPhone location. Is it locate iPhone? What you call it? Yeah, iPhone Finder. So I actually turned it on and I put it publicly. So okay, like bro, just that way we can at least ping your location and at least even if we can't talk to you, know where you are. So that's where I mean, he said he had different explanation, but like that was what, like and you were part of this, you're an integral part of this, and to just even, I don't
Bro,
care what the aim
what
was,
what
that was just
what he
baseless
did day
integrity.
before
Uh-huh.
yesterday brought this question up. People were saying, "Hope it's not as if he planned this whole thing." I know personally, Saddam will not make any comment about
No,
it.
no, no, man. Nah, S is reached the police station. S is
Eh,
that, they call S is tire.
so, I mean, God bless you, Eze Namdi. God bless you for that last submission. Don't look up to anybody. Don't depend on anybody. Stand your own ground. You can be your own voice. People can start looking up to you. People can start listening to you when you speak. We are here to make sure people don't lose their voices, to keep up that hope, to let people know you won an election. Stand your freaking ground. This is where people come when they lose hope. This is where they come to get reinforced for the weak. This is where they come to get reassured that, look, we're on the right part of this movement. Do not look up to anybody. And we keep saying it on this space. If Saddam wake up tomorrow, I go start from, I won't drag Saddam. Jesus.
Why
I go
not the
start
only?
from
Why
Papa.
you the only? Why not the
I
only thing
won't
about
drag.
it?
Me.
I beg Mona
Oh, that's in
Saddam.
the time. Why now only Saddam? You know they look yourself. You don't look yourself on me to say if I fuck up, I go drag myself. Why now only Saddam? I beg. This I still can ask you this question, Jimmy. Why now Saddam? If Jimmy you know they think for yourself, eh? Now see this headless
Bro,
mob issue. Now this headless
bro,
mob issue.
you know where they talk. They don't do family meeting. No, they don't talk. They say, me let them drive my papa, drive my. They picture, they screenshot everything, saying go give my mama. They don't do family meeting. They don't say, okay, you, make them drive me. I be your
See,
mama.
but, Jimmy. Honestly speaking, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There are some of us that were built on dragging. Go and ask about Saddam's first handle. Ask them, they'll tell you. Now maybe Abado destroyer. Go and ask them what I did to them on spaces. Otuma will testify. Ask people that know Saddam. Then they trend Saddam for space for Twitter. Ask Otuma, they will tell you.
You know how many follow-up spaces too? How many follow-up spaces?
Bro,
They
go and search the name. You will see. No be saying at this same time. Bro, they don't drag my ancestors. APC.
Bro,
Do you want to say APC drag you?
now why federal government say make them block your account? Your account there among the one where they say they make former Twitter owner. Now your account there among the account where they say make them block, because that one don't confess now. Say Ethiopia, Nigeria, and I think Indian government instructed him to block some accounts before they can do business with him. So Saddam, your account there among the account where them block. You don't lose like two different major accounts. Your account sees a lot of obedience accounts from what the guy from the testimony that just came out. The guy said it loud and clear, so you can understand. So I stand with you on that. You would have done a lot of damages in their camp for them to say, see this one, this one I want my army. If you don't take this one down, others go full. But they don't know it's a mob. It's man, we don't have a leader in this group. We don't have a leader in this movement, and that's the beautiful part. It's not what happened during NSAS when they were shouting, make them bring on, make them negotiate with some leaders. They're looking for people they will pull to the side. They will just give them 1 billion naira or something. And that's it. Before you know it, it's gone. It's not going to happen with this movement. We have come to regain our mandate. We have come to stand our ground. Enough is a freaking enough in that country. We can't keep having this madness going on. They say they made them arrest IG of police now. Who want arrest them? Now they see madness for that country. Make them arrest IG of police because they say make him come out. Greek come out. Say make them arrest them. Okay, so who want arrest them now? Madness going on in that country, Nigeria. Madness. But Saddam they laugh. Who want arrest them? We don't. We have a court system that they
Hey,
don't
so,
even have police
is it the E or the
enforce arrest.
she? Is it the E she or which one?
Sorry.
Shakira.
Is it Shakira they want to arrest?
Hey, na Shakira.
Voila. Which van go collect that? Which van go carry am? Special movement.
Your wish. All I want is your wish. Oh my goodness! I mean, we allow people speak. Family Nigeria, back to you, man.
Yeah. no, I don't go use laugh keep person. I don't know if Sarah is here, but I think Sarah's response to Hakim was it for me. I mean, when I saw that tweet, I wanted to go. Like I wanted to comment, and I saw Jimmy's comments, and I was like, okay. I mean, I think I just weak. I just said, I beg, leave this one. Then I saw Otumba's comment, and when I saw Sarah, I was like, okay, I can go and sleep. Thanks to all those guys, man. All right, let's quickly just take a couple of speakers. I know a couple of people have been waiting, so let's just take speakers. Um, okay, it's not the spoke last, so let's take a lady. So Nello, please go ahead.
Tumba Kilode. Hmm?
Emma Bino, sorry. Yeah, I did wait then. When I came, the boy said the record, I wait for you. Continue.
Hey, Atumba. Elomu. What drink? What drink do you take? Elomu and calm down.
Me, I keep one nonsense. That I don't drink any much that much, anyways.
All right. So yeah, PEPT Watch. Obviously, we're keeping our eye on the judiciary. And it's always something that Aisha Yusufu said, and she said our job is not to trust the judiciary. Our job is to bamboozle them with evidence, give them so much evidence that they just cannot but, judge the case on its merits. And the one thing that I'll keep saying is that the judiciary must not judge this case on technicalities, because I see the Agbado. They keep trying to see how what they must not. This case must be judged on its merits. That's if they want peace in this country. Because honestly, this APC government, is it madness? But no, on a very serious note, do you people see the kind of money that every day they are looting? They will say $9 billion. This one stole. What is left in this Nigeria again? At this point, when I see this money, I'm like, hey, Omo, Nigerians, I don't know. I need if where where do they even get this money from? Because the level of poverty in that country, I cannot relate it with all the money that they keep stealing. And now, Saddam, there was something I sent to you in your DMs. I don't understand, how Dangote's refinery is supposed to be start giving us fuel, and then he's supposed to be importing, but I guess that will be topic for another day, because we really need to talk about that situation.
Hello, what APC cannot do doesn't exist.
Ha, my brother. Hmm. Anyway, parallel facts. Congrats on your 1 month, anniversary. Congrats, guys. And then, last but not the least, Otumba, let me talk about the matter that See, I just, that space yesterday was supposed to be like an open mic. Guys, just come and talk. And one thing that I kind of heard, after listening to everybody speak, is that it's good that since you guys have been speaking here, is one thing that you kept saying. You kept saying, hold him accountable, hold the person accountable. So I feel like the people, I mean, you're gonna hold someone accountable on something that they have said to you. On if someone has not said nothing to you, has not really, brought you guys in, you have not questioned them, how then can you hold them accountable? So that this is the crux. Yes, the primaries has happened, the way it's happened. But when I speak after listening to the guys on the space, you just get that sense that they say they cannot be running after Athan. They've been sending messages, they've been trying to, I mean, they should not even have to do that. He's the one that wants, the governorship. So he's the one that should be reaching out, trying to reach people. Even yesterday, on that space yesterday, we've said, okay, can this man come? Can he come on space to talk to at least the Imo obedient? These guys have invested so much into the Labour Party, and they want to be carried along. And honestly, they have the right to demand that. But
if they can't, the person is almost inaccessible, they feel like, okay, maybe we should go with the person that is accessible. This is the crux of the matter. So yesterday with his guy, we keep saying Tony is the one speaking. Tony is not the one that is going to run for the election. It is Atan needs to come out and
Who
talk
is
to the
who
people.
is Tony?
His DP, his deputy.
The funny thing for me is that I don't even know. I have not even paid attention to him. But the way they have
Yeah,
said people talking about the guy like he's one devil, I now say let me go and search this guy.
it's not
Is
about
he the
his.
devil? And I'm
I
not
mean,
saying anything
obviously, he's
about
not a
devilish
Peter
about the person.
Obi, but he's not as if he's that bad. But it's just the fact that he's
And now
not
you're saying the truth now that
accessible.
people they need attention. When they need attention, now I now understand. Okay, this is the angle they're coming from. I
Yes.
perfectly buy into this. Now.
And
I now
that's fair
understand. But don't
game.
come
That's
paint the
see,
man like he's a
that's fair.
devil or he's a Satan. And I'm looking at.
See,
I've searched 8 pages on Google here. I can't see anything.
yeah, no, Nelo, see, if that was the conversation
It does a
yesterday,
conversation that
if that
he's
was where
perfectly right. You're standing
if
on the
that was
right
the
on the right ground.
conversation stopped at yesterday, it's fair game. But Nelo, you knew it was way more than that, and it was that was an ambush yesterday. We
No,
can
but
disagree.
the
You
thing
can
is,
wait. See, we can disagree. I know when see media 101, media strategy 101. That was you know you might not understand, but that was media and blah, blah, blah. So it started with defame play, and then the guy comes up to talk. More coordination. Okay. I doff my hat. Like, you know what? Well played media strategy. I get it. But at the end of the day, you're right. It's left to Senator Athan to come. So, there are things that are happening, fine. But he's gonna have he's gonna have his chance to sit to give his mind. But I just don't want to kill him before he even gets a
If he
chance.
if he does not want to have his chance to give his mind, then
Then
I cannot
offering
understand people
again.
say let them go against.
Yeah,
But just to
offering
come out and
again.
say a man that is not a criminal become a criminal because he does not give you, he has not come to talk to you. That is bad. That is evil. That is satanic to me. If you say he's not attentive to the people, you say he's proud, you say he's this, you say he's that, he's high-headed, I can accept. But the image that they paint the man is like he's a criminal. That's the image I've been seeing. I have not for one day put my ear and say, okay, let me see. Just in fact, I said and my page now is Atan Ochono corruption. I have 8 pages on Google. 8. Any person here, please, they say my own Google is not working. No, I know my Google is fake. Please check the 8 different pages. You will not see one. So I'm looking at such a person. You might not be corrupt, but you might have his other side. It's not that you're saying it this way now. I can say, okay, see where their pain is coming from. That they have invested much time and it's not accessible, which it is their right. Then we cannot say, okay, yes, if it's not accessible, then they can say, let's give their time to another person. Fine. Fine, I accept that argument. But not coming out to paint a man because not
yes,
your time
Saddam,
without painting like a devil. It's not
yeah,
fair.
one thing, at least I pride myself on, I pride myself on being a good listener. So sometimes when people are speaking, you listen beyond what people are saying. Yes, people are not happy with the primaries, the way it went. But beyond that, a lot of obedience, like I said, they have put in so much into the movement and they want to be carried along. And they are not being carried. They feel like they are not being carried along. This man is not accessible because that was the crux. That was the thing I got from what everyone was saying. It was like we've tried to reach him, come and talk, but this other guy is just there. He comes whenever they want him. So, and it's just so all I'm saying is, even as I die yesterday now, we've said, okay, this man should come. Up till now, nothing, no word, it's radio silence. Again, his deputy, I saw that he's on YouTube live with Njenje, but you're not the one who is going to be the governor. You can't be the one out there speaking for him because at the end of the day, he's the one that is going to be held accountable. That accountability is very, very important. So as far as I don't know if they are listening here, but really this is the problem. That's just it. The man needs to be more visible, more accessible, and you will see that it's just like when a dogger came as well, and a lot of people into line and into place. It's the same thing that's going to happen, but he has to act like he wants this thing. The people cannot be chasing him about, do you want to win? Are you
Like
actually in
babe,
this game
They
to
just are like
win?
babe. They just are like babe. You want me to say something like him?
You get
No, that one don't go work.
so
Is that one?
so
That one I
that's
don't
it.
support that
Yeah.
one. He has to present himself. Honestly,
All
that one.
right, I yield my
Honestly,
mic
thank you,
here.
my sister.
Thank you.
You have made me. I now understand. Thank you for that. Honestly, I now understand the crux of the whole issue. Well, Ninja, back to you.
All right, all right. Thank you very much. That's the big PD laugh. Otumba, I think you were not in that space till the end yesterday. Actually, both sides played their game very well. Me, I just did the look. The
Mama, let
deputy
me
came.
go teach that the other side. Let me go teach that the other side. You know who I dey call yesterday. They don't slap out now.
The deputy actually also came to space now. So they were. I was like, in fact, I was telling them, I was like, "Ah, this thing, which can how do they arrange this arrangement like this? But anyway, I really just hope emo people, you guys should take this seriously and
No, yeah,
it's
women. At the end of the day, it's their choice. It's down to their
yeah,
choice. I
and
just
they should also know that.
my friend is up here. My friend is up here. I know my friend Honorable knows herself. One thing I just don't like is when they start attaching names and oh, this person is sponsored by this
Oh, your
person.
Rivers friend.
Yeah, and then after the election, I'm still waiting for the other one has disappeared into thin air. It's suddenly no longer. We don't know, but I'll leave that to my friend. My friend, don't worry. You can't get what I'm saying with Nigeria. So, yeah,
Otuba, leave me alone. You
I
still have query
I'll
to
leave
go and
it.
answer.
Continue with Nigeria.
Anyway, let's quickly go to Olawaski. I know you've been here for some time, so go ahead.
Emir Saddam, good evening. Abi, good morning
Daddy,
now.
don't you
May this begin go
Say
straight
hi
now.
to them.
Lawasi.
Hi
God,
to
I
them.
swear,
Lawasi, I've always advised you
I
when you're
swear, I
coming to
swear,
space like this, go to your toilet.
I swear to God,
Go to
this
your
boy,
toilet.
this boy no
Yeah,
fit allow person
Olawasi,
dey
let me
breathe at
defend you.
all.
Let me defend you. This is how you know someone that is still here to have kids. Go to toilet in your house, bro.
He
Which
no
child?
go walk. He go come inside.
Which? If you
Please,
have
please,
toddlers,
honorable, off your mic.
where
Honorable, off your mic.
where you won't go for your house? Wait
Honorable,
up.
I
please, off
swear,
your mic,
no way where you
please.
fit go. You go feel say they do something where they hide from
No,
and he
but
go come.
Olawaski, why is your child still awake at this time?
Ah,
Hmm?
See
shots
there now.
fired. Okay. Oh.
I don't enter watch.
No worry
I'm
now. Now
that
you I come
mom
to go
now.
attack. So no worry. Good evening, Abi. Good morning, everyone. See, I mean, these days I just come to listen and take wisdom because there's so much wisdom in obedience spaces. But you see this emo state thing. What they did yesterday, Utumba, you said it correctly. It was an ambush, and I dare say that they were actually communicating via the DMs because they were speaking. It was an ambush for anybody that sought to say something that was different from what they wanted to hear. And that's not how we operate. You cannot just bring up a candidate of Labour Party and place him on a platform and you make it look like you gave an open mic. That was not an open mic. That was the closest form of mic that I've ever seen in this movement. Then when people come up to speak, they will pretend like they want to talk about the general guy. But all they are saying is this other guy is a thief. He stole something. As in, you can't really pinpoint. So I came up to ask them, what is it that he has done? Let me hear this thing. Because you keep coming and making insinuations that presupposes that the guy has stolen something, but there is no evidence. And for me, I keep saying this thing, we couldn't have spent so much energy, time, and resources building a brand. You may not like the candidate, and I understand. And I am with you on that. If you don't want to vote for the candidate, fantastic. Vote for whoever you want to vote for. But when you start attacking the candidate openly on a platform like Twitter, for me, that's where I draw the line. Because that goes beyond the candidate and it will affect a whole lot of other, it will even affect the brand itself. So and I keep saying this, and when I say it, they'll start trying to draw those funny parallels. Oh, okay, so now you are Tinubu, as in funny parallels. And these things just make me feel very sad.
I haven't heard them. They accuse someone that has been paid to speak for LP. I just
Yes.
like, bro, nobody, all the money you've been donating since the beginning of the movement. Yeah, I paid myself to speak on behalf of LP. So why won't I speak on behalf of LP?
This is more, see, the point is, for me, I think sometimes when I see some of the people talking about this Atan guy, some of them are not even registered members of Labour Party. So I don't understand. Okay, you are an obedient, yes. So I should allow you come and run down the stuff that we've spent so much time, resources to build. And when you can actually just go and support your candidate and just go. You see this thing that my lovely sister just said, Nello said that it is because it's not accessible. Okay, let me paint a picture of what they mean by accessibility. What I see.
Allah ask you, don't break this table. Don't break this table.
Okay. Well, make I just do am small.
Yeah, let him speak now. I want
What
to
I
hear
see
him. Hmm.
is some persons have, but they've done stuff in the movement like everybody has done, and they expect to be accorded some form of first class respect wherever they go to. So once they do not get that from any of the candidates, they feel that something is wrong. That is where we are getting it wrong. And we should
No,
not encourage that kind of thing.
wait, Olawaski, sorry, Otumba, I see you clapping, and Saddam, it's not true.
Wait,
All
now
these
I'll
people
show you
are
that it is
asking.
true.
What
Wait,
Has
Nano,
this
hold on,
man
I'll
hold on.
spoken
show
Let
to
you
him
that it
any
is
finish.
of
true.
do
them?
we
Has he
do
addressed
W? No,
anyone?
you want us to Allah ask him break
Imo
this table.
State, they held a space for close to
It is
30
not about
days,
Imo
every
State. Let's stop
single
It's
mixing
not
day.
the
about
Did
stuff.
he
Imo
come
State.
up
Last time he said it's
even
our boost,
once?
but don't worry, continue. It's
Since
not
he
about
won,
them.
has he spoken
Okay.
to any of them? Apart from the people that have inside access to him, has he spoken to these guys that are there at
Let
the
me
grassroots
let me ask you a
working?
question. Where is Indicator and the rest of the other obedience? Where are they? Why do you know his campaign
Indicator,
operation?
are
Wait,
they
let
the
me ask
ones
you.
that
Wait,
did the
hold on. Let me ask
grassroots
you.
work in
Let me
Imo
ask you a
State?
question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many campaign people he has? Do you know his campaign structure? Do you know his campaign
Otumba,
office?
if Imo
Do you know the
State
volunteers
grassroots,
working
the
for it?
people
So wait, hold
that
on.
Imo State's
How many
people,
people? So it's less than 200 people. Maybe
each
40.
okay, let him go and mobilize Indicator there. Let Indicator do it
No,
for
what I'm
him.
saying
His
is,
people
do
are
you?
angry. That was an
I
Imo
know.
State space,
I'm
and
asking.
their
Wait.
anger is justified. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal. Let this man speak to people now. Why are you even
So
defending
are
him?
you saying he's not speaking at all because he's not speaking on social media? Is that what you're trying to insinuate? Is that
He's
what you're driving to?
even
Because
let him do Zoom. Let him do
wait,
Zoom and speak
are
to
you?
these
I'm
guys.
asking you a question. Are you saying he's not campaigning in Imo?
He
He's
should
not campaigning to Imo
Zoom
people?
calls with them. Don't come on
That's
social
not what
media,
I'm
but
asking you. That's not what
organize
I'm asking.
Zoom with them and speak to them.
So once he does Zoom and Twitter Spaces, then he's campaigning. If he's not, if he's talking to local people in their villages and
Oh yeah, now you should
in their local
continue.
government,
You
he's not
should
campaigning.
continue, Koburu. Let him continue.
Yeah, the 200 people there will get him on the stage, will get him elected. They should continue.
No problem. We
Okay,
are
Yeah.
just
just
four
See,
people.
let me read somebody's
Olawasi.
tweet to you, Saddam. Then you
Okay.
make of it what you think it would mean. Let me just read it so that you can listen. The person said, obedience, if you were invited to your elected LPHOR, I'm sure that's House of Reps or Senators Inauguration Parties.
That's the day my heart. You see, if you remember how we started this movement with Peter Obi, remember how obedience were coming for Peter. You remember how we came, sir, this, sir, that.
Me, I came for him
We
from
Hold
the
him
abuse,
grassroots.
accountable.
we
Remember, hold
abuse.
From
him
the grassroots.
accountable.
Oh God, we get so we're feeling like say they feel like Obasanjo because you love me. I'm just wondering, where did this one start from? Maybe yesterday when I start politics. We are now so entitled. We are not, and I'm not saying it's a wrong thing. Please don't get
Salam,
me wrong.
no, the point I
October,
was
wait,
trying
please.
to
Let me. October, let me. I don't want to get mixed up in this my thought. Please don't vex my brother. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but please let us remember we are coming from somewhere. Remember where we are coming from. So let us not all of a sudden now start feeling like if this people. And I'm saying it from experience, from Erdogan's experience. The way they made Erdogan was like, if he has not come up on Twitter,
Nadia they go.
Erdogan has gone around the whole 17 local governments in Enugu, built structures along the 100 and something, 20 something thousand, 120, 12,000 wards that have mapped LP flags across. But he had no presence on Twitter. He had not come on Twitter to 2 weeks election. That he had no chance of winning the elections. So please let us stop overrating please, Twitter people, my people, we overrate ourselves. We overrate ourselves. Let us bring that overrated small. As on this place now, we are 1,000 plus. 1,000 plus cannot win elections anywhere. Anywhere. 1,000 plus cannot win elections anywhere, even for councillor.
So not
Please.
even that. See,
Please.
governorship outside presidency, the rest of the election is local. So I will say this: if a dog didn't come on Twitter Spaces, he would have still won the election in Enugu because
Facts.
he put in the work. Now, I'm not saying Twitter is not important. I think let's conflate this. Let's get this straight. Social media is important. Talking to us is important. We're the loudest part of the movement. But a dog had already done homework to win the election. If you felt like it was
Name one. Name
let's
one
take a poll.
APC.
How many polling units are in Imo State? And let's find every Imo person on this space right now since we started, and let's divide them by polling unit, and let's count up how many votes they can influence, and let's see. Sometimes we over. We have to check. I check myself also. I've always felt like, especially with the aspirants, we the level of importance, which deservedly so, but we've attached ourselves like I can tweet now, you will lose in the polling units, but try it.
Now smoke
Okay.
now we dey carry the oppressed na smoke na smoke. No bust our this thing
Let
abeg.
me
No bust
shall
am.
say something that
No expose our
as you
skill.
see me now on this social media, I'm 1,000 people like that.
Nello na lie. Hello na
I've told
lie.
you my
All right, Nelu, Olawaski,
but
Nelu,
let it
sorry.
be that.
Nelu, sorry, hold on.
Because you people are now sounding like Agbado people when they say, oh, you are just on Twitter
You see that false
crying.
parallel wey Nello
You are
don do
just
now.
on Twitter
Madam, you see that
tweeting.
thing? False
Because
parallel.
I remember during election.
You guys should wait now. And I just want to talk. You guys should wait. Calm down. Breathe in or breathe out. Anyway, Nelu Olawaski. Olawaski, I'm just going to correct the first thing you said when you started speaking. Actually, this Imo State topic is one topic I asked Saddam. Saddam is here. I told him in his DM already that I'm going to avoid this Imo State topic like a bullet. That's the word I used in his DM. Olawaski, the first thing you said was absolutely wrong. I don't know. I think that's been another statement. To have said that the space yesterday was not an open mic space, because I've had to just say it clearly to the 1 million Mama crew that no, this is not about the space yesterday. That this is about the disposition of the people that came to speak. You may not have been on that space from beginning to end. I can tell you for free. That's why I told October just now. That space, I don't know how it started. It started off like, oh, maybe people that were speaking more for Jack came up. But towards the end of the space, I was like, what's going on here? It was as if, like October said just now, I think I was like, are these people talking on WhatsApp group? So that space yesterday was technically and fully an open mic, because when he said it's not an open mic space, it casts some kind of aspersion on the people that was the space. So that's totally wrong.
Yeah, well, meaning you're right. But last, the cocoa is that the general is not accessible. So that is the cocoa of the matter.
Accessible to who?
To obedience.
How
This
many?
man,
Who and
yeah, to obedience, to the obedience, he's not.
Okay.
The same, yeah. Peter Obi comes on Twitter to come and talk to us. After all, we are inconsequential. He might as well not
You
come
see
and
this
talk.
here?
That
You
is
see this here?
So leave that one.
Otumba, you see this here?
Alex Oti was
Peter Obi
here.
is that
He
that
didn't
big.
have to. Alex
Wait,
Oti, Edoga was
I beg,
when
I want to
when is
end
the
Edoga
this thing.
started
election?
coming on Twitter,
Nello,
if he didn't come, he came
Wait,
like 5 times.
Nello, when is the
Make I
election?
meet
When
you.
is the election? When is the
Make I,
election? No, not even that. When is the election? When did Alex Oti and they started talking on spaces? I
uh,
have it documented. When did Edoga come to talk? When did all of them start talking on the
Otumba, see, my own is that I don't want us to turn this space to most states. This we have people that are not in most states. This space we have to. If we want to have that space, we have that space. But it's just me. I don't want people to come and slander a man because he's not giving you people what you want. If you want what you want, say what you want,
Frank,
and
no, it's not
address the
giving
man on
some
what you
people.
want.
No, stand, wait. See, and because we don't want to finish breaking that table, it's not giving some people what exactly they want. Because insinuating is not accessible to obedience. Is saying the obedience is talking to Imo states are not obedience, but the obedience we need to accessible to are the obedience on Twitter Spaces. Is the distinction I'm trying to draw. Someone is actively campaigning in Imo State right now. But you are saying he's not doing anything because he's not talking to certain people on Twitter. Yes, should he come and talk to them on Twitter? Yes, but now drawing the conclusion and saying he's not accessible at all because he has not yet. The election is still far away. He has not yet come to talk on Twitter Spaces and then word him of his like. That's where it's too far a reach for me.
This remind me of Frank Weke. Frank Weke did like 77 Twitter Spaces. He won all the polling units on any good Twitter space. A dog no come the 2 weeks. I still use that this thing. A dog is for village, he will come to space. He will come for phone say he's coming from one village now. Network is not good. Please give us 1 more hour. The village is coming from. I say, and me, I survey most of the villages for Enugu. I just know say, these people don't really play with. He will not come up here. Twitter people will not come the attacker. Please, I beg my people, let us do the one we can do and leave the rest, please. But our people, when we're attacking our people, let it be based on reality, not sentiment, not on personal. I don't understand how do I put it. That make
or someone else's propaganda.
You understand? And Peter Obi spoil obedience. Peter Obi spoil. You know, Pikin when we say your papa too rich, he too rich, he get too much money. You know, Grimer you walk. Anything you want, they give you, you go to chop and free. You know, when your papa can't leave, you not gonna go there to leave your uncle. You not gonna say I end the chop get bread. Every time I want short bread. You know they say get bread, they up per day, up and cook. Say sometimes you go to chop all those local. You don't know all those things. Peter Obi have spoiled our taste for governance. Please let us face reality, please. Other party people, none of them will come out. Which APC man has a guest space or PDP? Let us, please, I beg, please. Thank you.
All right,
I beg, let
let's
us
go
wrap up this
to
place. I beg, I
yeah.
want to I get serious engagement tomorrow. I beg, I have to end this place. I
Let's
beg.
go to other speakers.
All right,
This
I
one,
don't go, but Mona no
Melo,
they define
wait.
Achonu.
No
Sorry,
Achonu
go,
should come
no
and
go,
talk
Melo,
to
stay
his
here.
people.
No go,
Good
stay
night.
here. Don't go, stay here. No go, ma. Please, don't go,
Yeah, no,
please.
no run, no, just stay.
I want to
Mr.
sign you.
All right, let's quickly go to Mr. Kolade. Mr. Kolade, please go ahead. I don't know.
My brother, good evening to you. Emia, I salute you. Otumba, my newly found brother. I hail everybody
Yes,
out there.
I'm a Koraye.
Awaniye. It is well. Jimmy, you still there? I salute everybody out there. Well, let me just, my own is always very short and brief. One thing I'm look, obedient. We are just a unique breed, and that's just the simple truth. The way we come up with our argument, our discussion, it gladdens my heart because you pick sense out of anything. You get it? Because what we just discussed briefly, sorry, I'm gonna just touch on it because what we've just discussed briefly, we see things from different angle. And I said it for some time. Saddam, God bless you, God bless your wisdom. In all of this, one thing we should draw a conclusion tonight, and that is just my own opinion. And the conclusion we should draw tonight is that we are on a mission, and there is no way we can fight from outside. So there's no way we can bring any other person into place of power from another platform and say you want to hold the person accountable. You can never do it. So whether we like it or not, the only way we can hold somebody our own accountable is by that person being among us. That is how we can hold. So that is one thing I would plead with every one of us to run with. Whatever has happened. We all live to learn. So let us just pick that and learn that. God bless every one of us, and God will continue to give us the wisdom and the love to always learn from one another. Nobody knows it all in this world, and nobody and nobody is above the other in this movement. But it just gladdens my own heart that we are just a unique breed. We are not just one way traffic. Because if we are a one-way traffic, we will have entered a one chance. I share your sentiments, Saddam, and that's my own stand too. But I was just being very diplomatic about it. But I'm glad that at least those who are even more experienced with the terrain and the politics and whatever of the environment spoke out, and I reasoned with it. So that's what I'm going to say about Oga. What's it called? Our daddy, your daddy. Let me say your daddy. You get it? That Messian yesterday, he was just he goofed, and he knows exactly what he's saying. So nobody should ever come out to. My first when I the first time first minute I read it, I just got pissed because I knew what exactly he was saying directly. It was a direct listen to the judiciary. He was just sending them a signal that come, don't do this. And that in one hand, it got me pissed and it got me angry. But the other hand, I just laugh. That means there's fire on the mountain for him. That means he's getting some feelers that, man, he's not looking too good. Oh, he's not looking too good. Above all, we will succeed. We will get our mandate back. I will begin to put things in place. I just want to salute everybody tonight. Thank you so much. Good night.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. Okay, let's quickly go to a lady. Let's go to Honorable Ada. After which we'll come to Adamu. Honorable Ada, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Sardar. Sorry, my brother. Atumba. Well, Jimmy, all of you, you guys just sitting up there like, yeah. When you come into the house, you have to greet the Ichies, my friend. Anyways, please, I just had to say, right? Nobody, and I didn't get on the space yesterday on time. I showed up, I guess, almost when it was almost over, and at least I got to speak, thank God. But it was not a closed mic or some gang up or whatever. I admit I don't know what was said before I joined, but who gang up against who, the thing is this: before the primaries, there's a group called Imo for Good Governance. This is a group of Nigerians, Imo State indigents, who created like they formed this group for themselves and tried to reach out to all the Labour Party candidates who were vying for the primaries at the time. They reached each and every one of them. Every one of them came on the space and spoke to them as young Imolites, people that are looking out for their own people. Give them their word on some things. You guys know now the way we do it. Except for the one armed general. If you ask these guys, I was on that one Imo State for Good Governance one time. I blasted everybody. I was like, this is the person we're going for. This was after the primaries. This is the person we're going for, LP top to bottom and all of that. But then after they told, everything that had gone on, that this was the same man, the one man that never showed up and never he just didn't regard their invitations to come online and speak to them. It was off-putting. It was off-putting. Now I know this person. When we were saying all this, and I didn't even know he was the one armed general. I just knew him from the space as Atan Achon. Well, I spoke with my brother. He knows this person as one armed general. He's like, one armed general from Abuja. And I was like, are you kidding me? Is this the same person? Now I have my personal experience with this person. I know this person on the side. I don't care. Put it out to the side. Why is he inaccessible? And you can stand here and say we like to make ourselves seem like we're all that and this and that. Nobody cares about being all that. Nobody's saying he needs to come and lick us or whatever, but he needs to speak to the people you expect to govern, right? These are the same people who carry on campaigning for you. These Imo for Good Governance people literally begged LP, please give us a credible candidate. They begged LP so hard. I know about this one because I was on their space a lot of times. They coalesced with LP leaders. Eventually, this man was given the ticket. LP gave us a controversial ticket. We can't deny that. There is no way that
Sorry, please. Sorry, Ada, please. Before you go on, please. Did LP give them ticket or people voted and somebody won on the elections?
Oh, please. It was controversial, Saddam. You know the story.
No. I'm not going to
right?
say. I'm not going to say what I did not witness it. I was not there.
Yeah, there are people who witnessed it, who have said it. They witnessed everything that went down. Because how is it that this man shows up last minute? Even Mr. Tony, his deputy, said he wasn't there at the beginning of the race. How is it that he shows up last minute and he has the ticket? Okay, so we don't want to go into all of that.
Please, I want us. No, I want no. You see something. You see something with me. You see something with me. When I have arguments and conversations, I just try my best to make sure that I am speaking and standing on the place of facts, not how is it, not what people say, not emotions. I'm speaking facts now.
Fact for you is his deputy said he came in last minute on the race. Yes.
I'm
That's
not.
one fact
I'm
at least.
asking. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying the process that got him?
Speculation that it wasn't free and fair.
My sister. Okay, speculations.
Yeah, there's
Can you?
speculations. Do you
Can you?
have do
Can
you
you?
have
What
speculation?
speculations?
Do you
Like
have
what?
any
Like what?
counter speculations? You don't, right? You
Like
also
no.
don't have any counter
No.
argument.
The onus is on you that accuse to present your facts. If you don't have a fact, you don't have facts, and you're just speaking propaganda. It's exactly the
Okay.
same thing. It's exactly the same thing that APC do on Peter. It's the same thing. You accuse Peter of this, accuse Peter of that. You have no facts to back it. So if you
Okay.
tell me, if you can
Asking
tell
you.
me right now, say I have facts and proof that this man, if your problem is that he came in last and won the elections, I will say I fear the man pass because that means he's a smart politician. If you can tell me that I have proof that he rigged these elections and you can show us proof here, you can bring out proofs, I will totally, with my whole heart, support what you're saying. But if I come and play it on a part that and speculation say it can be one of the aggrieved party members that worked so hard and lost. It's elections. People lose, and if you lose in an election, people will always. That is exactly the same thing they're telling us right now. But you see why I am standing and saying we'll get back our mandate because we have evidence in court that we won the elections. If we didn't win these elections in court, we, me and you, I work on principles and say eyes on the judiciary. I will not come and be doing that here. But I have evidence. I have seen facts, evidence with my own chest, knowing that Peter won the election, so I can stand on it and speak on it. But if I don't have that evidence, that my sister, why can I come out and be saying Peter won the elections when we don't have evidence?
Salam, Atiku is saying he won the elections too now.
Okay.
I
So
hope you understand where I'm coming from, my sister. But
um
go on.
if I had my 100% evidence, you know me now. Now I won't have shut my mic when you started speaking, right? Because yeah, what you're saying, I don't have my evidence because I was not one of the people who were, as invested. This is Imo State, right? Yeah, my kids now are from Imo State, but admittedly, I was not one of the people who were like deeply involved. So I don't have that evidence. Okay. The fact remains the ticket or the person who is now on the ticket is controversial. Like it is what it is, right? Even on the ground, there are people who hear the name and like, I go to Aka Mbao. This is facts. Okay. And these Imo for Good Governance people have been wanting to just know the person so they can, champion the cause and spread the news and campaign the hell out of this person. That's all they really wanted to do. And it wasn't nice that we kind of made it seem like maybe they wanted some special kind of recognition, and because they're not getting it, they're now mad. That's not true. Do you know how hurt those people will be
No, first of
feeling
all,
to
no,
hear
no,
these
no, no,
things?
no one said, none of us has ever said even for good governance is the one that wants special interest. So
Not
don't
even for
talk.
good governance. Like you made
No,
it seem like all
no,
the
no,
people
no,
who were
no, no, no,
trying
no, no,
to.
no, no. You are taking
Okay,
two
I know I
different
heard
things.
what I heard.
No, what I'm saying is no. Me and the person that we're talking know the person we're talking about. It's not even for good governance. Me and
Okay,
Olawaski are having
okay.
that conversation. So yeah. That's not. I don't have any. I don't even know them. So that's
I
not
think I saw that tweet you guys are talking about as well.
what
Okay.
tweet.
The the
You
tweet
don't
that
know, but you think you're jumping to conclusion. You're now you're attaching things to what we said when me and Olawaski were going back and forth on a particular conversation. Now you're tying it to emo for good governance and
Olawaski said here. Olawaski, you're my guy, but I have to tell you, Olawaski said here, not the time when you guys were going back and forth, that people, maybe they wanted some kind of accord and it wasn't given
yeah,
to
but it
them.
doesn't. But that is not emo for good governance. It's someone else. We know who we're talking about in particular. Both of us know.
Okay, so guys, if you're listening, Imo for Good Governance, they were not talking about you, please. They were not talking about you, please. So let me just further on. The thing is, don't this whole violence space, right? Everything we're doing here on Twitter was literally built on 1 minute. No. Otumba and Emia have been taking my time.
But
I'm reclaiming my time.
you
I
accumulated
beg,
time for
allow no, I
that.
beg,
I'm
give
reclaiming
her
my
2 more
time.
minutes, I beg, give her 2 more minutes, I beg.
Thank you. Boss has pulled the boss card. Thank you, thank you, boss. So, please, it's important for these people to come and talk to us. His wife was on the space yesterday and said something like, he doesn't like to play defense. Even if he comes here and he has to play defense, and so what? Defend yourself. Defend your people's right to live. Right, Imo State people. Man, nobody get clout past PO. And it's not about us being sport. It's about us changing the mindset of our leaders. You're not the boss of anybody. The citizen is the boss, right? please come online and let your people be accessible to you. If they can't even access him now, when would they be able to access this person? And one thing about Southeast, there, we don't want a leader anymore in any state in the Southeast who will come and be pandering to the establishment. We want somebody who will come and show us that they are pro the furtherance and development of the Southeast in general. That's what we're looking for, right? So if this man can come and put himself out there, let's liaise with him. Believe me, from online, it gets to the grassroots. People will go out there into the world and campaign for him. And one thing I wanted to say finally is, let's not start this shutting down people who are not going for him right now, or kind of dismissing their feelings or their concerns. That's not how we'll get them all. We'll just end up creating a faction again, like we did the last time. That's not what we want to do. Let's bring our superior argument. And our superior argument is this: even if it is the devil that you bring into LP household, as long as he's under LP, we can easily recall him once he's Zuzu. He will be under control. For me, that's the superior argument. That's the one thing that I'm holding my what they call it, hanging my whole everything on, right? So even if he's coming into LP, we can still manage this person. I just don't want a situation where this man continues to carry on like this and people go out and do what they want. Because me, for one, I can be very stubborn. It's that time you think you can boss me over and tell me exactly what to do, I will go ahead and do exactly what I want to do, just to defy you or just to piss you off. And if anybody attacks me, it's on, right? I know this kind of thing is going to happen again, because since I've been talking here, some foolish people have been sending me thumbs down and all that. I will block your ass.
My
Seriously,
sister, calm
don't
down.
attack any
Calm
person.
down. Please, nobody should
Sometimes
attack her.
people
Please
have
wait.
attacked me before and said it was
Calm
because
down now.
Saddam is
Calm
not
down. Calm
for
down.
protest, me
Calm
too, I'm not
down.
for
Calm
protest.
down.
Don't
Calm down.
all of you, not you,
Calm
my
down. Calm down
all of
now.
you people.
I go meet you. I go meet you. If you don't calm down, I go meet you now. You be like, you want me to pour you cold water for your
Well,
head. Calm down.
I wonder before you say we should not shut people down when they show displeasure. People are showing displeasure at what you're saying.
I
You can't
know.
get angry
No,
at that.
no, no.
Now.
That's
You know
not what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
saying. You can show
Calm
displeasure, but
down
don't
now.
attack
But
people.
a
Why are
thumbs
you
down is not
attacking
an
people?
attack now. A thumbs down is not an attack now. If I say
At the
a
end of the
thumbs
day,
down.
this man needs the votes.
My
He
my
needs the
sister,
vote.
my
He needs
sister,
the
my
campaign.
sister. See, let me tell you. Let
So
me
are
tell
you
you.
wait, Saddam, hold on. Are you saying he's not campaigning?
Do you want me to tell you as it is right now?
No, are you so
As it
you
is right,
yeah.
see, Otumba,
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Imo State. My husband is from Imo State.
That's got nothing to do
As
with
it
conversation.
is right now,
Are you sure
today,
you
if
can
this
be
man
sure?
does not fix his image, if he doesn't fix his image right now, he's going to have split votes. Period. Vote will
That's not
just
what I
split.
asked you. I asked, are you saying he's not campaigning? You said he
Okay.
needs to
Are
at
you
least to
going to say
campaign.
that Tinubu didn't campaign?
That's not what
Let's do it that way. Are you going to say Tinubu didn't campaign?
Honorable, I asked this. You said this man is not campaigning. I asked you a simple question.
I
Are you
think the
saying
best
this
place
man
to
is not
take this Imo
campaigning?
State conversation to another day. Saddam, I don't want
Yeah.
sleep.
I beg,
I
I
think
beg, I
we
beg,
should.
I beg. I want sleep.
And
I
see
want
this
sleep.
conversation we now the one.
I think
Madam,
we
I beg, I
should
must
take
Babe,
this
talk for this
to
make
kind
another
of
I
day.
make
matter.
I
I
dey
beg you.
give my sister thumbs down. I beg. Make I dey give her thumbs up, please. Please give her thumbs. Please, I need 1,000 thumbs up here, please.
No, see the
Just
thing is,
let me
Honorable, that
start
is
for
fine.
myself. I beg.
Honorable, that
Give
is
thumbs
fine.
up. Now when I give no, Otuba, give her thumbs up. Give her thumbs up,
I
please.
don't give a. Oh, he's right on so many things, but this.
Olawasi, I don't care. Olawasi, I don't care. Everybody
Calm
else
down
should give
now.
her
That
thumbs up.
calm. When I
So
see, if I catch it up, you want to give her thumbs down again, I could remove you from the space. Give her thumbs up. Why are people wicked? Excuse me. Thank you, my brother. Give her thumbs. I'm obedient. You see,
it's jealousy.
this jealousy.
Saddam, thank you for protecting me, Joe. Thank
I
you.
always, I always, I always, I always protect
But
you.
the most serious conversation though, because this is where, and this is not even forget emo, forget the let's take our emo out of it. Where I struggled is when because he refused to speak to one group. One, we generalized is not accessible. One. Number two, because he refuses to speak to another group. Oh, he's not campaigning. Number three. So like, how do we go from? And this is it. Forget.
Otumba, I beg now. Otumba, let's leave this
You, I
talk,
want
please.
no, seriously, I really
We
want
will
to
Okay,
get
talk
okay,
this.
this
let me
because
explain real quick. Otumba, I see
No,
what you're
no,
saying
don't
there. Let
explain,
me
my son.
explain.
Don't explain.
I swear, 30
Ada,
seconds,
don't
I
explain. No,
swear.
don't explain. Don't explain.
Okay, okay.
I've given you thumbs up already. Please, just don't explain. Please, I want to end this. Please, I have a very busy schedule tomorrow. Please,
so now I'm
I
going
beg.
to sleep. I'm here.
If you sleep, if I want to take shut down this, please. He said,
I go call your phone. I go call your phone in now.
Well, meaning, step in.
All right.
so I should leave the space to go on. Is that what people are saying?
No, I get meeting in the next 14 minutes. Continue.
No, Allah. Anyway, let's quickly go to Adamu. Please go ahead. Now don't allow Adamu go sleep
Hello,
now. Okay,
can
Adamu,
you,
you there?
can you guys, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Try to
Every
make
Yeah,
it
time
as
good
when you
short
morning.
come
as
off, every
possible.
time when you come off space, the person will ask, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" It is
Saddam,
cave.
Saddam, Saddam, I beg, no enter me. Network for Lagos, no good. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for your time. I will be very brief. The issue in politics is that it's not all, we don't always have to get it the way we want it. Every person has his own way of campaigning, of reaching out, and everybody believes that, okay, if I do this strategy, I'm going to win the election. The emo man and the one armed general believes in grassroots politics, right? And let's allow him to play the game as he wants to. For him to have won the primaries in Imo, it shows that he's a politician. We had plenty heavyweights. We had a lot of people on Twitter. Sam Amadi has so many followers. We have the General Mogulewe and others that were jostling for it. All of a sudden, this man came from nowhere and won it. So for him to have won the ticket shows that he's a politician. So we should just support him. Let me tell you guys, the worst in Labour Party is far better than the angels in other political parties. I'm serious. So this attitude of if he has to do this, he has to do that, it shouldn't come in. We can't. We should not force our principles on candidates. Let's whatever guideline, whatever manual they want to use to prosecute their electoral electionary campaign. All we need to do is to support them. That is why we have a deputy. If not, we would have been having only governorship candidates and they say, okay, the governor can do everything, no deputy. If he feels okay, it's media shy, deputy is like young, he has the okay, he can hand over. Look at Edo State today. The person handling sports today in Edo State is the deputy governor, and they are doing very well with better insurance. Anything that concerns young people is the deputy governor that goes there. So it all depends on how the governor wants his cabinet to work. So we coming on here that everybody must actually this conformity stuff is really ingrained in Nigerians. Everybody needs to conform with what we think we want, but it's politics. We may not always get it the way we want. So thank you very much and God bless everyone. And happy anniversary to Parallel Party.
All right, thank you, Adamu. Adamu say if he's media shy, we should also accept whatever he is. Anyway, let's go to Rita. Rita, for your network, remove your beg. Your network will not remove you in Jesus' name. Speak, you must finish your submission.
Amen. Amen. Oh my God, well meaning.
Please wait first. Wait first. Wait, let me get my earpiece because I need to get the
Madam,
English well. I
greetings,
need it to speak.
greetings. Madam, don't even start. To. I'm not in
Please,
that mood right
please.
now. I'm
You
not
have
in
to be
that
in the
mood
mood.
right
You have to be in the
now.
mood, please. If you're not in the mood, go down and come back when you get.
I'm not in that your mood
I
right
used to
now.
I used to sell
I
mood.
am not in that your mood right
You
now. So
must be
now
in the
leave me
mood.
alone. Oh, greetings to you. Greetings, Otumba. Well meaning greetings. Jimmy, I called you twice. You know why? Greetings. Greetings to everyone on this space, especially. Today, let me not say I'm not happy, okay?
So you called me once. I called Jimmy twice. Yeah, please.
Jimmy knows why. Jimmy knows why I'm calling him
I'm
twice.
using my earpiece, please. I know
You
you're my
know?
artist. You're my artist. You and Jimmy, two of you are my artists.
Okay, Saddam. I call you 100 times now, okay? Thank you. Okay, fellow Nigerians, on a very serious note, my heart is heavy as I speak to us right now. I have a little niece who's 16 years old, and just recently my mom told me that she said she no longer want to go to school. She's supposed to finish her SS3 this 2023. All of a sudden, she just woke up and told the parents she doesn't want to go to school anymore. When I asked my mom, like, what was her reason? She said school is a scam. and that she doesn't want to waste her time going to school for how many years only to. As I speak with us, I have not even been able to speak to her. She's sustained, very tall, big. If you don't see her face, you think she's a big girl. It's only when you see her face, you know she's a baby. I've not been able to speak to her because, like, seriously, I don't know what to tell her yet. And while I was thinking about the whole thing since on Sunday, actually, I didn't talk about it on. Okay, oh, today's Tuesday. Oh, God, okay. When I was thinking about it, I was like, indeed, you have a point. We just had a president who never saw the four walls of university, ruled Nigeria for 8 years. A Muhammadu Buhari who cannot even address us for 1 minute without looking at a script or piece of paper. And today, as we speak, we have a certified drug dealer whom we saw recently in a helicopter, drug inside. Today, he's sitting as the Nigerian president. And him too, as we all know, don't even have an idea how the four walls of university look like. I've been hearing all the Nigerians say people are saying school na scam, school na scam. I don't understand what they go through until I heard this day before yesterday. I had to speak to the person who is in charge of her in school, and the man was like seriously, I am not happy about this. I just hope our judiciary are listening to our space and they are hearing me speak right now. I am here talking about this on this space because I have access to this place. I don't know how many families are going through what we are going through right now. Because, like, seriously, like I said, I haven't spoken to her. I don't even know where to start talking to her from. First president, no degree. Currently, no degree. So how do you convince this person really that education, going to school as a Nigerian, is not a scam? I'm still praying that God should give me wisdom to be able to talk her back into line because she had to finish this year. So our judiciary, please. Tinubu have threatened you. He knows he has no business sitting on that seat where he is right now. Nigerians are going through a lot. The fate, the destiny of this great nation, Nigeria, right now, lies in your hands. Whatever decision you're going to make at the end of this whole process is going to make or mount Nigeria. So please, please, judiciary, you have to do the needful. On a normal day, as time don't reach like this, so I would just chill. I know go talk, but I just let me come out and say this. I knew what I felt on Sunday. As a matter of fact, I cried because I know how much this girl loves school. And the painful part of it is the eldest in her family, the eldest son of the man I am next to. My immediate elder brother, the eldest daughter, is the one saying this. God, judiciary, please. Please, do the needful. Nigerian children, they don't want to go school. They don't want to go to school anymore because, like, seriously, just check it out. Why would you really want to go to school when you can have somebody without anything? Yesterday, I watched Tinubu after I saw a tweet talking about how he threatened the judiciary. I said, okay, let me just go and see this whatever. I saw the man looking at one direction. For those of you that saw that video, he was just looking somewhere. The man, something was written somewhere, I believe in a very bold inscription or something. He was just looking from there and talking to Nigerians. Another one again is Empower, who cannot speak to us without being told what to say or without a script. He can speak to us. We are the most brilliant black race on earth, and we kept on having these people. It is so discouraging. It is so, so discouraging. And you guys, the fate of this great nation now lies in your hands, and you have to do the needful. Please do not destroy our country. Please, Judiciary, I am begging you with everything that I have. I am begging you guys with everything that I have. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you. Uh, it's crazy. I hope the judiciary listens, and God willing, we'll be able to do this. So, I mean, I know Rita was emotional, so she probably didn't say the announcement, the regular announcement. Guys, tomorrow is prayer space from 8, I think. So, we really need to take back this country. That's just the fact. So, all right, let me quickly go to Idowu. No, sorry, Idowu, wait to AK Priest. Did I say you don't sleep and wake up for this place?
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I want to say something. I want to read one scripture. If you think that you are standing strong, be careful not to fall. First Corinthians chapter 10, verse 12. The truth is that yeah, what happened yesterday? I was in that space. I was even privileged to ask the governorship candidate of AAC questions, and I asked him one key question. I asked him one question: that did you meet with any after the primary? Did you meet with any of the candidates that is at time? He said no. And I asked him, did they meet with you? He said no. I also asked him, did you consider the electoral heart? And before you decide to pinch there, he said yes, he consulted with his lawyer. And also asked him the third which I've forgotten. And to be sincere, um, in that space, AAC, or I don't know the party, they hijacked that space. And they never came with evidence. We keep asking, you said this man bought vote, come out with evidence. There's none of them came out with evidence, including including the support that none of them came out with evidence. I was so pissed off there that you are not coming out with evidence, and yet you are accusing this man of buying votes. You're accusing this man of corruption. And that thing again that really happened again that really pissed me off is that someone that came out and said, okay, during that time, the Labour Party have to do investigation and found out that the both candidates bought votes. And they asked them that they should operate on joint tickets. Someone said it there that they should operate on joint tickets. It's like the option was not visible for, among those candidates. I don't know. That was someone another opinion I came again. That I'm talking from diverse opinion. Another opinion I came that the actor himself is trying to reach out to all the candidates, but the general has already made up his mind that is going to, he wants the ticket. He wants to contest election. He has already made it. And from the question I asked him, I found out that really the guy wants to contest the election. Because I asked him, this is your idea that you have about security? Because his own question was that because Southeast is not secure, that is the reason why he has that passion to go. And I asked, okay, for instance, if another candidate win or emerge, or can't you just advise that candidate, okay, this is how we can restore Imo based on your security experience? He said yes, he is willing, but to be sincere, what happened yesterday? Obedient. We just need to be conscious. Yes, we have the momentum right now. We should not use our own hand to spoil what God has given to us or the opportunity we have. That's the point I want to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, AK Priest. All right, quickly, let's go to Idowu. Idowu, are you there? I think Idowu is not
I
there.
beg, bring Joe the obedient up now. I beg.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, no, Joe have been here for a long time. I'm trying to get people that have not been here for a long time. Go
Okay.
ahead, Idowu. Then
All
after
right.
we should go to Joe Obedient, then just Maxwell.
Hmm. Yeah, good morning, Obedient. I really appreciate the opportunity given to me to speak. I'll be very brief. I'm just going to react to Tinubu bullies judiciary. I think I so much fell in love with, the headline that Parallel Fat used to describe that yesterday. I also want to congratulate Pralefat for the 1 month anniversary. I think Pralefat has really been doing fantastic well since it started just 1 month ago, and the achievement in these very few days has really been, pretty well. I I really encourage them to continue the good work because they've been able to, tackle the issue of fake news and propaganda that the mainstream media has been spreading over time. So it's really a plus for them. Thank you so much for that. I just think the you know hypocrisy when it comes to this guy, especially showing that he so much believe in rule of law. It's actually amusing because for someone who in the last election we saw what happened where people were not given opportunity to express themselves in terms of exercising their civic duty. And here we have someone who is advocating, for democracy. So the whole thing it's just uh, hypocritical, and I think it's our time that we, begin to tell ourselves the truth, irrespective of the party or political part. Candidate you're supporting. This is about our country. We need to tell ourselves the truth. I don't think it's nice for someone to, make that nasty statement against the judiciary, knowing fully well that there is a case in court that even has to do with him. It's just a way of gaslighting, the Nigerian judiciary. And thanks for the NBA. I think they've made a statement, a loud statement on this, and it's not in his purview to make such declaration. I think it was the same, by incitement that forced him to declare, for a subsidy remover, even in his first day in office. It's actually, not too well for someone that claim to understand governance because there are some certain policies that you make. You don't just make statements. You need to consider the measures in place before making such a declaration. So there's more to this. I just hope that the judiciary do the right thing by ensuring that the right person, which of course is Mr. P. comes on board the end of this court case. I raise my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ID. Thank you very much. All right, Joe Obedience. Let's go. Joe Obedience. I know
Good
where you
evening,
want
guys.
to go.
I won't carry on. Comrade go say if I come space, I dey carry people 5 speakers back. Good evening, guys. I really just had to see this. I'll be very quick about it. Firstly, it's about this Imo State. I still say to today, Enugu would have been in the bag right now. Would it would be the other party PDP in court, not us going to court. Would have been respondent if we hadn't done what some of us did in Enugu. We're building a party. The party, even if we know, yes, we at a certain point in time, we ought to say we are not just going to pick people. We'll pick a party. We'll pick competent people. But at this point, we're still trying to build a brand, build a party. And Labour Party is the party right now. It's not nice that people are doing so much to kill that spirit, scatter the votes. I read a tweet Happiness made, is it Happiness or Attackers made earlier, where he pointed out that anything that makes us split our vote in Imo State, we are most likely giving it to Hope Uzodinma. And someone passed through the primaries, even if it seems to have been flawed or it's alleged to have been flawed, if the flaws are not what we see or what we know, then we move on, build the party. At least we have our own in-house governor that we can handle instead of going to get an external governor that we might not be able to handle. As regards him coming on spaces, I've been hearing that a lot today. He should be coming on spaces. I'm not against it, and I want him to come on spaces, but I've looked at it this way, and I'm not from Imo State. I have no relationship with Imo State, but I just have this concern for some of the states in that I think we can win. And I looked at it like this. I asked people in Imo State, and they said this man is opening offices words to words in the state. This man is a traditional politician that knows traditional politics. For some of them, and for a lot of us that are even online, with some of them actually feel there's not much online. Online is just people making noise until they get the effect. This man is doing grassroots and most likely will come in. I was on a space where they hosted, I think it was Pearls and FS Yusuf hosted the deputy, and he said that when they asked for his governor, he said the governor said he's a youth, he should go and meet his constituents, which is what traditional politicians do. So let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance to get that done. Yes, we'll drag him or pull him on spaces, but it's not something we'll have to badger him into doing. He comes, if he doesn't see value to it, fine. We'll let him know the value. His deputy is doing a lot to get him on spaces. And for people that feel he doesn't want to come on social media and stuff, our vice president is not on social media. He's not directly on social media. We had to convince, and I know that even Peter Obi on spaces took a lot to get him on spaces. One would think somebody like Peter Obi that's very interactive will be coming on all social medias as much as he can, but he's not. It takes a lot to bring him on Twitter spaces. So we should please handle this matter carefully, because I don't want us to lose Imo State. I don't want us to be at the level we are in Enugu, where the court will have to decide who's the governor in the state. Meanwhile, it's a Labour Party state. Edo State is coming up. They are already ready. The same thing is almost ready said in Edo State. Finally, obedience. If you want, LP cannot give a candidate. Stop saying LP, give him a candidate. Give us a candidate. LP cannot give you candidate. If you want a candidate you want to choose who's the candidate in your state, join Labour Party. If the energy you are putting online, if you put it on your local and state Labour Party, you'll be able to make an effect on how the primaries go. If you are in the party and the primaries are not going well, you come out and shout. Obedience will shout with you. If my state right now, they are doing primaries and they select all PDP people to become delegates, I will come and I will scream out. Violence Space will talk about it. 1 million man march, 1 million man crew will talk about it, and I'm sure it will adjust Labour Party. We did it with the cost of what's it called, of tickets, Bandera tickets. So do it, solve the problem at the source. Don't come at the end. Don't keep your information about the person till after primaries when nothing can really be done party-wise. So please, let's build the party. There's an extent we get to. If Labour Party messes up to an extent, we can say, oh, to hell with Labour Party. But right now, we need governors. Labour Party has not failed us yet. So we should build the party. I'll use the mic here. Thanks a lot for the time. Saddam and Ottoman, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Joe Biden. You just went to touch one place that I've been avoiding the Edo State election. Labour Party. When I know it's play for Edo State to go shock now. I don't want to just hear Guinea. I've been hearing things about this thing. I don't want to. People should just do it. If I do it open ballots the way they did House of Rep today, everybody you shout your. I don't know how you want to do it, but just don't play, please. Don't play. So I'm hearing the change delegate. Don't play. Homas therapy. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Emma Saddam. Well-meaning, Jimmy. I would normally not speak on the space. I'm usually on the quiet side, but I decided to talk concerning Imo State because I was very involved and I can talk from what I experienced. So I'm part of the Imo for Good Governance, and we were just concerned Imo State youths that came together. Like, my father is from Imo State. My mother is from Olu. That is the ghost town in Imo State. That's where the major killings, it's happening. So my mom is from there. She's from a large family. And I know how many of my cousins, how many relatives, how many, Olu youths, that have been killed, and, the village ravaged and all that. And that was what brought all of us together in Imo for Good Governance, because we were just like, we need to do something. So I experienced these things firsthand. And then we came together, obedient group, and then we said, okay, we were working for Labour Party, but we there were clauses. There were clauses because there were some politicians in Imo State that if you call Imo State, people will never go with that person, even if that person is in LP, like Ararume. So they were like, so we didn't know about Etans at that point. At that point, we only knew Ararume because people didn't like him at all. So we're like, no, if LP brings Ararume, we will not deal. We will not have anything to do with that guy. So we started that group, and then because there were about 14 gubernatorial aspirants in Labour Party in Imo State, and people, do not know these people. They want to hear them, they want to connect with them just to know who these people are. And then when we're talking about them coming on Twitter Spaces, where would they go? Because who is in Imo State right now? Which youth is there? Who is there? Who is remaining there? Who is there? Who would they go and talk to in Imo State? Everybody ran away. They're everywhere but Imo State. They're in diaspora, they're in other states, they're living in other places. Nobody wants. So it has to be online. That's why we can get like the majority of Imo State youths together for you to connect with
Oma,
them.
Oma,
Yes, yes.
please. What did you just say now? You said that they are not youth in Imo State again.
There are no youths in Imo State. Like when you're talking about
Please, stop this thing. I beg, stop this thing, please. I beg you, God. I beg you, God.
Where is Owerri, Biko,
who
Sada?
is in
Please,
Imo State, who
please,
is in Imo State, who is in
please,
Imo State,
No
please,
wahala,
who is
Sada,
in
let
please.
her
Imo State.
continue. Oh,
I was there
No,
in
I like
July.
no. To NCs. You see what I don't do here. I don't want to say some things. I don't want to say something. Please, this is a lie from the pit of hell. I
you know how
beg you,
many
with God,
universities
please.
they Imo State?
Do do you know? Do you know? I see, ma.
The people, the
I'm
the
coming.
university.
On my wait, please. On my wait,
You
please.
asked me.
I have. Wait, please. No vex. I get
Okay,
properties for Owerri. I get
okay,
properties. I have hostels in Futo. Please don't
okay.
do this out here. Please don't act
The
like
people,
I don't
no,
want to
the
come and say some things here. Please don't do this, please. I beg you.
when I'm talking, no, it's not about doing anything. When I'm talking about Imo State
You say there are
youth,
no youth in
I'm
Imo
talking
State again.
about
And people listen
indigens.
to you and be like,
I'm
hey,
talking about indigens. I'm talking about people in the communities.
you can say Olu, you can say we have some deserted regions.
It's
True. I'm not
not
gonna
it's not Olu. It's not just Olu.
Omar, I think the mistake you're making is generalizing. So I
ah
think,
God.
when you
Okay,
say there is
so
no
Please,
youth in Imo
please,
State, it's
please,
almost like if you
please.
go to Imo
That thing
State, you will
fear
not
me,
see
oh.
one youth.
Hey,
okay,
please,
so
man.
okay.
Let's
At
please.
least it's
I
not
can
like
understand where you're coming from. Yes, I understand where
what
you're coming from.
I'm not saying that I cannot literally come and say that there is no Imo State youth in Imo State right now. Of course, that's not what I said. That's not what I mean. But I'm saying that like there so many people left. The people that Imo State are people in schools. Are they Imo State indigents? They are just going to the universities there, and the killings and all of that. Most of them is not even in Imo State town. It's in the villages. I'm talking about the communities. I'm talking about the people who are going to vote. I'm talking
Okay, I
about the
get your
people who are
point.
going to talk to their mothers and their fathers and their to those are the people I'm talking about. It's not the student because me, I can't even vote in Imo State. I'm in River State. I vote in River State. I've been involved in River State politics for a long time, right? So a lot of us in River State will vote here, but we're not from River State. That's what I'm talking when I say the communities. And then we came and we were, calling the aspirants to come and talk to the people. And, people will generally go, if you're on Twitter, if you're not, you're an Imo State son or daughter, you have your cousins or your friends or someone that knows someone that knows someone that will bring you up to speak. And we tried getting a chance. Nobody, there was in fact, my cousins, are the sons, it's his friend, and then we even tried to go through that channel and all that, and we couldn't get him. So we were like, okay, we got like 9 out of the 14 gubernatorial aspirants on space to come and talk to the people. and then Atans didn't show, and there was nothing. There was generally nothing about Atans that we knew. On then fast forward to the primaries, then you asked a question, Emir Saddam. You asked if the process that brought him was free and fair. It was not. It wasn't free and fair. It was greatly flawed. And I will tell you that much because we have members of Imo for Good Governance who were on ground on that day for the primaries. And yeah, there were talks about vote buying. People were giving $300 to vote and all of that. But the main thing for me was that the delegate list was not used. So for me, there were no primaries in Imo State. If you had gone through the process of selling forms to people, 5,000, which we frowned against, which we complained, and it started from when they started the 25 million ticket and all that, and we were complaining and we're speaking against it, and then they moved it to 15, and then they now said delegates have to buy forms for 5,000 naira, and we were complaining, and we're like, we
My
didn't
sister,
want it.
Oma, you said, please, as you wrap up, I also want to ask you a question. Because I don't want this to be an emo state. We're going to have that emo space. I want to ask you, you said
Yeah,
the primaries was what?
it was
That
flawed.
you said there was no primaries.
For me, there was no primaries. If you didn't
That the
use the
delegates
delegate list, yes, it wasn't used. The
were
delegate list that
do
was
you
supposed to be used for primaries wasn't used.
are you saying this as an opinion or a statement of
It's
fact?
not an opinion, it's a statement of fact because after the
So I'm
primaries,
coming. I'm coming. So
Labour
I'm coming. So
Party,
It's
wait
not
now.
true.
Wait
It's
now.
not true.
Please
It's
wait.
not true.
Please. So wait.
Citizen,
Wait.
don't
Please.
get me.
Please.
Don't
Nobody should
mute your
interrupt.
mic.
Please. I'm asking a question because I want. Please. Can you
yeah.
provide? Can you bring proofs to back this?
Okay, so I will send you something to your DM because the Labour Party set up an investigative team to investigate when we all, everybody was complaining about Imo State primaries. And that team, after they had done their investigations, came up with a report, which they published. And we all have the report. You can read it. And it was stated there that the delegate that was supposed to be used was not used. Why? And they that in their own words, because I'm not part of the committee, right? In their own words, they said they don't know why it wasn't used, who gave the instruction. They couldn't point it to anyone. So on that day, the delegate list was not used. What happened was that the local government chairman stood, and they were the ones that were now taking delegates in. They will identify who is the delegate, and whoever they said it was would go in. And a lot of people who were delegates and who their names were on the list didn't go in. They were outside and they were complaining. There was an uproar. They were complaining. They were like, they're not using the list. My name is on the list, but they're not using the list. The local government chairmen are standing and they're the ones identifying people to go in. If you did that, then that process is flawed.
Please,
Okay.
Oma, this. One good thing I like. One good thing I like about this movement and this movement is that based on facts and figures. You see, right now I can point out and give you 10 different names, and I'll tell you to go and meet them. They'll give you result sheet of our presidential elections. And so please now, as you say now, you say a lot of people were complaining. Please, can you just get up? Because I really want to. I really
This
want
not.
to.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the Labour Party primaries.
Yes, yes. I want you to get me. I want you to because you've said that a lot of people were complaining that the names were taken off. You will get us
So,
like
so
where
what do we
funny.
do now? Ignore the
Okay.
candidate, and
I
Okay.
want
is
I
there
will.
any support a candidate from another party? It was flawed. It was this, but at least we have somebody. So, what is the
okay.
Sada? Maybe I'm the one
Who
that is
was
not.
who was your candidate in that elections?
Okay.
I did not have a candidate. I was, and everybody in Imo for Good, we have our members, they will come and tell you. I was one person who told them that I'm coming here with an open mind. I don't have any candidate. I'm going to look at all of them.
Is it wait?
And
But I'm coming. Is it that elections that? Is it that elections that? I think. I mean, I'm just trying to check right now. Is it elections that was beamed live?
yes,
And one of the general was leading.
I think so. Yes, he was leading, and then almost to the end, at times now, yeah,
So
that's
if he
the
was
that's the
leading,
election.
and they changed all the delegates. How did that one happen? The delegates that they changed, did they not come in and coming and started
And
voting
then we plan
also.
for an emo space, so
We'll have that emo space. Yeah, we'll have
we
that
have
emo space.
to,
Because
Saddam,
me, I don't
because
need.
right, even
How
me
many
on this
So many
minutes?
platform,
marks,
there are
so many
people in
marks
my
are not matching
DM.
up here.
Look, I'm sorry, Osadam. There are people in my DM shouting this, shouting Oma down that everything she's saying is a lie.
You can't be shouting it down. They should
Hold
come
on,
with
my
their facts.
sister.
They
No
should
be
come with their
quarrel. Hold
evidence.
on. I'm just saying that as I'm here now, there are people in my DM saying that they don't know what this lady is talking about, and this is false information. So I think we should
Yeah,
have,
she because
I
because
think we
because
should have a
because she's not
space
giving me. I'm not.
and knock
My
this
sister,
whole thing
you're
out.
not brought any facts.
I really think so. We should have a space and knock this whole thing, this whole emo thing out, the way we did Enugu and the way we did Bayelsa. This is almost like Eradiri Edengs and his sister issues. I mean, just technically all over again. So I would validate what Omar says. I'm not throwing
Please,
that away, but
please,
let's
Omar,
just
please,
have a
just
space where
wrap up a
she
bit. Let
can
her
go
wrap up a bit.
against
Let's
those who
understand.
believe that he
Please bring
wasn't
your
flawed,
proofs.
and then we can
And
sit
please
and arbitrate.
bring your proofs to the to my DMs are open. So please bring your proofs for us. Let me see
Thursday.
all these proofs in them. On Thursday we'll talk about this. And please let us see that. Let me see this proof now. Let me see all this proof you have. See, because me right now, there's no. I'm looking at an election that was streamed live. That people streamed live. That I was seeing live. And in fact, people were already celebrating a candidate. All of a sudden,
Maybe they streamed it when people were already inside the hall. There
no,
were
Saddam,
no, no,
behind
no.
the
Saddam,
Yes,
scenes
you
Saddam,
that
know,
were not put
Saddam.
out
don't
Like
there.
I
worry, my son.
said,
Don't
we
worry, don't
watched
worry.
it on
There was
TV.
behind the scenes.
There are people in my DMs that saying they were there as well. So I would love Omar and those people to go for
Because
and against,
what she said that
and we can sit
they
back.
totally changed that they changed all the delegates. And if you change all the delegates,
No,
if you
no,
change
no.
all the
I'm not saying they changed all the delegates. Now, if you tell the local government chairman to stand and identify people, maybe he will bring some of the people that their names were on the list, right? And he will also bring people that their names are not on the list. But my
so
point is,
okay.
we ran a
Omar, you need to
process
Madam,
understand you're
during
what
the
making
is
an
primary.
allegation at this point,
Omar,
and it's
please, Omar,
fair.
please bring proof. Just
Just bring
bring
proof on
proof.
Thursday, please, I beg you.
Bring
Yeah,
proof. No. Let her bring a proof this night for me, my DMs. I want to see a proof this night so that we can when we
I
have
will
that
send
properly
you
have
the
that space on
report.
Tuesday
I will
on
send
Thursday.
you
Okay,
the
nice.
report from
So
the
please.
investigative team that Labour
and
Party
that's the
set
LP
up.
investigative team.
Yes, LP
I'm particularly
investigative
interested
team.
in that report.
Please,
Yes, I will send
please
it
bring
to
it
you.
because
And then
I've
someone,
not seen Sam Amadi Sam Amadi was on Twitter here. I have Sam Amadi's contact. I've never heard Sam Amadi
please
complain.
Exactly.
talk to Sam Amadi and ask him if that process was flawed or not. Talk to
I've
him.
not seen. I'll reach out to him and ask because for me, I want this stuff to be. It's not taking sides or anybody or coming out to come and condemn somebody because probably your candidate did not win or probably your candidate won or probably
I
this
don't have
is.
a candidate and I
No,
have nothing
I'm
to
not talking of
lose
you. I'm
or
not
gain
talking to you,
from
my sister.
Please
nobody.
understand,
My
it's not
sister.
talking about you.
No, I'm talking about general. Please, your sessions has ended, my son. I'm not talking about. I said go and do your own. Bring your proofs to the altar. Please bring your proofs to the shrine. Let us see your proofs as sacrifice. Bring it on Thursday as a sacrifice offering, and to the altar. We will now use it. So, but I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in general. Why me? I'm not going to ever come out to that. I will never stay in a place and you accuse somebody on hearsay or what I feel or what I think or what I heard because I've been a victim of such things till today. So me, I want you to bring facts and figures
And even if you
that you
accuse
prove to
them,
me
we'll also give them a chance to defend themselves here as
to
well.
defend
So other
themselves.
people
You
who were
understand?
there will also tell us whether they saw this same chairman do this same issue. Just to keep it fair, we are neither from Imo, nor do we have anything. We're not gaining it from anything from any candidate. So please understand. I've heard everything you're saying, but so that it doesn't seem like a one-way argument. I write down most of all these submissions. Please keep them. Thursday we'll have an emo space. I beg. God bless you.
Yeah, I beg. Thank you.
All right, I
Well,
actually support that
let's. I think we
because
should wrap up.
yeah, I'm particularly interested in that report to be honest because that's why I was saying just now that if LP did that, if there was that in Imo State, let me
Oh
not try
yes,
and
yes, yes,
reproduce
yes.
it. We shouldn't try it. All right, I think we'll just take lastly, Peter is better.
Good morning, well-meaning Nigeria. Good morning, Saddam. Congratulations to Prior Facts for the 1 month anniversary. You guys have done so well. We have done so well in terms of bringing out the facts the way they are. N6, I appreciate you so much for your good analysis. I listened to your analysis and you have said all that needs to be said. You see, as someone who participated in the election, actively in terms of from polling unit to what collection center, local government collection center, to even state collection center. That period, my son was just like barely less than 1 week old, and I had issues with my wife. My wife had to call my uncle to settle an issue that I have been at the collection center, I've left them at home. So what am I saying is that, please, I want to beg everybody. It is very important that we must support all Labour Party candidates. What has happened in the primaries. Please, we can still have control over them and try to see how to correct them when they misbehave. I called an House of Rep candidate, House of Rep member. When I watched them, their inauguration yesterday, I was watching the way the guy stood up and said, I endorsed, I'm voting for Barowa, something. Yeah, Johnny, the guy they voted for Abbas. And I called him later. I said, "Oga, why you can't go there? Now, no, you even just make any fight. You just go ahead and give." He told me some things, but I don't want to say those things here. So what am I saying is that we still have a very strong element of control and try to see how to push them to do the right thing. Like what happened in Abia State, that House of Rep guy that made that stupid statement about Tinubu, saying Tinubu, he doesn't know that Tinubu is well prepared. When we pushed him, you can see that guy immediately he apologized. So these are people who can control. We have control over them. We can play them, push them to line to do the right thing at always. So please, I want to beg everybody. I'm appealing to everybody. All the Harry Maguires of the Biden movement, please, I'm begging you guys, don't be an agent of destruction. It took us a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of finances, a lot of time in making sure that we build this movement from nowhere. Now we are somewhere. Please don't come in and destroy this movement for us. Allow us run things we are running. Please support us. If you cannot support us, please go and support whoever you want to support. But please don't use your reggae to spoil our blues. God bless you all. I yield. Good morning.
All right, thank you very much. Peter is better. I mean, time is fast spent. We've been here since 7 p.m. and this is like 1:30 a.m. I think this is TK. I want your cutting for TK face. TK, go ahead. Can
So,
you make it very short?
thank, yes, I will. Thank you. Well meaning. I appreciate this. Hi, everyone. Good evening from my end here. I'm just going to say like three things. The first time I got to know that this man, Pablo Kolu Atole, was actually preparing himself to be the president of Nigeria was in 2017 when my late dad had told me. The funniest thing about my own situation is I am in the midst of agbados. It is just us and myself and my other siblings that are purely obedient. My parents and every other person in the family, all those adults, they're all agbados. And every day I keep fighting them. So anytime I come on space here to talk, they get to know and they keep telling me to, be careful of what you say, be mindful of what you say. But as far as I'm concerned, this Kolu that has been going about threatening people, if you listen to him very well, he's been saying, I don't have time. He knew that he stole this mandate and he knew that we're getting this mandate back. So all I'm just going to say tonight is, Osholeo, Ajaileo, Amonisheni, Afwamonisheni, any one of them, wherever they are, that will say we would not get this mandate, it's a lie. We are going to get this mandate. And by the time we get this mandate, I have a lot of people to pepper in my family. I will so pepper them, like seriously pepper them. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
TK, thank you. Thank you very much. Believe me, we'll get this mandate. The judiciary is not that.
The
They are
problem
not
with
that.
obedience, we say then go get that mandate. True, you no go even get power to pepper anybody. You go just rejoice, thank God for Peter Obi begin.
You call they say
Kai,
politics aside. We call the
I go
politics
come to
aside. Let's talk.
apologize. This your PO. The man try you. No wahala.
All right, thank you very much. SIM card that Johan is now, but I don't know. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Good
okay,
morning,
please.
everybody
Yeah.
from here. Emir Saddam, well-meaning, Jimmy, Sizo. I want to say you're doing a great job. But I just want to say that two persons have mentioned Imo in a not so good way.
Why am I saying this? Because when you have someone that is marketable, it makes it easier for you. Because Pio have a very sellable personality. That's why we are all queued behind him. So let's listen to these people keenly, take from what they submit as regards the flawlessness of the allegation they are putting before the flag bearer, and let's be careful with it, because if we have someone that is difficult to sell, it's going to affect the elections in total. That's just what I want to say. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simka. Thank you. Thanks to everybody that came up to speak today. I think this is one of those kind of space I would say, watch out for part two because I actually kind of feel like the space has almost not ended. So watch out for part two. Or in the normal Nigerian movie balance, to God, okay, no, to God be the glory now if the film don't finish. All right, thanks to everybody that came up to speak today. Guys, my own is no matter what. I mean, we can work and chew gum. I mean, we can do a lot of other things, but let's not allow anything to distract us from this PEPT. Like I said earlier in my submission, for me, I think the beginning and the end of all our solution, okay, not the end, at least the beginning of the solution to Nigerians' problem lies at the election petition tribunal. If when we get that mandate, not if, because I know the judiciary is not, they cannot be very stupid like that. When we get that mandate, a lot of these other things would auto correct, and it will be easier to correct a lot of these things, whether at party level, at state, anywhere level. It will be easier. They're not born you where maybe Peter will be president and leader of the party to go do anyhow for anywhere. Ah, so let's just keep hope alive. Tomorrow we are going back to court by 9 a.m. Let's do all we can. Share it on your WhatsApp. Share, make everybody know that Peter Obi is in court. Let's keep getting that massive sound out there. And I think that's just really my take. I don't know if NC should have anything to say before we finish.
Oh no, not at all, not at all.
Okay.
Guys, thank you very much. I mean, we'll come back here, same station, same time. Hopefully by God's grace on Thursday. Thank you to every one of you. Please, one more time, I'm saying, please, come with your proofs of all you have against the LP candidate. Please don't come and because right now what I'm saying is people just gonna compose WhatsApp message and come and send to me. Please don't send me WhatsApp message. Get me links, please. Please, I don't want any WhatsApp message I can compose and send to you. Please, please, please. Let us do better. Please get me messages, videos, pictures, whatever it is. Please let's have this conversation, and we can now say, okay, we're discussing. Please, guys, thank you very much, every one of you, and thank you, Wembley Nigeria. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you, every one of you. I don't know. Do you want to be there? Anytime the request mic, nothing they happen again without end space. Why the request mic now? Thank you, SIM card, TK.
Oh, I know why Joe is requesting Michael. He's saying they should share the pigeon version of what happened in court. Like,
Okay.
so Joel, you people should listen. Everybody listen. Joel wants, not just Joel, please share the pigeon version.
Joel, please, guys, let me bring Joel back. Joel must have something important to say. That's why he came back. Joel, waiting me that. Are you there? Oh yeah, guys, thank you very much. We'll come back on Thursday. Thank you to every one of you. Those that could not come up to speak, please, is because the space is ending and we have to rest. We have a new day tomorrow. We'll be in court in the morning, so many of us have to rest and wake up fresh for tomorrow's court cases. Thank you. Longest time, Nima, how you doing? Gladys, Thank you, Oluwadami Larry, Mama Wakiri. Thank you, GK. Thank you, my brother. Uncle Zega, it's been a very long time. Thank you. Hope you're good, sir. Shrubs, YK, Amoda, Shilo D, Otumba DK, Mr. Waleri, Chulo, Ruki, Pinky, Tony, Duchess, Peju, Larry, Emmanuel, Hesley. I can call all your names. Foye, Mike, Margaret. Guys, God bless you all. If you did not hear your name, no vex, please come to. I'm Dr. Kenna. Dr. Kenna, my guy. Thank you, sir. I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Orobs. Thank you to you, Rotimi. Thank you to all of you supporting us on the Parallel Facts. Thank you to all of you that have been reaching out, sponsoring ads. Thank you to everyone. And one more time, please, all of you that are meant to get the David Hunde's book. The book is not well. The book is out of it has been sold out. So tomorrow we'll be ordering 100 copies. Those of you that did not your pledge, please try to fulfill your pledge tomorrow. So tomorrow I think we're gonna have a Google form that people can fill for those that need the book. From the Violence was we're giving 100 copies here. So thank you to all of you that donated. Thank you to all of you that have been supporting us. Keep reading Power Facts. Keep talking about Power Facts. God bless you all. We'll be back here hopefully on Thursday, same station, same time. Good night. Stay safe.